It's a combat class for students of the Magic Academy, where they fight each other one-on-one to get the highest grade. Now, our MC Frey, a first-year student whom everyone considers a weakling, faces David, the strongest third-year student, in the arena. The outcome seems obvious, and the senior is confident in his victory, but Frey remains completely relaxed. At the professor's signal, the fight begins. David immediately casts a massive boulder, intending to crush Frey like a pathetic cockroach. It's his strongest spell, Stone Rage, the pride of his family, passed down for generations. In response, Frey prepares the simplest basic spell, Magic Missile. The other students are shocked, thinking he's lost his mind. Even David is amused, sure that this is the best his opponent can do. Yet, the moment their spells collide, Frey's Magic Missile completely shatters the giant boulder, as if it were made of butter, and then strikes David before he can even react. He's sent flying like a rag doll and lies unconscious on the arena floor. Everyone is stunned by this victory, especially the professor. But no one knows the truth. Frey became this powerful after the strongest ancient mage, imprisoned by the gods in the abyss for 4,000 years, merged with his body. It all begins around 4,000 years back in time, when the legendary Archmage known as Lucas gets too full of himself with the omnipotent strength and abilities he possesses. Literally no force was capable enough to stop him, so the gods had no choice but to step in and put a full stop to Lucas's arrogance. His abilities had far surpassed the level of powers that should be achievable by a mere human, so the gods stripped him of his ability to gather mana and sealed him internally in the endless void, where he would remain in stasis for the rest of eternity. 4,000 years pass since then, and the story switches to the perspective of a good-for-nothing boy who is subject to bullying due to his weak ass. Not only does he get beaten and bullied in the academy on a daily basis, but his family hates him just as much. He is nothing more than a disgrace in his father's eyes, an unscrubbable stain on the family's name. The poor guy's only fault was that he was born weak, which is something that wasn't in his control. But still his father disowns him. This constant humiliation and the trauma he developed throughout his life just because he was weak made him one day think of something unthinkable. He decides to take his life. He feels it's just better to kill himself rather than cling to this pathetic existence. On the other end, Lucas has somehow been able to connect to this kid and watch him succumb to this pathetic death. He hears the kid's dying wish, a wish to be reborn as someone strong enough to stand against everyone and protect himself. Perhaps that wish became the catalyst that helped Lucas break free from his constraints and allowed him to possess the kid's body. At long last, the mighty Archmage has made his return to the mortal world, after spending nearly 4,000 years in the dark void. From this moment forward, they are one. Frey has given him freedom, and in return, he vows to give him the power he always longed for. With new purpose burning inside him, Lucas turns his focus to the demigod. A message burns in his mind that just wait. Their meeting will come, and when it does, he will be ready. For now, he tries to gather energy inside this fragile body, slowly shaping a base that can handle as much mana as possible. If he truly wants to challenge a demigod, he knows he must restore most of his original strength. However, deep inside, he also realizes that just recovering it isn't enough. He has to reach a level that even goes beyond his past self. As he keeps training, he reminds himself not to rush. He considers this moment a rare chance, one that took 4,000 years to finally come. He tells himself to use his anger wisely and focus only on what can be achieved now. So, he continues practicing while pushing his limits, and believes that with this, he probably now stands within Tier 5 power level. But suddenly his body reacts strangely and he starts coughing heavily. Shock fills his face as he notices what begins to come out of his mouth. Looking at it closely, he realizes these are the impurities trapped in his body and spirit. He understands that all of it needs to be pushed out of his system completely. With that, he keeps forcing everything out while thinking that not even a single trace should remain. But while doing this, his condition turns worse. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the place fills with students. Among them, Jack quietly remarks that David has shown up early. David simply mentions he's excited about today's sparring session. Jack smirks while bringing up how David probably means crushing Frey instead. He casually tells him to take it easy since Frey is such a weakling. David responds with a mocking tone while reminding Jack that he himself beat Frey up badly just yesterday. Jack shrugs while mentioning he had seen Frey go to the infirmary last night and even take a full bottle of sleeping pills. David's face shows surprise upon hearing that. Jack then hints that maybe Frey plans to end everything. David wonders if someone like Frey would actually do that. Jack casually proposes a bet. David agrees. 10 meal tickets. Back on the other side, Frey continues pushing his body, still trying to get stronger. But the effort is taking a toll. He wonders how much impurity he has expelled so far. He's amazed all this was inside the body of a teenager. He figures the boy must have suffered a lot, though perhaps not as much as himself. Then while feeling his hunger rise, he decides to eat. At the academy's main dining hall, students gather to eat. Frey arrives and immediately starts devouring food without holding back. Everyone stares at him in confusion. Dave wonders aloud if Frey had been starving for days. Meanwhile, Frey tastes the food and silently marvels at how delicious it is. He keeps eating while enjoying every bite. It has been 4,000 years since he last tasted anything, so everything feels overwhelmingly good to him. He finds the soup rich and satisfying, and he continues eating as if nothing else matters. Students around him remain shocked while whispering among themselves, while Frey thinks about how the flavors seem to melt in his mouth. While glancing around, he looks at the crowd of young students and begins thinking. He's technically 4,000 plus years old, and yet here he is about to take beginner magic lessons with children. The thought feels ridiculous, but he knows it can't be avoided. Given his current knowledge, there's no way to fill the gap of thousands of years instantly. More importantly, he realizes he must first understand what kind of world this has become during his absence. With that in mind, he walks off. As he opens the classroom door, he finds students already inside watching him. David loudly cheers in excitement, proudly claiming his 10 meal tickets. While he celebrates, he casually mocks Frey while joking that the fool couldn't even manage to end his own life. He chuckles and reminds everyone once again why staying positive is so important. As Frey steps further inside, he notices David is also there. Right then, David tries to trip him by using his foot. However, Frey catches the move and doesn't fall. David looks at him, smirks, and greets him with a mocking tone. Frey watches David quietly while wondering if this person might be his companion. While he stands still, Jack suddenly arrives and grabs his head while demanding 10 meal tickets and claiming he lost the bet since Frey is still alive and well. Jack yells loudly while Frey, confused, tries to make sense of the situation. He starts thinking who this chubby guy is and why he's smacking his head like they're close. Judging by his behavior, Frey doubts they're friends. Still, he figures that no matter the era, there's always someone acting foolish like this. Suddenly, he feels Jack touching his face, and a strange shiver runs down his spine. He starts questioning if he's trembling in fear, yet it feels odd to be nervous in front of someone so pitiful. Jack, while acting in an unusual way, again demands his reward and insults Frey loudly while lifting his hand to strike. However, before his palm connects, Frey unexpectedly counters. The crowd of students gasps, stunned by what they just witnessed. Many start whispering while wondering if they really saw Frey take on Jack just now. Frey then realizes it's not just one, but 3 people who had been pushing him toward misery and ruining his life. The situation becomes clearer to him. Jack, while refusing to back down, charges at Frey again and tries to land another blow. Yet before his hand even reaches, Frey lifts himself into the air and strikes back with power. Jack crashes to the ground while leaving the entire room stunned at the sight. Whispers fill the room as everyone reacts, wondering if Jack truly just got knocked out like that. Feeling calm afterward, Frey quietly reflects on how silly it was to get into a fight with a brat. He considers it a quick and special delivery, while reminding himself he's supposed to be the most powerful Archmage in history. Then, without caring about the shocked crowd, he begins to walk out of the room. As he steps away, murmurs rise behind him. Some students wonder if that really was Frey, though their minds find it hard to believe. Just as all of this unfolds, a professor enters the classroom and demands to know what is going on. The students quickly respond while explaining that Jack suddenly collapsed and hasn't moved since. The professor studies Jack's condition closely and realizes the traces left behind point to martial arts strengthened with mana. He silently notes that even the instructors at this school wouldn't usually possess such skill, then quietly wonders who could have done this. At that moment, another professor walks in and informs everyone that Professor Dio is currently away, escorting Jack to the infirmary. In his absence, he, Professor Kevin, will be taking over the class. Thankfully, Jack's life is not in danger. He only suffered a light concussion and should be fine by nightfall. So he tells the students to focus on their lesson for now. As things settle, Professor Kevin scans the room. He thinks to himself that this year's class tastes the best, especially with so many cute female students around, most of all, sweet Isabel. While watching the students, he notices Frey among them. Meanwhile, some girls talk among themselves, and David quietly complains that he can't stand Professor Kevin, who never misses a chance to stare at the girls. Another girl tries to hush him while warning that the professor might hear and single him out. As Professor Kevin approaches Frey, he makes a remark about how it's nice to see him finally joining the class. He studies Frey and begins thinking he once believed Frey was simply physically weak, but also assumed he'd at least be a high-achieving student. Now it seems Frey is just another troublemaker who skips classes. Frey casually responds while saying he was probably caught up with other things. The students murmur among themselves while calling him a loser. They claim it's obvious he avoids classes because he's being bullied. The professor follows up while hinting that Frey must have had more important things to do than attend his lesson. Frey shrugs it off while saying he's likely going through a rebellious phase. The students giggle and Daver warns them to stay quiet before the professor catches on. The professor also chuckles while admitting that Frey is probably right about his rebellious phase. He assures them he isn't some stubborn old man who thinks his class is the most important thing in the world. Still, he asks Frey if he's been keeping up with the lessons. Then with a smile, he proposes a short quiz. If Frey fails to answer any of the questions, he must take full responsibility for skipping class and accept proper punishment. Then, he asks the first question that he wants to know the name of the equipment worn by the god-fist Kasajin. Frey looks at him, stunned. His eyes widen as he hears the name while thinking that he never expected to hear Kasajin come from the professor's mouth. Roughly 4,000 years earlier, when Kasajin keeps training to sharpen his strength, he's practicing non-stop while using both his abilities and power. Around him, the area is full of noise and movement. Amid that, Lucas approaches him and casually warns him to slow down, pointing out that at this rate, he might end up leveling every mountain nearby. He jokes that the wild animals will have no place to live if he keeps going like this, or maybe he plans on building new homes for all of them. Kasajin briefly glances at him while greeting him as if they haven't met in a long time, but soon shifts his focus back to his training. Lucas quietly takes a seat and remarks how even after all these years, Kasajin still seems more interested in discipline than meeting old friends. Kasajin mentions he's boiled some tea and tells him to drink it. Lucas grumbles while saying he shouldn't have expected anything better from a musclehead. He teases that at this pace, Kasajin might end up dying alone. Stopping his movements, Kasajin fires back while claiming that's rich coming from Lucas. In return, Lucas asks what that's supposed to mean while adding that he's never had problems getting attention. Kasajin responds with a calm tone, explaining that romance is a dangerous thought, that it disturbs a person's balance, and when someone fails to restrain their emotions, even standing firm becomes difficult. Lucas rolls his eyes and tells him to cut it out with his ancient advice. Kasajin then mentions how a true martial artist should view women the way one stares at a stone completely detached. He adds that it's different for someone like Lucas Troman, an Archmage. As they exchange looks, Kasajin finally gestures toward the tea and remarks that even a pretty rock can be nice, so Lucas should just drink it. Back in the present, Frey hears the name Godfist Kasajin and begins thinking. He's surprised that this fool, who once trained so hard he probably built muscles in his brain, somehow became a legend after 4,000 years. While Frey stays silent, the professor questions his delay, taunting that perhaps Frey doesn't even know the answer. Isabel watches the scene and quietly thinks to herself that the professor has cornered him well. She wonders how anyone is even expected to know something like this, especially when no textbooks mention it. She figures the professor just enjoys showing off his superior knowledge. Eventually, she raises her voice while pointing out that the question doesn't seem relevant to their current subject, which is the history of magical studies. The class turns toward her, clearly surprised. The professor calls out her name while trying to shut her down, but she continues. She explains that Kasajin was a martial artist who relied more on mana to boost his physical training. So, she argues, he shouldn't even be considered a mage. The professor steps toward her and counters while insisting that Kasajin isn't a mage, but then questions whether she's trying to mock those who follow the path of magical martial arts. Isabel calmly replies that it's still unrelated to their class. The students around her are shocked by the growing tension. Frey begins thinking that calling Kasajin a mage might be the real insult. He recalls how Kasajin would react violently to anyone using the word magic around him. Meanwhile, the professor looks at Isabel and grins while saying the conversation could become quite interesting. He touches her arm and suggests continuing the debate privately in his lab. Isabel, clearly disgusted, pushes his hand away and questions his behavior. The professor simply mocks her while labeling her as rude, and turns the pressure back on her while asking if she knows the 3 legendary items used by Kasajin. Before she can answer, Frey suddenly responds. He lists the gauntlets of the Fire Lord, Sash of Giants, and the Amulet of Vortex, while stating that Kasajin never wore anything else. Frey even mentions how he used to remind him to care about fashion, but Kasajin never listened, especially when it came to that old relic around his neck. As he speaks, the entire class turns to stare at him. Frey casually asks if he's wrong. The professor quietly admits that the answer is correct. Frey then raises his voice while stating that of course he would know what that fool used to wear. The students murmur while whispering that Frey is acting oddly and seems a bit too strange today. The professor then shifts his attention back to Isabel and coldly claims that she needs to be taught proper discipline. He grabs her hand and demands she follow him to his laboratory. Watching all of this, Frey steps forward and calmly speaks. He reminds the professor of something Kasajin always used to say, that interest in the opposite gender is a useless thought that throws off one's reasoning. A true martial artist should look at women as they would view a rock. Those who chase after desires lose sight of their duties and eventually can't even stand on their own while becoming less than beasts. The professor stares back and questions what Frey's point is. Frey shrugs and mentions he's just saying it because, clearly, Kasajin must have been wrong after all since the professor is still standing tall on both feet. Hearing those words, the professor's expression darkens with fury. He angrily shouts Frey's name while demanding to know if he has gone mad. He claims that just because Frey got lucky with one answer doesn't mean he can act arrogant. Then, he challenges him again while stating that if he gets even one more question wrong, he will face proper punishment as a student of the academy. Frey listens carefully as the professor begins asking the next question. Professor Kevin stands frozen, stunned after posing the final question. He's certain he asked everything, even throwing in a topic as obscure as the era of light, something not even other instructors should be aware of. He wonders silently if this is truly the same Frey once labeled the academy's biggest failure. Meanwhile, Frey quietly notices it's already lunchtime. Casually, he tells the professor he assumes there are no more questions left. The quiz had been entertaining, but now hunger takes over. Professor Kevin watches him walk off and quietly questions how a student could possibly know facts dating back 4,000 years. Still puzzled, he mutters that the session is over. As Frey hurries off, he thanks the professor for the lesson. Just then, Isabel calls out from behind while asking if he's headed to the cafeteria. She realizes he completely ignores her but follows him anyway. He stops and turns around while asking why she keeps trailing him. She calmly replies that she's simply on her way to get food as well. He raises a brow at her strange manner of speaking and asks why she talks like that. She explains that it's just how she was brought up. As they finally arrive at the cafeteria, Frey lights up at the sight of the food. She questions if he plans to eat all of it alone. He remarks that she'd eat the same amount if she hadn't eaten in 4,000 years. Starving, he quickly begins piling up his plate. Shocked, she asks what he means by 4,000 years. He brushes off her curiosity while saying it doesn't matter. Instead, he questions her persistence in following him. She clarifies that it's not what he thinks. She just didn't have anywhere else to sit. Then, curiosity gets the better of her again, and she asks how he knows so much about the era of light. He responds as if stating the obvious, while referring to a time 4,000 years ago when the 4 great heroes roamed the world. That period, known as the Era of Light, marked the peak of magical power, stronger than any era that followed. He reflects quietly on how disappointing it is that even after so many centuries, magical research hasn't evolved. It's only moved backward. He wonders if that's part of the demigod's scheme. At the same moment, Isabel thinks about the 4 legendary figures who shaped magic's history: Godfist Kasajan, the brilliant sage Shizer Strau, Iris the dark witch who founded peace, and the most renowned archmage of all, Lucas Troman. She quietly admires him while considering him the greatest among them. A thought crosses her mind. If he were alive today, she'd probably want to marry him. Suddenly, Frey bursts into laughter. She looks confused and asks what's so funny. Still laughing, he finds it amusing that a girl her age would want to propose to someone like that. She becomes annoyed while questioning what he means. He teases her while saying he's flattered by her proposal but has no interest in kids. Offended, she insists she never said anything like that. While they eat, some students nearby begin murmuring. They notice Isabel having lunch with Frey and whisper about it. One of them recalls seeing her chase after him earlier. They wonder why someone like her, ranked at the very top of the academy, would be spending time with Frey of all people. They even mention that she once rejected David. However, seeing David approaching, they quickly backtrack while insisting they meant no offense. David, while watching from a distance, clenches his jaw. The sight of Frey irritates him to no end. Back at the table, Isabel brings up Professor Kevin's final question. She says she remembers Frey's response being assimilation, training, and battling. But based on what she knows, only 2 of those, assimilation and training, have ever been acknowledged as real methods. Isabel then questions him, hoping to understand how to grow stronger through the battling method. In response, he casually inquires about her current tier. She informs him that she's still in the early stages of Tier 3. He nods slightly while remarking that it's impressive for someone so young. She observes aloud that throughout the day, he's spoken in a way that makes him seem far older than he looks. With a faint grin, he remarks that he's basically a living relic. Curious, she wonders aloud if they aren't the same age. At first he agrees, but then immediately takes it back. Confused, she questions what he really means. But instead of replying, he leans back and remarks that he's completely full. She stares in disbelief, surprised he actually finished everything on his tray. He brushes it off and advises her to eat at her own pace as he gets ready to leave. She quickly stops him while reminding him that he hasn't responded to her earlier question. She still wants to know what kind of training the battling method involves. He finally tells her to stick with studying while explaining that his knowledge doesn't come from books. It's all based on real-life experience, which is why it might not follow the usual methods. Isabel pauses, taken aback by this revelation. It stuns her that someone so young seems to speak from genuine first-hand experience. Quietly, she asks almost in a whisper who he truly is. Professor Jane informs the students that the day's session is centered on live combat practice. To keep things equal, she mentions that everyone is allowed to use only Tier 1 magic. David, filled with excitement, thinks the moment he's been waiting for has finally arrived. Meanwhile, Isabel grows curious and asks for more details about the battling technique. The professor explains that besides the magic restriction, everything else will mirror real combat. Even if anyone gets hurt, no help will be offered, so they must treat the training with the seriousness of a real fight. During this, Frey starts a conversation about the professor. Isabel, surprised, checks if he's referring to Professor Jane. He confirms and expresses his admiration while calling her beautiful. Shocked, she questions if he's being serious about having feelings for her. He casually agrees and tells her to learn from Jane's elegance while calling it the charm of a mature woman. Isabel, annoyed, remarks that he seems to have the taste of an old man. Shortly after, Professor Jane declares the first match, David versus Frey. Both stand firmly across from each other. David, unable to hide his excitement, greets his friend and shares how he's been eagerly waiting for this fight, even losing sleep over it. The crowd gathers, eager to watch. But then, unexpectedly, Frey walks up and suddenly grabs Professor Jane. Everyone gasps in disbelief. Frey confesses that the moment he saw her, he realized the true reason for his awakening from an endless slumber. She stares at him, clearly stunned. He continues while claiming her charm is what stirred him awake, and despite his youthful appearance, he feels much older in mind and heart. Watching this unfold, Isabel grows increasingly irritated. Frey then asks the professor if she would allow him to accompany her for dinner. She firmly reminds him to stay focused on the match and warns him not to cross the line again. Still persistent, he offers a deal that if he wins the duel, he wishes to take her to dinner. The professor, slightly amused, responds with a twist. If he manages to win, she will treat him instead. She seals it as a promise. Suddenly, reality hits Frey. He realizes how embarrassing the scene has become and reminds himself to calm down. He quietly reminds herself that getting drawn to a student is something she must never allow. Meanwhile, David turns to Frey with disbelief written all over his face. He questions if Frey has completely lost his mind, shocked by his strange taste. Then, almost mocking him, he wonders if Frey was just trying to get the professor to cancel the duel. Frey calmly denies any such motive. David, however, grows more irritated and asks if he even managed to sleep properly, since he seems completely unaware of the seriousness of the moment. Without hesitation, he declares his brutal plan that is to crush Frey's throat first, then break each of his limbs one after another. That way Frey wouldn't be able to give up or even cry out. David reminds him again that this would be the final time he'd ever stand on his own feet. Frey, unfazed, points out that no Tier 1 spell could possibly cause damage to that extent. But David simply responds with his name as if it alone is enough to explain everything. Then, without another word, he casts Stone Rage. Everyone watching is instantly stunned. The shock ripples through the crowd, and many start to wonder if he's truly about to go that far. In that moment, Isabel turns toward Professor Jane while asking if the rule wasn't supposed to limit them strictly to Tier 1 magic. Professor Jane calmly explains that there's nothing about the spell that goes against the rules. Still confused, Isabel questions how a technique like that could possibly be allowed within the limitations. In response, David explains that the spell is a unique technique passed down through his bloodline. It's part of his family's legacy, a strong ability, yet under certain conditions, it qualifies as Tier 1 magic. Frey then remarks that bloodline magic represents a family's pride and history, yet David is choosing to use it simply to hurt someone. But David quickly fires back while mocking him and asking if he's suddenly feeling afraid. Frey, however, denies any fear. Without further delay, Frey casts Magic Missile. Once again, the audience gasps in disbelief. As he watches the glowing blast form, Frey briefly admires its vivid hue. Onlookers begin whispering among themselves while trying to figure out what kind of spell it actually is. David lets out a loud laugh, clearly amused. He mocks Frey's choice while questioning if that's truly the strongest spell he could bring out to stand against Stone Rage. He mutters that he shouldn't have expected anything better from Frey in the first place. But just then, as Magic Missile strikes, David is unexpectedly thrown backward with great force. His body crashes hard into the ground, and now, unable to move properly, he lies there trembling in pain. Everyone stands frozen in disbelief at what just unfolded. Even Professor Jane is left without words. At that moment, David finally realizes there's nothing left for him to argue. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion from afar, Farhan curiously asks Dauman about the noise. In response, Dauman mentions that the C-class students are having their magic duels that afternoon. Frey, clearly furious, confronts David and tells him he should feel disgrace for using bloodline magic in such a shameful way. He compares it to insulting his own family's legacy. Then, while recalling David's earlier threat about destroying vocal cords and breaking limbs, he mocks him. But David, now terrified, pleads for mercy and begs him to stop. Still not satisfied, Frey fires another magic missile and sarcastically questions if this wasn't exactly what David had intended to do. He asks whether David isn't enjoying it anymore. At that moment, Isabel finally steps in while pointing out that this has gone too far. She turns to Professor Jane while urging her to end the duel since the winner is already obvious. But the professor calmly replies that the opponent hasn't surrendered yet. Isabel protests that David can't speak anymore. Still, Professor Jane reminds her that, even if it's a simulation, the duel should be treated like actual combat. She repeats herself firmly while explaining that a magus must be prepared to face danger head-on, without expecting rescue every time they're in trouble. As things escalate, Frey tells David that he was quite thrilled when he had the upper hand. But now that the roles are reversed, he seems less amused. He criticizes people like him for calling themselves mages and says it's because of them that the world has ended up like this. Then, almost jokingly, Frey claims he wouldn't destroy all of David's limbs, just his legs, because he's such a kind person. Realizing he's only shattered one leg so far, he quickly launches another magic missile at David. Observing the match, Dauman notes that Frey might be a first-year student and seems quite impressed. He hears others saying that Frey completely defeated David in the duel. One of them shares that someone from the same class witnessed it firsthand. David was sent back to his family estate with his legs broken and throat crushed. They wonder aloud if his life as a mage is now over. Many recall David's arrogant behavior and feel relieved now that he's gone. They question how someone like Frey, considered a loser, managed to overpower him. Someone even jokes about Frey possibly making a deal with the devil. Later, Dauman approaches Frey and confirms his identity. Frey responds while asking about him. Dauman introduces himself as a fourth-year student named Dauman Milrost. Frey acknowledges him as his senior. Dauman then invites Frey to join the Troman Rings. At first, Frey seems confused by the name. Dauman explains that the Troman Rings is the student organization representing West Road Academy. It's not an open group, only chosen individuals are allowed to join. He proudly shows Frey a ring while pointing out the runes carved by the master craftsman Proteus. He highlights that the ring is pure gold and will leave a bite mark if tested. Internally, Frey finds the whole idea ridiculous. He questions if using someone else's name without their consent isn't some form of rights violation. Meanwhile, Dauman continues while saying that having the ring guarantees a stable life even after graduation. He won't have to worry about food or survival. This reminds Frey of something important. He never left behind an heir in this era, meaning he has no family records or estate to protect his name. Dauman, unaware, carries on and mentions there's someone very surprising who leads the Troman Rings. Just as he's about to reveal the leader's identity, Frey cuts him off while rejecting the offer. Dauman becomes visibly irritated and questions Frey's decision while trying to emphasize the importance of the Troman Rings. However, at that moment, Farron appears and tells Dauman to let it go, as Frey clearly won't change his mind. Recognizing Farron June, Dauman respectfully greets him. Farron then turns to Frey and mentions it's their first time meeting in person. He introduces himself as the leader of the Troman Rings. Farron expresses regret on Dauman's behalf, yet at the same time, he shares his intention of convincing Frey to become part of the Troman Rings. Frey quietly notes that Farron has advanced quite far for someone of his age. Still, he turns down the offer while remarking that there's no real benefit for him in joining such an odd organization. He adds that he isn't seeking any rewards or shares, and with that, casually takes his leave. Hearing this, Dauman grows irritated and shouts, calling Frey disrespectful and asking how he dares speak like that. Farron, however, urges him to relax. Following this, Dauman holds back and apologizes to Farron while choosing to stay silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Jane follows through with her bet and brings Frey to dinner. Yet, as they arrive, she informs him of an unexpected guest joining them. That person turns out to be Isabel. Frey, clearly annoyed, reminds her that he already told her to leave and tells her to drop the fork and stop eating like that. She responds calmly while assuring him that her presence isn't out of concern over any questionable behavior between a professor and student. Suddenly, Frey stands up, frustrated while asking why she's still there and pointing out how lacking in manners she is. Isabel, unfazed, explains that despite searching thoroughly, she couldn't find any information about the third method he once mentioned, and since he refuses to teach her, she feels left with no choice but to keep following him until he gives in. This surprises Professor Jane, especially when Isabel brings up training through battling. Jane recognizes the term and connects it with a method mentioned in Kasajin training. Isabel confirms that she knows of it too. Jane then explains that she only heard of it vaguely during a magical research gathering and has never found any records on it, no matter how hard she searched. She now realizes that Frey may know about it, and if that's true, she'd be thrilled to hear what he has to share. Frey quietly takes a sip of tea before moving in close to Professor Jane. With a casual smirk, he offers to teach her something far more interesting than the usual lessons while suggesting they continue the conversation somewhere more private. Jane, caught off guard, begins questioning herself. She wonders why she's feeling this way and reminding herself that he's a student, and much younger at that. Suddenly, Isabel, while having witnessed the moment, bursts out in shock and yelling at them and accusing him of shameless intentions toward the professor. Frey, clearly irritated, questions again why she still hasn't left. As the noise settles, his thoughts drift elsewhere. He reflects on how unusual everything feels. If the demigod truly holds absolute control over this world, then his very existence should be seen as a threat. He muses over the idea that by now, they should have erased every trace of their past. Yet, even after 4,000 years, no one has attempted to alter or erase the history surrounding him, Kasajin, Shizer, or Iris. This makes him wonder that could there still be individuals upholding their ideals and fighting back against the demigod's rule even now. While standing there deep in thought, Isabel steps closer. Frey then turns to her with a curious question that he wants to know who leads the academy. She reacts with slight disbelief while calling it a childish thing to ask. However, he bluntly tells her to stop dodging the question and insists she answer. He's asking who the most powerful mage is, among both the professors and the students. She counters by pointing out that he always ignores her questions. But this time, he promises to give her answers if she replies first. Her eyes light up in surprise while asking if he really means it. He responds by questioning why that makes her so happy. Still, she goes on to explain that among the students, the most capable mage would likely be Faranjun. As for the professors, it would probably come down to either Professor Dio or Professor Adelia. Yet, in her opinion, the most powerful figure connected to the academy is her aunt. Free seems surprised and mentally connects the dots. Her aunt is none other than the head of West Road Academy, Lady Cirrus Trisnine. At that moment, Professor Jane joins in while adding that this woman is a level 6 mage, famously known across the Empire as the Frost Queen. Frey feels a wave of surprise after hearing about Tier 6. In his mind, he reflects that, at least in theory, a mage can reach as high as level 9. However, history only whispers of one person who possibly attained that level, and that was nearly 3,000 years ago. But since there's no real evidence to back up those old tales, the general belief remains that Tier 8 is the true limit. Even then, only 10 mages in the entire world have ever become archmages of that level. So, in all likelihood, the idea of someone reaching level 9 is nothing more than a myth. He then shifts his thoughts while guessing that the massive barrier surrounding the academy was probably placed by the chairman herself. Jane, in response, gives a vague reply, suggesting that could be the case. But Frey finds that difficult to accept. In his view, such a complex barrier shouldn't be something a mere Tier 6 mage could set up. At that moment, he recalls Farron's attempt to recruit him into the Troman rings. A sense of unease begins to grow inside him. Everything seems too well connected. The name Cirrus Trisnine sticks in his mind. He becomes certain she holds the truth he's searching for. Eventually, he knows he'll have to meet her face to face. With that in mind, he calls out to Isabel but pauses halfway. A moment of hesitation washes over him. He realizes that until he understands how deeply the demigod's influence runs in this world, he can't afford to involve her in his troubles. The time may even come when he has to stand against the chairman herself. For now, he decides it's better to focus on advancing, while reaching Tier 7 should be his next step. When Jane hears this, she casually mentions that, if he's fast, he might reach that level in 10 or maybe even 20 years. But Frey calmly responds, stating that if he starts working seriously now, he should be able to get there by the end of the upcoming holidays. Her eyes widen in disbelief, clearly stunned by his confidence. Still, she responds with a slightly amused tone while admitting that sometimes, an empty boast has a strange way of turning real. She adds that it's good to dream big. Without warning, Frey moves closer, wraps his arms around her, and assures her that his goals aren't just large, they'll exceed anything she could imagine. He then suggests they find a more private place to continue the talk. Jane, flustered, tries to stop him, and in that instant, she suddenly remembers that he's her student. At the same time, Isabel, having watched everything unfold, becomes visibly more irritated. With a sharp tone, she states that if he chooses to engage in anything improper with a professor, she won't hesitate to report the matter directly to her aunt. Frey, clearly annoyed, mutters about how much he dislikes annoying little kids. Isabel catches that and demands to know what he just said. Then, while turning to Jane, she asks if she just heard the same thing. Jane, however, brushes it off and claims she didn't hear anything. Frey, meanwhile, sinks back into his thoughts. He realizes he shouldn't rush. Taking things slowly, step by step, is what will lead him to his goal in the fastest way possible. 2 weeks pass, and when David arrives, everyone around is stunned to spot him. David, filled with fury, keeps ranting about how someone dared to mess with him. He can't figure out how it happened, but he refuses to accept defeat at the hands of someone he calls a loser. He promises to take revenge and make sure the one responsible regrets even being born. As he continues mumbling threats, he claims he's gathering all his buddies for payback. But before anything else can unfold, Frey instantly launches Magic Missile. In a flash, David is sent flying forward and crashes hard into the ground. The sight leaves everyone speechless, especially because of his broken nose and several other injuries. Soon after, the professor informs the students that David has been sent home to recover completely while saying it's the latest update he's received. Later on, Frey starts feeling uninterested again. He thinks to himself that he never really expected much from these students in the first place. Still, he at least hoped they would offer some sort of resistance. After all, this is supposed to be the Great West Road Academy, one of the top-ranked magic schools. Yet now it all feels like a hassle. He realizes he needs real battle training if he wants to fine-tune how much mana output he can manage using Frey's body. As he continues walking, someone suddenly stops him. A man steps out while calling for him to wait. He bluntly asks if Frey is the one who hurt David. Without waiting for a reply, he tells him to follow along for a moment. He then admits that Frey seems fairly skilled in magic, before asking if he knows who he's dealing with. The guy introduces himself as Alex Dramedy. Apparently, he's the most senior of all upperclassmen, the one everyone's supposed to admire. According to him, weaklings like Frey fall apart just from his glare. And now, this so-called god of a senior is confronting someone he calls worthless trash. Out of nowhere, Alex confronts Frey, clearly furious while questioning what he did to his dear junior David. He accuses him of breaking David's legs and nose and insists he must pay for all the harm he caused. He demands that Frey pay attention to his words. At the same time, Frey starts wondering silently, unsure if this guy actually wants a fight or if he's just here to bark nonsense. Trying to make sense of the situation, Frey calmly checks if the entire group is here just to bother him. However, Alex snaps back while reminding him to know his place and show some basic respect to his seniors. Frey, while growing more irritated, quietly thinks these people are just immature kids. Alex, clearly annoyed, accuses Frey of looking down on them. He reminds him that just because he defeated David doesn't mean he can walk away freely. He reveals that he once competed in the magical martial arts tournament and ranked 16th, which, in his mind, proves how serious things are now. According to him, this day marks Frey's downfall. Frey, unimpressed, quietly considers how dramatic that introduction sounds, especially coming from a typical school bully who decided to corner a single student. Alex insists the others are only observers, and says he doesn't need help to take down someone like Frey, while claiming he could do it with just one punch. But before he even finishes talking, Frey casually casts Magic Missile. Instantly, Alex and all the onlookers crash hard into the ground. As Alex hits the dirt, the crowd begins yelling his name in shock. Some of them turn to Frey while yelling at him and calling him disrespectful. They complain that it's basic manners to wait until your opponent finishes speaking or transforming. Frey, while looking completely uninterested, responds bluntly in his mind and feeling disbelief that he got caught up in such a ridiculous mess with a bunch of foolish kids. The crowd, now angrier, threatens to teach him a lesson. One steps forward while introducing himself as Golgorex, the heir to the Gilar family. Another soon follows while calling himself Frix, the son of the Penarlk household. In response, Frey simply declares his attack and releases another magic missile. Immediately, chaos breaks out. Everyone starts running toward him while shouting to catch him, but Frey stays in place while firing magic missiles non-stop. One by one, every single attacker ends up crashing into the ground, unable to even stand. Once the fight is over, Frey takes a seat while glancing around at the defeated group sprawled across the field. He lets out a quiet sigh while feeling nothing but boredom. He reflects on how none of them were the least bit interesting. And now, with how dull everything has become, he starts to feel that maybe he's turning into a boring delinquent himself. While Frey is resting quietly, Isabel suddenly walks over and questions what he's doing. He instantly feels annoyed seeing her again. She then brings up a rumor that's been spreading around campus. Apparently, he's now known as the notorious student who's been taking down every delinquent using only magic missile. According to her, other students have even started admiring him under a new nickname, the Almighty Death Missile. Frey, upon hearing that title, mentally cringes. He thinks it's absolutely humiliating. Still, he wonders what else he's supposed to do. So far, nothing has pushed him to use any magic stronger than Magic Missile. Meanwhile, Isabel watches him and quietly thinks to herself how charming he looks. Curious, he then asks what brings her there. She explains that she followed the advice he gave earlier regarding an alchemical blend. She already knew that troll blood worked well in the mix, but after using the 7:3 ratio he recommended with the magic crystal, the outcome was shockingly successful. In response, Frey calmly notes that she could get even better results by using the blood of a half-troll instead. That kind of blood holds just the right amount of corrupted elements for the mixture. Isabel, clearly impressed, reacts as if this kind of insight from him is no surprise. She then asks what he plans to teach her next. At that moment, Frey pauses to reflect. He finds himself wondering when he ended up becoming a mentor in the first place. Still, he realizes that she does have solid potential. With proper guidance, she could probably reach level 7, or maybe even advance to level 8. Eventually, he agrees to train her in that technique after all. Hearing this makes her genuinely happy. He then adds that they'll be spending the holidays on a journey focused entirely on training. If she chooses to join him, he promises to show her what real learning through the battling method truly means. However, he makes sure she understands the risk that it won't be easy. There's a real possibility she may not come back alive. If she isn't fully prepared, she should back out now. But to his surprise, she accepts without hesitation. She says she's ready as long as he agrees to take her on as his apprentice. As Isabel and Frey stand facing one another, Frey notices she's hauling a massive bag. He questions her about it while asking if she's planning to go on a camping trip. She responds with a bit of attitude while insisting that women require plenty of items to prepare for journeys, and challenges what he'd know about that. Then while switching the topic, she curiously inquires where they're heading. Frey casually mentions he's considering going to Mamti, España. That catches Isabel off guard. She reacts with surprise, noting that the mountain is famously dangerous while teeming with terrifying monsters. Frey confirms it and wonders if she knows the route. Isabel, clearly astonished once again, admits he always finds new ways to shock her. She then pulls out a map from her bag while explaining that if they use a warp gate from Espanola, it should take them around half a day to reach the mountain. She adds that she's heard whispers about how deadly the creatures there are. Frey teases her while asking if she's frightened. Isabel denies it, warning him not to underestimate her. She insists she never once believed this adventure would be easy. Then Frey brings up the warp gate she mentioned earlier. Isabel explains that it's a magical technique for long-distance teleportation. Frey, stunned, finds it impressive and admits such things didn't exist 4,000 years ago. Puzzled, Isabel repeats that number. Frey, lost in thought, reflects silently while acknowledging that while their mastery of magic might have declined, they've come up with incredibly practical magical tools. No wonder today's mages aren't as powerful. But still, creating something like a warp gate is truly fascinating. Breaking the silence, Isabel notes there's one drawback, that it's costly. That grabs Frey's attention. He questions if they actually need to pay for it. Isabel finds his surprise amusing and responds that it's pretty obvious. Frey then asks about the price. She tells him the distance from Chaos Symphonia to Espanola is far, so it'd likely cost 10 gold. Shocked, Frey realizes he only has 1 gold saved up. He questions himself internally that how could a noble like him be this broke. Isabel, while sensing his change in expression, checks if he's okay. Frey then suddenly has a thought that Isabel is probably wealthy since she's a noble too. She looks at him in concern and wonders if he's feeling unwell. Frey leans forward and curiously asks how much money she currently has. Isabel replies with confusion while saying she hasn't brought any. That stuns Frey even more. She explains that living a spoiled life leads to laziness, and since this is a training journey, she left her money behind on purpose. Frey scolds her while telling her to go back and get it, but she refuses while claiming their first challenge should be to earn the funds for the trip. He throws it back at her, pointing out the luxury camping gear she packed. She defends herself again while saying that's different. A woman must come well prepared. Annoyed, she dismisses the topic while saying they'll likely figure something out once they get to the capital. She also wonders if Frey has ever done any part-time work. Turns out neither of them has worked before. Eventually, they arrive at the port and spot a large ship docked. Frey looks at it and wonders if they get to ride it for free. Isabel informs him that it's only free for West Road Academy students. That explains the crowd of students boarding. Frey assumes they must be serving some mouth-watering food on board and daydreams about meat dishes. Isabel adds that she's heard only the finest meals, made with top-quality ingredients, are served there. Frey becomes even more excited, already feeling hungry, and admits he's genuinely starting to love their academy. Just then, the ship's manager informs them that the vessel is already full. Frey reacts in disbelief. The manager tells them the ship will return in 4 days but suggests another option, the Cortez. Both Isabel and Frey repeat the name, unfamiliar with it. The manager explains that while it's not terrible, it lacks the same charm. Isabel shrugs while saying, that's just how things are sometimes. The manager continues while revealing that the Cortez will take a longer route, making a stop near Geotanbul, but it should reach Chaos Symphonia in 5 days. It's also free for students. Frey thanks him. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the Cortez, inside a cabin, a group of pirates enjoys their meal. One of them informs the captain that preparations are complete. The captain responds while saying it's time to hunt for treasure. Noticing something odd, the captain questions one of his men about removing his own eye. The pirate defends himself while insisting that eye patches are iconic for pirates. The captain is baffled, wondering why anyone would do something so extreme just for fashion. Another crew member chimes in while reminding him they are the Bloodsail Raiders. None of them are exactly sane. Soon after, the captain points to a location on a map. Their next target is the ship that'll be passing the strait beside Geotanbul. The pirates plan their move with precision while deciding to wait until the Cortez sails past the Oscal Islands. Once it's close enough, they intend to strike. One of the pirates, while grinning with anticipation, remarks that they'll be feasting well for quite some time. Then he pauses and questions the name of the ship again. The captain, clearly annoyed, threatens him and tells him to pay attention. He explains that their target is the Cortez, a ship filled with young nobles. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of this unfolding drama, Frey and Isabel finally arrive at the Cortez. As they approach the vessel, they're greeted by the ship's captain. He introduces himself as Mac Martinez and warmly welcomes them aboard. Isabel responds with gratitude while admitting that without this opportunity, they would have been stuck at the harbor for 4 long days. She then curiously asks why such a fine-looking vessel has so few passengers. The captain calmly explains that their route takes them through the Oscal Islands, waters that have recently become a hotspot for pirate activity. Hearing this, Isabel instantly grows uneasy while asking if he truly meant pirates. Sensing her worry, the captain reassures them. He mentions that the Cortez is being accompanied by 2 warships, each guarded by a Tier 4 mage. These experienced combat mages belong to the Magic Association and are tasked with defending them throughout the voyage. According to him, just those 2 should be more than enough to fend off any pirate threats in the area. Isabel feels slightly more at ease after hearing this, and quietly repeats the words battle mages, while finding the thought somewhat comforting. The captain adds that no pirate would dare attack a ship that's under the Empire's protection, at least not if they care about surviving. However, as the journey progresses, tension suddenly rises across the ship. Alarms and shouts break out among the crew. Panic spreads as everyone starts yelling about pirates. The captain's expression changes instantly to fear. He spots the incoming threat and confirms that it's indeed a pirate ship. A crew member rushes over, panicked, while calling out to Captain Mac that the situation has turned dire. Isabel, caught off guard and frightened, looks out and realizes the truth that both of the escort warships have already been sunk. The pirate captain can't believe what just happened. He mutters that no crew in these seas should be strong enough to bring down their warships so effortlessly. Just moments earlier, his crew had pointed out a ship in the distance, while claiming that it must be the Cortez, escorted by 2 war vessels. They ask what they should do next. However, the captain tells them to quiet down. Their distinguished guest on board will handle the issue. For today, they have the honor of hosting Master Dulad, a lich who has promised to help them make easy money. One of the crew members blurts out in shock, but the captain quickly scolds him while warning him to stop fooling around. He mentions that he's only heard of undead in stories before, and now, while seeing one in person, it feels like being trapped inside a nightmare. Another pirate jokes that he thought the captain had lost his mind when he declared they'd target the Cortez. The captain warns him to shut his mouth or lose an eye. Yet another remarks that forming a pact with a lich will mark the captain in pirate history as a genius of their age. The captain then asks if he truly believes that. At that moment, Master Dulad casts Ice Spear. The captain is stunned, watching the spell in action. He then yells out to the crew that this is their chance to get rich while prompting cheers from everyone. He turns to Dulad and praises his work, surprised that both enemy ships were destroyed by just one spell. But Dulad, while staring ahead, finds it odd. He's sure that he had summoned 3 spears, not 2. He wonders why one of the ships remains untouched. The captain, slightly worried, reminds him that they agreed not to destroy that particular vessel. The kids on board are key to a major profit, after all. Then he curses under his breath at the undead sorcerer. Dulad explains that he didn't intend to damage the last ship. He used the 3rd spear to cut off their escape route. It was a barrier, not an attack. The captain, now puzzled, asks what he means. Dulad senses something unusual aboard that vessel. Meanwhile, a man steps forward and urges everyone to calm down and listen to the crew. Isabel comments on how the warships have been destroyed. Frey, however, appears calm. He says they're only pirates, but what troubles him is something else. Isabel seems surprised by his response. He tells her that while 3 spears were indeed summoned, one of them disappeared completely. She then questions whether he was behind it. He admits it wasn't his doing. Although he felt the presence of malicious energy, he couldn't react in time. He reflects silently while realizing he might not be so different from Isabel after all. When that energy brushed past him, his mind went blank while reminding him of the trauma from being caged for 4 millennia. Still, he assures himself that although it feels similar, it's not from a demigod. Instead, it carries the foul stench of undead magic. Isabel asks again, if it wasn't him, then who did it? Frey replies that they don't know, but since that mysterious force protected their ship, it's only right they go meet whoever it was. Suddenly, the pirates charge in. Panic erupts as people start screaming about an attack. Children cry and fear spreads quickly. One elderly man mutters that he hadn't expected so many enemies on such a small ship, especially when compared to the Nautilus. He counts roughly 40 students on board, wealthy kids, clearly from prestigious backgrounds. The pirates, filled with greedy excitement, prepare to strike. They address the frightened passengers while calling them noble heirs of Westroad Academy and introducing themselves as the infamous Bloodsail Raiders, the friendly local pirates. A man questions if they even know which vessel they're targeting. The pirate captain responds confidently while claiming they're well aware. It's a treasure ship, loaded with prisoners perfect for trading into a hefty ransom. But suddenly, a boy bursts out from behind while yelling angrily at the pirates. He warns them they don't understand who they're messing with. The passengers aboard this ship are future mages, destined to rise as powerful magic users. He remarks that the pirates have chosen the worst possible target. Just then, a sailor urges him to stay quiet. However, the captain hurls a knife in his direction while mocking him coldly. He remarks that the boy needs a dose of reality and scoffs at the idea that anyone would give him enough time to cast spells. The boy stands frozen and trembling. From a short distance, Frey watches it unfold while noting silently that the boy somehow shifted the knife's path, one that would have ended in his throat. Frey wonders why he even boarded this vessel and pleads internally for mercy. But as his eyes settle on a certain man nearby, recognition strikes. That man is the same one who had earlier prevented an ice spear from sinking the ship. Meanwhile, the boy with the knife near his throat trembles while realizing these pirates aren't enemies one can easily face. Ferran then moves closer while advising him calmly to remain quiet and find shelter. As the tension builds, one of the pirates turns to the captain and comments that he missed his mark. The captain barks back while ordering him to shut it. He says he missed on purpose after all. That boy is a valuable prize. Yet he quickly shifts from jest to menace while claiming it's time to set an example for the crew. He spots Aruka and decides he's perfect as bait for the sharks. Without hesitation, he hurls him harshly overboard. As Aruka lands, the captain sneers and mocks him while asking if he wet himself and declaring he needs a bath. Then he tosses him into the sea. Farhan cries out in panic while begging for someone to save Aruka, while the boy screams helplessly. Around them, the other students murmur in horror while pointing out that Aruka is a Tier 2 mage. What just happened feels excessively cruel. One student, filled with anger, raises his hand toward the pirates and demands to know how they could do that. Yet the captain answers coldly, claiming everything happened without reason. Another boy, stunned and furious, questions it all, only to be tossed down as well. As he falls, he utters in disbelief that it simply can't be real. The students begin to wonder in disbelief that could it truly be a lich. Isabel stands stunned while realizing with wide eyes that what they're witnessing is indeed a real lich. Meanwhile, a sailor on the ship voices his panic while accusing them all of losing their minds. According to him, they've struck a bargain with the Walking Dead. The pirate captain then questions their judgment while reminding them sharply that the undead never honor agreements with the living. He warns that they're simply being manipulated. As for the pirates, he admits bluntly, they care only about treasure. That's the pirates' way. In response, the man facing him declares that they're the ones who've gone insane, even if their motive is nothing more than profit. Nearby, Isabel clutches tightly onto Frey, overwhelmed by fear. But Frey, already uncomfortable, tells her to stop holding on to him so closely. He grumbles that it's already hot enough in the middle of the ocean, and her grip makes it worse. Still frightened, Isabel points out that these aren't just typical pirates. She questions if they might be in serious danger now. After all, a lich is said to hold power equal to a Tier 5 mage. She recalls that even the battle mages of Tier 4 hadn't stood a chance against such a being. Suddenly, Dulad steps forward and commands the one who cancelled his spell to appear. He senses their presence among the crowd and demands that they come forward. And if they refuse to reveal themselves, he warns, then death shall fall upon everyone present. After observing the person standing before her, Isabel recognizes Farhan June. Frey responds while wondering if she knows him. She explains that there's hardly any student in the academy unfamiliar with him, since he manages the Troman rings and belongs to the June family, one of the 3 prominent households. He hears her explanation and murmurs in acknowledgement. Isabel adds that Farhan also holds top academic scores and constantly competes with her for first place. Frey lightly mentions that it seems like her way of showing pride, though she defends herself while staying behind him. She explains that although their academic performance is similar, Farhan's magical power surpasses hers by several times. Meanwhile, everyone around begins shouting Farhan's name upon seeing him arrive. Relief spreads as people cheer while believing they are now safe. Isabel watches closely while realizing that only someone like Farhan could nullify a spell cast by a lich. Yet, she wonders if he can truly rescue them from such danger. Frey listens quietly, then warns her not to rely on him too much. She turns to him, shocked, and questions his reasoning. He calmly points out Farhan's condition while noting that although the lich is likely a Tier 5 mage, Farhan has only just begun reaching toward that level. Despite purifying part of his body and awakening early, Farhan shouldn't realistically be able to cancel out a spell that powerful. The fact that he's still standing seems like a miracle. She nervously asks what their next step should be, then questions if Frey himself is stronger than the lich. However, Frey dismisses her by complaining about the heat and how close she's standing. Farhan, on the other hand, begins regretting his decision to board this ship while thinking he chose it to avoid attention due to the small number of students. Now he feels his body is about to collapse and realizes he can't win against the enemy. He shares all these thoughts with Master Dulad. Dulad, meanwhile, finds amusement in the situation and considers Farhan a lucky discovery. Farhan turns serious and questions the pirate captain about his true intentions. The captain explains that after learning rich academy students were traveling through the dangerous Oskal Islands, his instincts kicked in. Since the ship's destination is Chaos Symphonia, he thought it would be wrong not to escort them while collecting generous ransom fees, of course. Another crew member jokes about how touching it is to see the captain so kind to children. The captain clarifies they'll still be demanding a hefty ransom from their families to guarantee safety. Frey silently reflects while realizing it all boils down to money. Farhan then makes a proposition. He offers himself as a hostage in exchange for the freedom of the other students. He promises that his family will pay double the ransom if the rest are set free. The captain listens silently before laughing and questioning Farhan's logic. With a lich on their side, they could easily take ransom from everyone. Farhan agrees, but adds that, though he can't defeat the lich, he is confident he could take down the captain and most of his crew before dying. As he speaks, he begins radiating magical energy while capturing the attention of everyone nearby. Frey watches and finds Farhan amusing. He thinks this bold student has potential and considers him a promising figure for the kingdom's future. Isabel hears him and asks softly if he said something. Meanwhile, Master Dulad suddenly announces that Farhan's mana has a delicious taste. In a flash, he uses his magic to grab Farhan. Caught off guard, Farhan can't process what's happening. Dulad declares he'll enjoy every drop of Farhan's mana, and plans to raise his broken body as an undead servant. Farhan feels terrified, unable to resist the powerful grip. The pirate captain watches the scene unfold and realizes the deal is over. He yells for his crew to seize everyone and bring them to the other ship. Chaos spreads as the students scream for help, some crying out in fear, others shouting for mercy. The pirate crew grabs them one by one. One student, overwhelmed, nearly throws up from fear. A pirate starts laughing and teases them while pointing out Isabel and suggesting they sneak away to spend some time alone. He speaks to her while telling Frey to step aside. Isabel, confused and frightened, hides behind Frey while hoping he'll protect her. The pirate keeps grinning while asking the skinny guy, Frey, to move away. Frey grows irritated and remains silent at first. Then the man mocks him further while calling him half-burnt firewood. Frey finally responds while questioning what nonsense the man is even speaking. The pirate laughs louder while mocking Frey's attitude and guessing that he must be going through a rebellious phase and claiming he'll teach him a lesson. Frey stares at him while replying with sarcasm and calling him a one-eyed fool. Nearby, Fatso, terrified by the situation, panics. He scolds Frey while begging him not to make things worse. He accuses Frey of pouring oil on a fire and warns that his reckless actions might get them all killed. Frey turns to him and greets him casually while asking how he has been. The pirate grows angrier at their banter and yells about fools who meet early deaths. He pulls out a weapon that strikes fear into everyone nearby. The students begin screaming, clearly shaken by the sight. The man then charges toward Frey with full speed while roaring that it's idiots like him who ruin everything. Isabel tries to escape from the incoming attack, but Frey quickly reacts. He releases a powerful magical blow while launching the man high into the air. After the dust settles, Frey glances down at his own state and quietly reflects that the opponent already knew his strength. Everyone around stands frozen in disbelief after witnessing the man's condition. Their eyes widen, completely stunned, as they whisper among themselves, unsure of what just unfolded. They begin murmuring in surprise while recognizing Frey and labeling him as the Academy's so-called greatest failure. None of them had imagined he could launch such a powerful assault. Meanwhile, Farhan keeps staring, puzzled and thoughtful. His mind circles around the moment Frey retaliated using high-speed kicks powered by mana. He finds it difficult to grasp the sheer force behind it, while realizing he couldn't even track Frey's movements with his eyes. Though he always suspected Frey wasn't an average mage, he never expected him to wield such terrifying precision over mana enhancement. At the same time, Isabel watches Frey with fear growing in her chest. He's standing there, clearly shielding her from harm. He gently urges her to observe carefully and reflect whether any enemy other than the Lich can truly overpower her. He reminds her that she should be strong enough to defend herself now. As his words reach her ears, she silently accepts and understands them. Just ahead, Frey stands firmly while facing his remaining foes. One among them begins to mumble, confused while touching his forehead as if unsure of what happened. He assumes he must have tripped or lost balance due to being too distracted by the woman. Yet, as he keeps rambling to himself, Frey suddenly appears in front of him with frightening speed. The man freezes in terror, overwhelmed by Frey's agility. Nearby, the monster who observes everything also acknowledges Frey's blinding pace. As Frey charges in, his opponent lets out a scream of agony. He keeps striking with fierce power, calmly remarking that they should have accepted the offer when Farhan tried to reason with them. He adds that unlike Farhan, he doesn't consider himself merciful. Though he's endured much, he's never killed humans before. Once his voice reaches the ears of his enemies, they grow furious. They start shouting and demanding answers from the captain, clearly distressed by the fact that Frey now has the vice-captain in his grasp. Frey, however, remains firm and remarks that to him, they no longer resemble humans. Without pause, he unleashes a devastating blow on the vice-captain with remarkable technique. As the others watch this unfold, panic spreads, and they begin yelling while accusing him of nerve and commanding each other to kill him. But Frey continues battling, facing each opponent while using his abilities skillfully. He overpowers them one by one while displaying immense strength that shocks everyone nearby. The captain himself mutters in disbelief, never having anticipated Frey to possess such overwhelming power. Several of Frey's enemies are now airborne, tossed into the sky by the force of his attacks. Onlookers on the ship gape in awe. One among them softly mentions how the pirates never stood a chance. Meanwhile, a pirate holds onto a girl, who struggles and screams to be released. The pirate trembles as Frey approaches at lightning speed. As Frey closes in, the pirate's fear intensifies. Other pirates rush to stop Frey, but none can match his strength. He keeps attacking relentlessly while defeating them using all the skills at his disposal. Chaos erupts as pirates cry out, confused while asking why their comrades are stabbing themselves. Some have already fallen. In desperation, one pirate howls a threat to kill him, but Frey remains calm, confident in his strength. Then he activates his exclusive power. As light surges from him, it terrifies all the pirates nearby. They begin begging for their lives, realizing they don't want to die. Frey's power erupts with such intensity that it instantly wipes out everyone caught in its range. Frey's power erupts with such intensity that it instantly wipes out everyone caught in its range. After the light fades, Frey halts his attack. However, his eyes catch a pirate still holding Isabel hostage. That pirate begins warning Frey while threatening that if he moves even slightly, Isabel will be killed instantly. Yet Frey simply lets out a small laugh, unimpressed. Without flinching, he acts. Using lightning-based magic, he launches a strike directly at the pirate. Bright sparks pierce through him while leaving the man covered in blood, completely helpless. Everyone watching, Ferran, the pirate captain, and others are stunned. Isabel, now safe, turns to Frey and softly remarks while asking how she did. Frey looks at her and responds while acknowledging her effort with a calm grin and calling her not bad for a brat. Isabel and Frey are speaking quietly when she suddenly freezes, stunned to recognize the pirate captain standing before them. The captain eyes them both and chuckling while remarking that Frey, with his swift movements, must be an elite mage from the Empire pretending to be a student. His tone carries mockery, yet he seems impressed. Frey, however, feels disgusted and irritated by the captain's tone. The captain then proposes a truce while admitting that Frey isn't just an average mage, and handling his entire crew alone won't be easy. Frey listens and expresses mild surprise at the captain's boldness. The captain casually suggests a deal that he'll only take half the students for a little joyride, and Frey can save the rest. He gestures toward the trembling students as he waits for Frey's answer. Around them, students sob and scream their parents' names, overwhelmed with fear and begging not to die. The pirate leader, still grinning, claims it's not a bad bargain. He insists it's a win-win. Frey earns praise from the Empire, and the pirates get hefty ransom. Eventually, Frey breaks the silence. He mutters that the captain is so revolting it somehow makes him oddly entertaining. He reminds the pirate that many of his men are already dead, yet he still considers it a win. The captain, remaining smug, invites him to choose which students to spare while pointing lazily toward the frightened crowd. At that moment, the students begin shouting Frey's name, each desperately hoping to be picked. A girl runs up while pleading and offering gold in return for her safety. Others quickly follow while shouting over one another, increasing their offers, 150 gold, 200 gold, while hoping to buy their way out. Frey stands silently at first, clearly disheartened. Then he jokingly asks Isabel whether they should accept these generous bribes, pointing out they're short on travel funds. Isabel immediately grows furious and snaps back while refusing. Frey seems amused and playfully raises the stakes while calling out for higher bids. Isabel stares in disbelief while students continue yelling and promising money, family influence, or future government positions if Frey saves them. He looks around and watches their panic build. One promises he'll be a top official, another offers political favor. They all push, plead, and promise while hoping to win his favor. Finally, Frey can't take it anymore. Frustration boils over, and he shouts at them to quiet down. His voice rises as he tells them their cries are making his ears rot. He snaps at a girl clinging too closely while asking if she can feel the humid sea air pressing down on them. He scolds the group harshly while accusing them of knowing nothing beyond throwing around money they didn't even earn. He reminds them that their wealth came from their parents' hard work, and now, instead of bravery, they're only focused on self-preservation. Then his tone shifts as he delivers a hard truth. To become a great mage isn't about saving yourself, it's about protecting the weak, standing tall even in danger, and becoming a hero to ordinary people. That's the path of a true mage. Isabel listens closely, a smile spreading across her face until Frey suddenly turns back and asks how much he could offer. Her smile instantly disappears, replaced by anger. Meanwhile, the pirate captain observes Frey's rant and starts wondering. He thinks this loudmouth might just be a fool dumped into a pool of sweetness. He questions whether even Master Dulad lacks confidence against this kid. But Dulad, while reading his thoughts, shuts it down and responds firmly, while reminding the captain that no living human can overpower him. The captain feels surprised that Dulad could read his mind and apologizes clumsily. Dulad explains that he was simply watching. He notes that the mana flowing from Frey is unusual, a rare blend of martial and magical skill, but still believes Frey is only around tier 5 at best, and no true threat. As Dulad begins shifting into his monstrous form, the captain smiles confidently, glad to rely on him. Frey and Isabel both turn toward Dulad, who declares proudly that he has destroyed countless skilled fighters and invites Frey to surrender and join his ranks. Frey, full of confidence, answers with disdain while mentioning how Dulad reminds him of a certain demigod he once met. Suddenly, their battle begins. Dulad roars a spell, living missile, and the sky fills with weapons soaring toward Frey. Isabel recognizes the spell and panics while warning that these are tracking projectiles that follow their target relentlessly. Frey responds calmly, already aware, and begins dodging. Meanwhile, Ferran watches from a distance while analyzing the attack. He realizes that the missiles aren't being guided by Dulad in real time. Instead, Their direction adjusts on its own to hunt down the target. Even while launching these tracking spells, Dulad prepares additional attacks. Furious, he casts another, Bone Hand, as dozens of skeletal hands begin forming from thin air, lunging to trap Frey. As Frey faces this terrifying wave of bony limbs, he prepares himself while knowing he has no choice but to survive. The pirate captain, while watching the chaos unfold, can't hide his delight. He cheers loudly, convinced Frey is now finished. Isabel, on the other hand, is deeply worried. She screams out Frey's name, desperate to protect him, her heart racing as the danger grows closer. Isabel tries her best to shield the students who are being targeted by the monster's flying weapons. She uses her magic continuously while hoping to keep everyone safe. However, once she realizes that Frey is nowhere in sight, panic sets in. She nervously fidgets with her nail polish while yelling for him, while desperately hoping for a response. Her voice echoes with concern, but there's still no sign of him. Farhan watches all of this unfold while feeling a heavy weight of helplessness press down on him. At the same time, Dulad roars in frustration while searching wildly for his opponent. His weapons fly out one after another while seeking a target. Meanwhile, Farhan frees himself from the attacks of his own enemy. The situation around them keeps shifting unpredictably. Just as the weapons seem ready to strike the students, they suddenly change course, flying back toward the monster himself. Dulad stares in confusion while trying to grasp what's happening. He mutters to himself, baffled by the strange behavior of the magic. The living missiles were supposed to lock onto the gray-haired magic warrior, and they should have disappeared once they stopped sensing his life energy, yet they haven't. Right then, Frey silently appears behind the monster. Everyone nearby gasps in shock, their voices trembling as they check if Frey is all right. Dulad turns and freezes in disbelief. He growls, unable to accept what he's seeing. Frey calmly looks at the back of the monster's head, quietly expressing how this angle suits him since it spares him from looking at the creature's face. Dulad still doesn't fully grasp the situation. His mind races while trying to process how Frey dodged every attack and suddenly appeared behind him using blink magic. Then, while realizing the impossibility of this maneuver, he takes to the air and shouts. He understands that Frey must have calculated dozens of outcomes in advance, and even then, such a feat seems unreachable, something far beyond the limits of ordinary people. As Frey keeps watching him, Isabel's voice reaches out once more. She calls his name in concern, shocked by the sight of him, and even more stunned when she notices someone else appearing behind Frey. Farhan recognizes the spell forming and shouts while realizing it's the same deadly ice magic that once destroyed warships. Everyone watches, stunned, as massive ice spears form and head straight for Dulad. The monster feels threatened and instantly thinks of destroying the entire ship as a precaution. Though disappointed that he didn't get to feed on Farhan's mana, he prepares to act but quickly notices he can't. He tries to release his power, but nothing happens. He growls, bewildered by the powerful barrier surrounding the ship. Frey had already cast it to block any further destruction. Dulad stares, wide-eyed, completely rattled. He shouts in denial while realizing all his attacks are being sealed. Farhan, just as overwhelmed, coughs up blood while remembering how even neutralizing a single ice spear had pushed him to the brink. Now, seeing Frey cancel out everything with ease, he blurts out in disbelief while questioning who this person truly is. Dulad bellows in rage while rejecting the possibility that someone like Frey, just a mortal, could defy him. Farhan notices another spear forming, massive in size, and doesn't even try to make sense of it. As Dulad launches a fierce attack, he screams for Frey to die while throwing all his strength into one blow. But Frey meets it head-on. The air trembles as the two forces crash into one another. Both of them float above, locked in battle, while Farhan and Isabel remain on the ship, using spells to support and protect it. Dulad, now boiling with rage, yells that Frey shouldn't be stronger than a Tier 5 mage. He refuses to believe that someone at that level can match him. Frey, however, answers without hesitation. He hints that he understands something far beyond what Dulad can comprehend. The monster snarls while demanding an explanation and asking if Frey is claiming to see beyond Tier 5. Frey answers him with a smirk while revealing that he's starting to enjoy this, for it's rare that he gets to use magic stronger than basic spells like Magic Missile. These words hit Dulad hard while fueling his anger. He demands to know who Frey truly is. In response, Frey introduces himself properly while declaring his role as the supervisor of West Road Academy. Then, without hesitation, he reveals his real identity, Lucas Troman, the one who returned to this world after 4,000 years to guide mad beings back to sense. He proclaims himself as the greatest Archmage in history. Far away on the ship, Farhan and Isabel watch, too distant to hear the conversation. They worry about what kind of talk is happening between the two forces. Isabel wonders aloud what they could be discussing, unable to hide her anxiety. Back above, Dulad roars, rejecting Frey's words. He shouts that Lucas Troman is dead. Frey replies casually, once again mentioning how much he prefers watching the monster from behind. Then, their final battle begins. With perfect timing, Frey aims for the monster's core while striking its center. Dulad howls in pain. Frey brings out a life vessel and calmly notes that the monster won't die unless that object is fully destroyed. Since the life vessel's location differs with each undead creature, it took time to find it. Dulad pleads while writhing in agony, but it's no use. His body begins to fall apart, destroyed from the inside. Frey watches with quiet confidence. Farhan, while witnessing this, stands in shock. He gasps while realizing the monster is a lich, and that Frey managed to destroy him with such ease. Confusion spreads among the remaining pirates. Their leader, while trembling, shouts in fear and questioning how an undead could even die. But Frey is already behind him. With quiet intensity, he lets him know that the end is already written, and the pirate knows exactly what's about to come. The pirate captain stands completely stunned, fully realizing that he's now powerless. Frey has defeated them all. The students watching are equally shocked. As Frey remains still in that moment, Farhan approaches him, clearly impressed, and expresses how extraordinary he finds his energy. However, Frey doesn't seem to respond while leaving Farhan thinking he's being ignored. Feeling a little dismissed, Farhan bows with sincerity and acknowledges the life Frey has saved while promising to repay the favor. Meanwhile, Isabel observes this and finds the situation a bit awkward. She gently urges Farhan to rise while saying it's unnecessary. Frey appears slightly irritated, then turns his gaze to Farhan and inquires about his condition while pointing out the likely internal damage after resisting a lich's spell. In response, Farhan smiles and mentions that he actually feels better than before while having expelled toxins with the blood he lost. Frey, not buying it, cuts him off, clearly unconvinced. Isabel quickly notices Frey's tone, and while raising her voice, accuses him of being disrespectful to the heir of the prestigious June house. Despite the tension, they continue walking toward their destination. As they go, Farhan asks Frey how he managed to defeat such a powerful lich, something even skilled court magicians would struggle with. He recalls Frey's reputation as the most unyielding student in Westroad Academy's history, and wonders if Frey had been concealing his strength all along. Frey listens without much emotion and responds vaguely while hinting that life is full of surprises. Farhan, a bit puzzled by the cryptic reply, admits that he might be right. Then, he warmly offers Frey an invitation to visit his family estate as a gesture of gratitude. Isabel is visibly stunned by this, her thoughts racing as she realizes how rare such an invitation is. Yet Frey doesn't show any particular excitement, and mentions he'd only go if he finds the time. This indifferent response shocks Isabel even more while prompting her to cry out in disbelief. She can't believe Frey would respond so casually to a rare personal offer from the great House of June, while so many nobles desperately chase such opportunities. Frey, while hearing her frustration, simply replies with a calm, "Right," before turning to Farhan and casually asking to borrow 20 gold coins. This request leaves Isabel furious. She yells at Frey while scolding him for being inappropriate and reminding him that this isn't how a top-level mage should behave. Frey, now irritated as well, fires back that it was her stubbornness and failure to bring money in the first place that led them into their current situation. Farhan, while watching the back and forth, calmly steps in and says he doesn't mind lending some money, but wonders what Frey plans to do with it. Frey explains that he's planning to use a warp stone to travel from Chaos Symphonia to the capital, an incredibly pricey method. Farhan understands and, as a token of gratitude, hands him a generous amount, 300 gold coins. Both Frey and Isabel are stunned by the sheer amount. Farhan explains that he rarely gets chances to give back, so Frey should accept it without worry. Frey, unsure how to respond, remarks that he didn't need so much and begins thinking to himself about how wealthy kids are these days. They continue walking together, and Farhan begins talking again while mentioning how he'd like to invite Frey over immediately, but ongoing marriage talks with his fiancée are keeping him busy. He adds that there will likely be difficult conversations waiting for him back home, as the arrangement was his father's idea, not his. Frey listens and then, with curiosity, asks if the fiancée has an older sister. Farhan replies that she is a noble from the Ruinoble kingdom. Instantly, Frey comments that everything is fair in love, and jokingly asks if she might have an aunt or two as well. At this point, Isabel completely loses her patience and asks them to stop. Farhan then elaborates that his bride-to-be is from the renowned Aquareed house, known for producing many famous knights. He honestly doubts they'll be a good match while thinking they'll be disappointed to find out their future son-in-law is a weak mage. Isabel disagrees while calling his words contradictory, especially since he's the top student at the academy. Frey encourages Farhan not to lose confidence while assuring him that his good looks make up for any shortcomings. Farhan appreciates the compliment. But again, Frey continues with the teasing and insists Farhan must contact him if there's a beautiful sister or aunt involved. Now completely out of patience, Isabel yells that she can't believe Frey's inappropriate thoughts are all he can think of. Farhan can't help but burst into laughter at their constant bickering, while admitting it's been a while since he's had such a genuine laugh. He feels like Frey is truly something else. Eventually, they arrive at a point where they must part ways. Farhan expresses that Frey is always welcome at his estate while hoping to one day properly repay his life debt. Frey repeats his earlier words only if he has the time. Isabel sighs in frustration once again while watching the two men exchange glances as if they were longtime friends. As Farhan walks away, Frey casually remarks that he's not a bad guy at all. That's what true nobles should be like. Isabel agrees while acknowledging Ferran's impressive nature, but Frey adds that it doesn't hurt that he's loaded with gold. Hearing this, Isabel snaps once again, sarcastically apologizing for being a poor noble. Isabel returns after changing her outfit, now appearing far more fashionable with a completely new look. She confidently asks how she appears, clearly expecting praise. However, a nearby man abruptly tells her to pack up and head home. She stands confused, not grasping what's happening, until Frey suddenly raises his voice at her while demanding to know if she seriously plans to train in the mountains wearing such an inappropriate outfit. He insists she change into something more practical and easy to move in. Though she quickly realizes what he means, his sharp tone annoys her. Irritated, she snaps back while claiming she already knew that and was only trying to show off some of her nicer clothes. Frustrated, she storms off. Watching her leave, the shopkeeper quietly remarks that Frey's companion clearly isn't accustomed to life on the road. Frey sighs while questioning why he even bothered. They soon continue on their way. As they walk, Frey carries a pouch filled with gold while commenting on how useful it is. The item, powered by spatial magic, lets him store numerous things without any weight, which he finds incredibly handy. Isabel glances at the pouch and remarks that it's not unusual, and she's seen them many times. Her tone, however, comes off as sharp. Frey notices this and comments that she seems irritated. She brushes him off while asking why he even cares. Meanwhile, he reflects silently. The mention of the warp stone earlier made him realize how much cultivation has progressed. Population growth has surged compared to the past. Still, he thinks it's not entirely surprising, given that 4,000 years have passed. He considers that perhaps development had once been deliberately slowed by a demigod. Maybe such beings feared losing control if humanity advanced too far. Yet, he doubts that they always viewed humans as insignificant creatures. Deep in thought, he doesn't speak until Isabel notices his silence. She reminds him they've arrived at the warp stone. Looking around, he realizes they've reached their destination. A nearby official announces loudly that the warp will begin shortly and that all travelers should remain within the magic circle. Excitement stirs in Frey as he observes the setup, fascinated by how everyone shares the same warp stone. He admires how the stone supplies the massive amount of mana needed for the warp while calling it impressive. Isabel, now a little embarrassed, tells him he's making a scene. Frey advises her to be careful since those not used to long-distance travel might get warp sick. Annoyed, she snaps back that she already knows, but then her attention is caught by something unexpected. She suddenly yells while calling someone a country bumpkin, clearly shocked by what she sees. The others around them turn and stare, clearly sensing something unusual as well. Eventually, they arrive in Hispania. Frey looks around the new place and notes that, despite the passage of 4 millennia, it hasn't changed much. He turns to Isabel while suggesting they try to get along, but noticing her pale expression, he realizes what he predicted has happened. She's warp sick. She explains her condition isn't from the warp, but rather from not eating anything all morning. Frey glances at her and thinks that maybe he should have just left her behind. They then decide to find a nearby cafe to eat. Upon arriving, they find the place crowded with people enjoying their meals. When they order, they ask for 5 servings of bread and meat, especially a large amount of meat. Frey also adds a request for a pint of beer. Isabel is stunned while questioning why he would order alcohol. He calmly tells her that it's been ages since he last had beer and wonders why it isn't sold at the academy. Isabel, frustrated by his behavior, reminds him that it's illegal for minors to drink. Frey shrugs while claiming he's been drinking since he was 13. Her irritation grows as she calls his comment ridiculous. Their food finally arrives, and a waiter asks if they're mercenaries. He sets down a well-prepared meal in front of them. Both of them are thrilled. The hunger has been overwhelming. As they eat, the cafe owner approaches and observes that they must be rookies while judging by their new armor and clean weapons. He jokes that they probably feel like they could take on a dragon. But then, with a more serious tone, he warns them to enjoy their meal and return home, as the mountain isn't meant for beginners. Isabel admits that she's heard about the danger. The mountain is filled with terrifying creatures. The owner's expression shifts, and he warns them that they don't really understand what dangerous means. His voice gets louder, and everyone in the cafe starts watching. Some whisper among themselves while calling Frey and Isabel foolish for thinking they can challenge the mountain. Frey ignores the crowd and focuses entirely on his food, deeply enjoying the taste. Meanwhile, the cafe owner opens up while revealing he once had a son their age, who had grand dreams of becoming the best mercenary. Seeing Frey reminds him of that boy. Isabel gently asks about his son, and the owner reveals that he died killed while escorting a mother and daughter seeking herbs on that very mountain. Only the daughter survived to return with the news. Isabel is visibly shaken and apologizes, but the owner brushes it off while saying he didn't tell the story for pity. He simply wants to stress how dangerous Mount Hispania really is. Even seasoned mercenaries struggle to return in one piece. It's a small hell on earth. His words deeply unsettle Isabel, who looks over at Frey, surprised to see him so calm. He simply leans back, satisfied, and asks for more details about the monsters spotted on the mountain. Though shaken, Isabel finally begins eating, only to find the food unpleasant. She thinks to herself how terrible the taste is. Realizing they still intend to climb the mountain, the owner sighs and says that if they're really risking their lives, he won't be sleeping well tonight. Despite that, they finish everything on their plates. Isabel still has doubts but begins to understand the kind of person Frey truly is. As they prepare to leave, Frey thanks the owner and asks for the bill. The man refuses, saying he'll add it to their tab, so they'd better come back alive to pay it. Frey chuckles while saying that's no way to run a business. The owner replies that he's heard that line too many times before. As they step out of the cafe, Frey turns back and compliments the sausages while calling them unforgettable. The owner smiles, calling him a terrible liar. Everyone says his place is only good for beer. Still, he promises to prepare the finest sausages if Frey returns. With that final exchange, the two continue walking while heading steadily toward the mountain ahead. Frey and Isabel finally arrive at the mountain, and the moment they set foot there, a swarm of monsters launches an attack. Without wasting time, they both engage in combat. After an intense battle, they manage to overpower every creature that comes their way. Once the enemies are defeated, they catch their breath and continue their journey deeper into the wilderness. As they walk, Isabel comments that Mount Hispania is exactly as she expected. Even at the mountain's base, such powerful beasts roam freely. She starts to realize that training here for a month could truly sharpen her skills, and maybe that's why Frey brought her along. However, Frey calmly responds that defeating weak monsters wasn't the reason he came. This leaves her puzzled, and she asks what the real purpose is. He then reveals that he's headed for the Shizer dungeon. Hearing that name makes her freeze in shock. She recalls that this is the legendary dungeon said to be created by the Great Mage. Frey continues while explaining that it's believed whoever finds the dungeon will gain unimaginable power. Isabel questions whether it's just an old myth, one passed down without proof. But Frey clarifies that if it was indeed made by that eccentric mage, it won't be a typical dungeon hidden in some cave. Instead, it's probably located on a peak that looks like it reaches the sky, near a beautiful pond while resting on a small island. He suspects the place is Drake Mountain, and the pond must be the volcanic one at the summit, a place the mage would have admired. They just need to find the small island floating in that pond. Though many dismiss it as fantasy, he knows the place is real. However, he admits that even surviving there requires at least reaching Tier 6. Isabel listens in disbelief, stunned by every word. Frey then adds that he plans to reach Tier 6 within just 1 month, and then challenge the dungeon. Her reaction is immediate. She thinks he's lost his mind. In her eyes, reaching that level should take years of study and constant training. But Frey ignores her doubts and states that their next step is to find a proper place to train. He tells her to focus on locating a secure area where she can begin to gather and control mana. Isabel shouts back in frustration, still stunned that he isn't listening to reason. Just as their conversation ends, a towering monster blocks their path, and once again, they're forced into battle. After a difficult fight, they push further ahead toward their destination. Along the way, Frey finds himself adapting to constant battles, but then something catches his attention. His eyes lock onto a specific spot in the distance. He declares that he's found what he's been looking for. Isabel turns to see what he's pointing at and is left speechless by the view. The landscape is breathtaking, with lightning flashing across the sky. Frey announces that this will be their training ground for the next month. They arrive at a nearby cave, and Frey finally tells Isabel that he'll be showing her the training method used by Kasajin, the one she had been so eager to learn. Her eyes light up with excitement as she gets ready to observe. However, Frey warns her seriously that the reason he never shared this technique before is because of how dangerous it is. If done incorrectly, it could cost her life. So for now, she should only watch and learn. He then begins demonstrating the method. As he rises into the air, smoke swirls around him, and Isabel watches in awe. She sees him absorbing mana directly from the entirety of Mount Hispania. The energy gathers into the core of his body, and she is completely stunned by the sight. His strength remains just as overwhelming as when she first saw him fight. Time passes, and Frey continues teaching her the technique step by step. Eventually, he tells her that the session is done for now. Observing her closely, he sees her copying his form almost perfectly. He can already tell she truly has a natural gift for this. More importantly, she has a strong hunger for knowledge, something that even rare talent cannot replace. Seeing her progress, he can't help but smile. She notices the look on his face and asks what he's thinking. He admits that she's doing far better than expected. Then, realizing how long they've been at it, he suggests they get something to eat after such a long session of intense practice. Frey holds several things in his hands, and as he opens the bag he's carrying, he quietly hands some food to Isabel. He tells her to eat, but she gently responds with a soft refusal, while explaining that she isn't hungry yet, and suggests they keep it for later. However, he calmly explains that her mind is confusing the feeling of mana exhaustion with fullness, while urging her to eat even if she doesn't feel the need. Though puzzled, she follows his advice and begins eating. As she chews slowly, she reflects on how unexpected it feels to be spending time with him like this. She admits she has always observed him from afar, especially his strong determination. Though he has always been just another student getting hurt, her eyes kept getting drawn toward him. She wonders if it's his aura or his fighting energy, but she still can't name it exactly. While he listens quietly, a bit of confusion flickers across his face as he repeats her words, fighting energy. She notices his reaction and tries to explain further. Then, she adds that now, he feels like an entirely different person compared to how he used to be. She still doesn't understand the reason behind it, but to her, he appears as someone who already knows exactly what needs to be done and where to go. There's no hint of hesitation in his movements anymore. Once she finishes sharing her thoughts, he calmly asks her which version of him seems more real. For a moment, she stays quiet, uncertain. Then slowly, she explains that both sides are truly him. After all, people don't exactly change. They just become stronger over time. Soon, she offers her thanks for his change of heart. He had originally resisted the idea of training with her like this. Yet now, here they are, just the two of them working together. Her thoughts begin to drift. She realizes that since they'll be training here for a full month, that also means they'll be spending every night together in this small cave. At that moment, he stands up and starts to walk away, tossing a sharp reminder over his shoulder. He tells her to stop having meaningless thoughts and reminds her that he has no interest in kids. His words make her feel annoyed. She wonders why everything he says always gets under her skin. As he starts doing something nearby, she turns her eyes toward him and curiously asks what he's working on. He explains that he's setting up a barrier to keep monsters away while they're sleeping. After putting up the shield, he returns to his place and informs her that he's going to rest. He advises her to sleep too, since it's the first day and they'll need energy. Then, he immediately drifts off into sleep. She watches him lying there and feels like she should be relieved, but instead, a strange irritation bubbles inside her. For some reason, she just wants to punch him. Eventually, she closes her eyes too, and the night quietly passes. By morning, she slowly wakes up and notices Frey is already awake beside her. He casually asks how her sleep was. As she stretches, she wonders aloud how long she's been sleeping. He estimates around 5 hours and reminds her that it's probably her last proper rest for a while. He then introduces the Kasajin training method, what he calls the battling method. With a warning about its danger, he tells her not to try it right away, but to watch carefully. As the training starts, she sees dazzling lights flash all around. Completely stunned, she watches in awe. Her thoughts race as she tries to understand. She notices how he's dividing the mana inside his body into fire and water types. Even though they naturally oppose each other, they're holding one another in check. Within his body, it looks like a battle is happening, a fierce struggle between two elements trying to dominate, yet remaining locked in a stalemate. It feels like a delicate balance of power, constantly shifting. The way he reinforces both attributes to create equal force amazes her. She finally realizes this must be the battling method he spoke of. She continues observing everything carefully. When it's her turn to try, she attempts the same method, but her body reacts sharply. She starts coughing as intense pain strikes her. Even though the balance is only slightly off, the pain is unbearable. She realizes how dangerous this method really is. It's like walking on a thin rope with life at risk, yet he handles it so calmly, as if he's only meditating. She stares at him, filled with confusion while wondering how he can manage it with such ease. His skill leaves her questioning that just who exactly is he? It's been 2 weeks since that day, and Isabel now realizes the time that has quietly slipped by. Throughout all this, Frey hasn't budged even a little. She wonders just how long he plans to keep going with this terrifying kind of training. All the while, Frey remains locked in deep meditation. Unexpectedly, she notices something, an actual visible flow of mana around him. This alone confirms that he's getting close to the 6th tier. What's shocking is how fast he's reached this point not in a month, but just 2 weeks. She finds it impossible to believe. Never before has she seen someone advance at such a wild pace. Still, Frey isn't satisfied. In his mind, it's not enough. It's still too slow. He silently pushes for more speed and sharper results. Now, another 3 weeks go by, and yet he continues meditating without pause. Isabel quietly reflects that just a single slip in focus could make everything fall apart. Even so, she can't deny what she's seeing. Her own improvement is hard to believe, and now it hits her that this is the long-lost style of combat once used by Kasajin. It's clearly a dangerous path to follow. She starts to believe that maybe it's true. Maybe their ancestors really did practice magic through such brutal methods. Thinking about it now, it all makes sense. No wonder today's mages can't come close to the power their forebears once held. Suddenly, a strange thought crosses Isabel's mind that does she smell? But before she can dwell on it, she becomes aware of something else. The protective barrier is falling apart. That can only mean one thing. Someone or something has broken through. A sense of shock rushes over her. Just then, Frey informs her of what it is. It's a phoenix. She's stunned to see a phoenix. She thinks weren't those supposed to be legendary beings, creatures spoken of only in old tales. She had always known Mount Hispania to be filled with various kinds of monsters, but the idea of encountering a divine beast feels far beyond belief. Frey calmly explains that it was likely drawn here by the fire elemental created during the intense training technique. He then calls Isabel over to him. However, she hesitates. It's far too risky. A sacred creature like that isn't something ordinary people could ever hope to control. Still, Frey insists while believing the phoenix might have come looking for him specifically. She finds the idea hard to accept. What truly stuns her, though, is the sight of him touching its feathers, flames in the shape of wings, with his bare hands. He calmly mentions that the creature isn't showing any signs of aggression toward him, and then he asks her to look closely beyond its mythic nature. She notices a large wound across its chest, deep and torn by claws, 1 inch further, and it could have reached the heart. The fact that it's still breathing is nothing short of a miracle. Isabel then wonders aloud, so a phoenix can actually die. She always thought they were immortal by nature. Frey responds with quiet clarity. They aren't truly deathless, just far less bound by death than other beings. But then a darker thought settles in. Whatever could injure a creature as mighty as the phoenix must be hiding somewhere deep in these mountains. And that thought leaves them both uneasy. Frey notices that the phoenix has endured a harsh battle. He assures it that everything will be all right, and that he's confident he can lend a hand. Observing this, Isabel silently reflects on how the majestic creature now resembles a gentle hatchling. Frey then comments, with a playful remark, that the phoenix seems to be reaping all the rewards of his hard work. He jokes lightly while urging it to remain still as the treatment is nearly done. Isabel, quietly observing him, begins to realize something. Not only is his tone softer, but his entire presence feels different. The atmosphere around them has turned calm and serene. She's taken aback by this change while thinking that Frey appears almost unrecognizable in that moment. Meanwhile, Frey notices the phoenix's struggle and lightly remarks about it while noting that surely the mighty creature isn't blaming the rain for its condition. He teases it further while challenging it to a race to the top of the mountain, saying that the loser will go without lunch. Though the phoenix can't speak, Frey shrugs it off and encourages it to fly harder if it doesn't want to miss a meal. As he watches it, a memory stirs within him, something from long ago. The phoenix reminds him of an old companion, and that thought brings a touch of warmth to his voice. Isabel stands silently, awed by the sight. She wonders if the phoenix is recovering its strength by drawing power from within itself. Frey, now gazing at the creature, expresses gratitude for the memories it helped him recall. He advises it to be wiser when choosing battles in the future. The phoenix then spreads its wings and soars away while leaving behind a single feather. Frey picks it up and notes that phoenix feathers are incredibly rare. They're valuable for healing or crafting enchanted items. He muses that the creature knows how to repay kindness, unlike someone else who still hasn't cleared her debts despite receiving food and shelter for weeks. Isabel, stunned, questions whether he's referring to her. She wonders aloud why he always finds it so difficult to speak kindly to humans. Internally, she realizes it's already been 4 weeks. With how intensely he's trained, barely eating over the past week, no one would be shocked if he simply collapsed. Despite her worries, she can't help but feel something deeper as she looks at him. To her eyes, he now appears as if he's reached a higher state of being someone touched by divinity. She acknowledges that he often behaves arrogantly while flaunting his strength. Still, there are moments when he shows a side that's cold, calculated, and focused. Yet even more unexpectedly, he has moments of surprising tenderness, like when he was treating the phoenix. His vast understanding of history and his eloquent speech reflect a lifetime of experience, almost as though he carries the wisdom of an ancient archmage beneath his skin. She doesn't fully understand why, but something about watching him reminds her of the legendary Lucas Troman. Somewhere deep within, she feels a powerful admiration and profound respect for him. After all this, she turns to him and offers her congratulations that he has officially reached the rank of a Tier 6 mage. Isabel, while observing Frey, finds it almost unbelievable what her eyes are witnessing. The youngest person to ever achieve Tier 6 had done so at the age of 35. She quietly reflects that if news ever spread that a mere student from the Magic Academy had reached that same level, the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, Frey silently notes with amazement that he's now able to draw mana simply through breathing. Despite that progress, he then remarks that his body feels completely drained after going without food for an entire week. Isabel wonders if he'd like some jerky to help recover, but he refuses and instead proposes that they go hunting. He confesses he's craving something rich and greasy. Isabel, slightly concerned, questions if he'll be all right. He replies with confidence while asking her who she thinks he is. As they move ahead together, they stumble upon something unexpected. Frey quickly realizes the cause, that it's that phoenix brat. He had been wondering why he hadn't sensed any monsters during his meditation, and now it all makes sense. Isabel figures out that the creature has likely been guarding them. Frey comments with a hint of irony that it seems like the phoenix is stealing the rewards of all his hard training. Internally, he feels a little guilt while thinking that the creature must have taken his previous words too seriously. Then, while noting the situation, Frey states they probably won't have to hunt anymore, and suggests returning to the dungeon after eating what's available. Just as they prepare to leave, both of them suddenly hear a human voice crying out in pain. They instantly recognize it as a scream, and it seems to be coming from nearby. Though Fry is still very hungry, he heads in the direction of the sound. Isabel calls after him while asking what she's supposed to do if he just runs off and leaves her behind. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Kazan is shouting for help. He begs anyone nearby to save him. Juan, who has taken him captive, complains about Kazan's poor knife-throwing skills. He sarcastically mocks him while questioning how someone like him could ever be called the vanguard of the Skull-Splitter bandits. Not long after, Victor chimes in, grumbling that he's only off his game because he's suffering from a hangover. But Juan insists it's his turn while demanding Victor hand over the weapon. Lawrence, clearly annoyed, tells them both to stop messing around and get moving. Juan, however, asks if he can just have one last shot. He wants a chance to impress everyone. Lawrence, while growing more impatient, mutters about how long they've been stuck on this miserable mountain waiting for that woman to pass by. It's already been a full month. Despite the mood, Juan gets ready to throw again. He proudly announces to everyone to watch as he aims for a perfect hit between Kazan's eyes while claiming it's worth 10 points. But just before the knife touches its target, something strange happens. The blade freezes midair, spins, and clatters to the ground. Shocked, Han can't understand what just occurred. He jokingly claims that even the wind seems to be against him. Victor then urges everyone to pack up and leave before the chief finds out and gets angry. But the next moment he curses out loud in panic while spotting someone unexpected. He yells in disbelief while trying to figure out who the stranger is. Frey, watching from the shadows, notices Kazan's nearly lifeless state. He wonders if the boy is already gone. He reflects bitterly on how these thugs are treating a prisoner like a target in a sick game. He mentally curses them, thinking it's exactly the kind of cruelty expected from people like them. Victor stands frozen, startled as he hears Frey's voice and wonders if the corpse just spoke. Lawrence, while sensing the power in the air, realizes that the spell just cast was a Tier 5, Light Scythe. Frey then makes his presence known and tells them, with a sharp edge to his tone, that it's time they learned a valuable lesson about life. Isabel notices that Frey has already taken down all his enemies, which leaves her completely stunned. She turns toward him with disbelief and wonders if he really eliminated every single one of them. He calmly mentions that he allowed one to flee, someone referred to as their vice-captain. That detail hints to her that another leader must still be out there. She wonders aloud if he plans to end everything by going after the rest. Yet he makes it clear that he can't just pretend not to care when such people are out there hurting the innocent. At the same time, he starts thinking about the demigod watching from above. He questions if that being truly finds joy in watching people hurt and kill each other. If that's the case, then he's more than willing to ruin the show, because just thinking about it makes him feel sick. He hates the idea of bringing pleasure to such a twisted observer. While he is lost in his thoughts, Kazan suddenly appears in front of him in a terrible state. Barely standing, he asks if Frey is the one who saved him. Frey looks at Kazan's injuries and calmly informs him that he has already lost too much blood, which means he can't be taken along anymore. Kazan begins to panic. With desperation in his voice, he begs not to die like this. He just wants a chance to ask for his father's forgiveness before the end. As Frey listens to his plea, something else unfolds elsewhere. Karlst is seated with a serious look on his face when one of his subordinates approaches, nervously reporting that the 3rd platoon has been wiped out by a phantom. Karlst thinks the man might be drunk, but the subordinate insists it's the truth. He describes a terrifying figure with wild white hair blowing in the wind and a thin body that reeked of decay. That monster, as he calls it, completely overpowered them in the mountains. They never stood a chance. The enemy struck fast, people died before anyone could react, and he only escaped by running away. Karlst listens silently while another man steps forward while giving his own thoughts. He suggests that their opponent might be a mage, possibly one skilled in casting 2 spells at once. Karlst considers this and comes to the conclusion that they're facing a battle mage. The other man agrees without hesitation. Rising from his seat, Karlst gives orders to reinforce their watch posts. He commands everyone to report immediately if they spot the phantom, and to eliminate him without delay. One man then wonders if the battle mage could have been secretly hired by House Aquareed to deal with them. Karlst instantly rejects that idea. In his opinion, that proud family of knights would never stoop so low as to secretly place a battle mage as a bodyguard. At that moment, he turns toward the man and scolds him for his carelessness. The man quickly lowers his head and admits they were simply bored, which leads to the captain asking in frustration who they were using as targets. Another soldier responds quietly while revealing that it was just some passerby, a village fool helping a mother and child gather herbs. Hearing this, Karlst begins to doubt that someone like that could have hired a powerful mage. It leaves him puzzled, still unsure of who exactly they're dealing with. Soon after, Karlst faces off against many godlike opponents and defeats them. As the fight ends, he looks toward someone and jokingly tells them to stop staring, as it might make him and his men lose spirit. With a half smile, he asks if they even realize how long he has been trying to find them. That person is none other than Lady Sonia, the eldest daughter of the prestigious House Aquareed. As the battle breaks out once more, Sonia fights with fierce strength. Her sword dances through the air as she overcomes her enemies with sharp movements and precise strikes. At one moment, she charges straight toward Karlst, ready to finish him. Just then, his comrade appears and saves him in the nick of time. Though Sonya gets pushed back, she regains her balance and keeps herself from falling. Karlst watches with wide eyes, clearly impressed by her. Despite the damage she has taken, she still holds her sword with unwavering strength. He begins to understand that the stories of the great flame swordsman of Ruanobel might not be mere legends after all. Meanwhile, Sonya keeps fighting, surrounded by her own allies who scream her name, desperate for her safety. But she continues clashing with her foes, determined and strong, even as wounds begin to cover her body. Everyone around grows more frightened, their fear rising as they watch Lady Sonya, desperate for her safety above all else. Karlst shifts his gaze toward her, quietly remarking how her month spent in the mountains seems to have paid off. He admits that she's just as impressive as the stories claimed. Sonya Aquareed, the eldest daughter born into the noble house of knights. Gifted in swordsmanship, she is known as the Rainstorm, a title awarded by His Majesty himself. While standing firm, she begins to think deeply. All of their knights have been wiped out. The only ones left on their side are two maids and Sir Luther. However, Luther retired long ago, which means at this moment, she is the only one still capable of fighting. Meanwhile, their enemies number over 20, and all of them appear to be well trained. This, she realizes, is the worst possible situation. Just then, Karlst casually questions her about the battle mage she's supposedly hiding. Hearing that, her fury ignites. She refuses to accept such an insult, strongly declaring that the proud and noble lineage of knights like hers would never rely on a weak and useless mage as a secret escort. She firmly believes that modern-day mages are clever but feeble. Karlst quietly listens to her outburst and starts piecing things together. As he thinks back, he grows certain that the mysterious figure who slaughtered his men isn't connected to the Aquareeds. That phantom must be someone else. Now his curiosity deepens as he truly wants to know who that figure was. Yet, his tone shifts again as he grins cruelly and assures her that they won't kill her just yet. Sonya's expression tightens in rage. Karlst continues while implying that someone as clever as her should already know what kind of fate awaits her. He and his men have waited long for a chance like this to lay hands on a noblewoman. To them, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She hears those vile words and her anger burns even brighter. She shouts out that she would rather bite off her own tongue than ever be their toy. However, Karlst just chuckles and tells her that it wouldn't stop them. If she dies, his men would simply turn their attention toward the maids behind her. He points toward the terrified women and mentions how his soldiers have been waiting up in the mountains just to catch her alive. He's sure she's noticed how eager they are. He warns that once they're done, those women will wish for death. Those disgusting threats make Sonya's blood boil. Now she understands why they hadn't harmed the maids earlier. Meanwhile, the maids try to hold themselves together and urge their lady not to worry about them. They whisper that they cannot become a burden to her. Sir Luther, while standing nearby despite his frail state, firmly declares that he would gladly lay down his life if it means protecting her honor. Sonya glances at Luther with sorrow in her eyes and apologizes for dragging him into such horror, while blaming her own failure as their leader. Tears fall from the maids' faces as they tell her not to speak such nonsense. They remind her that they were raised under the kindness of House Aquareed. They beg her to grant them a swift and honorable death instead of letting them fall into the hands of beasts. They say they would rather face the afterlife with pride than become playthings stripped of dignity. Karlst, while growing irritated by their loyalty and courage, suddenly yells while demanding to know what those madwomen are saying. Sonya, filled with fire, raises her weapon high. In a powerful voice, she pledges to protect the honor of the two maids and to uphold the dignity of House Aquareed. She vows to personally escort them on their path to the afterlife. As she raises her weapon to strike, Karlst panics and shouts for his men to stop her. They rush forward, wanting to stop her from killing the women they plan to abuse. But before Sonya can deliver the blow, she freezes. Her sword is no longer in her hand. Shock runs through her. She thinks back that when did they manage to disarm her? These enemies truly are the ruthless skull-splitter bandits. She feels utterly powerless, filled with shame at suffering such humiliation. Never did she imagine that as a knight, she would face such a bitter defeat. Her heart aches as she looks toward the maids and apologizes for failing to give them the death they deserved. The girls scream for help, but Sonya suddenly yells out one last command while ordering them to take their own lives and meet her with honor in the next world. However, just as she speaks, Frey's voice echoes through the air while calling her name. She instantly turns to look behind, stunned. Karlst also turns, eyes wide in disbelief. In that moment, everyone stands frozen. The whole world seems shocked at the sight of Frey finally appearing. Everyone gradually begins to grasp what's happening around them. The maids, along with Sonya and Luther, are present as the scene unfolds. Soon after, Isabel supports Kazan in her arms. Then, Karlst confirms the rumors while admitting he's heard plenty about someone taking out his soldiers. Meanwhile, Frey stands nearby with Sonya beside him. He turns to her while wondering if she's the leader, and without delay, hands her the sword. She promptly takes it. Shortly after, Karlst steps toward Frey and questions if he came from that direction while realizing it's where their main camp is located. He grows suspicious and demands what Frey did to his soldiers. In response, Frey simply smirks while implying he handled them well. This discovery sparks Karlst's rage. He yells to his men while instructing them to eliminate that skinny bastard quickly. He emphasizes the need to act fast while knowing that giving Frey any time could mean trouble. Based on earlier information, Karlst believes Frey must be a battle mage. Yet, in his mind, he underestimates the title while thinking it means nothing against them. But as that thought lingers, he suddenly notices the overwhelming force of Frey's magic. The intense power leaves him shocked. Nearby, Sonya spots Isabel and questions who they are and what their motive might be. Isabel calmly assures her they're not the enemy. While clashing with Frey, Karlst reflects on his own experience with battle mages. He believes that at the end of the day, all mages have a limit. He's confident Frey can't keep up with this rapid series of attacks while assuming there must be a break between spells. Judging by how often Frey is casting, Karlst guesses he's the main focus of those spells. Though he grudgingly admits Frey's abilities are impressive, he still assumes the mage lacks strategy. He's certain that if Frey keeps this pace, exhaustion will catch up. Or worse, someone from his group will land a fatal hit while Frey is distracted. Both continue their intense clash. However, Karlst becomes more alarmed as he realizes Frey is launching powerful spells at all his men simultaneously. It feels unreal. He's stunned that someone could keep casting like this for so long without pause. It's something he's never witnessed before. Eventually, Frey lands a powerful blow while pushing Karlst to his limits. Desperate and overwhelmed, Karlst pleads for mercy while begging for it to stop. All of them lie scattered across the ground while struggling to recover. Soon after, they begin coughing heavily, clearly in a terrible state. At that moment, Karlst notices something that the attacks have stopped. Realizing this, he yells to his men while guessing that Frey has likely run out of mana. He believes this is their opportunity to finish him off while warning that if they miss this chance, they'll all end up dead. Meanwhile, Sonya turns to Frey and wonders if he's used up all his mana. She offers to assist if he's drained, but he warns her it's too risky and urges her to stay back. Right then, the earth beneath them begins to rumble. In that instant, everyone is caught off guard. The sudden tremor shocks them all. Karlst, confused, wonders what's going on as the shaking grows worse. It feels like a full-blown earthquake. As the ground violently shifts, they all lose their balance and collapse once more. A chilling fear creeps in as they realize they're falling while facing what feels like certain death. Panic spreads, and they begin crying out for help, desperate to survive and begging not to die. Witnessing this chaos unfold, Sonya slowly comes to a grim realization. She senses that what's happening defies logic. It seems almost certain they are being completely wiped out. Sonya feels that Earthquake ought to belong in the Tier 5 category. She wonders when they even had the chance to prepare such a spell while dealing with those mercenaries. In response, Isabel explains that the earlier spells he unleashed one after another were only to stall for time so he could trigger Earthquake. Suddenly, Sonya grasps it. Those light arrows raining down like a storm had merely been a distraction. She never imagined anyone could use double casting like that. Isabel, in turn, shares that she had neither seen nor heard of anyone doing it until she met him. Now Sonya begins to understand what a true mage is capable of. Soon after, Frey expresses his thanks for her timely help. She introduces herself formally as Sonya Aquareed from the Kingdom of Ruanable. He replies by giving his name, Frey Blake. At that moment, something about the name Aquareed stirs his memory. He wonders where he's heard it before. However, Sonya feels that he lacks proper manners. He casually tells her that she isn't exactly polite either. Watching them go back and forth, Isabel steps in and offers an apology on Frey's behalf while saying he's not well versed in formal behavior. She also tells her name, Isabel Trisnine. Frey, on the other hand, questions what's wrong with his behavior. He believes she isn't that courteous herself. He even brings up the gentleness she showed the Phoenix and asks why she can't be even half that kind to others. In his mind, he doesn't see her as any better. He assumes she might be like some wild hermit who trained away from civilization. Then Luther suddenly remarks that he's a member of House Blake. Sonya turns to him, curious, and asks if he knows that person. Luther replies that the Blake family is among the top noble houses serving the Cascow Empire. The current leader, Sir Isaka Blake, stands as one of the Empire's 8 level 7 mages and holds the position of master at the 6th magic tower. But then he hesitates that how could someone from such a powerful bloodline appear so worn out? After that, Frey calmly asks where they plan to go next. Luther responds that their first move should be to reach a nearby settlement. It's been mentioned that a place called Española lies somewhere close to their current location. Hearing that, Frey realizes they seem to be heading in the same direction, so he offers to travel alongside them. Grateful for the gesture, Luther acknowledges the offer, though he mentions they must first collect the bodies of their fallen knights. Sadly, this task would take time, so he advises them to move ahead without waiting. However, Frey then questions whether they intend to lay them to rest right here. Luther, with a heavy tone, explains that they have little choice. It's simply not possible to carry all the bodies to the nearby city. To his surprise, Frey calmly offers his help. Luther, caught off guard, asks what he just heard. Before he could fully react, Frey casts a spell and neatly gathers the bodies onto a cart using his magic. Sonia watches, stunned by the display. Once the task is complete, Frey turns and asks if they should proceed. Although Luther is momentarily speechless, he eventually agrees while saying they can move out now. Just then, Sonia raises her voice in disbelief that he's only 20 years old. She had assumed he was at least 30. Frey responds with indifference while saying age doesn't really matter. What's important is that youth is a blessing. She seems confused by the remark. Without much pause, Frey changes the topic and brings up the mercenaries from earlier. He notes how their positioning made it seem like they were deliberately waiting in that spot while expecting someone to pass through. He wonders if she has any clue about who hired them or why. Now that he brings it up, Sonia recalls that the mercenaries had indeed mentioned waiting for nearly a month. Luther then reflects that if it had been a month ago, it matches the time they departed from Ruinoble. Yet, he can't figure out who might have planned such a move against them. He admits that the Aquareed family unfortunately has as many foes as it does friends. Still, Sonia finds it odd that such an organized and capable group could be called mere mercenaries. Their skills were far too refined. Based on that, it's clear that their opponents held significant resources and power. And even so, Frey had defeated them all with ease. She curiously asks how he came to possess such strength. All this time, she had believed that mages were nothing more than fragile spellcasters. Yet, his performance today had completely shattered that belief. She wonders aloud how he managed to pull it off. He calmly explains that it was only possible through combined effort. Hearing that, she's caught off guard, surprised by the sheer amount of work it must have taken. Soon after, they all gather at the port. The maids embrace Sonia warmly while offering their goodbyes. As the group prepares to leave, Luther turns to Frey and expresses his deep appreciation once more, grateful that the fallen knights will now be able to return to their loved ones. Frey responds that he's simply glad he could assist. He then wishes them a safe journey ahead. But just as they start to depart, Sonia suddenly grabs Frey's hand tightly while refusing to let go. The gesture surprises him. She tells him she owes him and intends to repay the favor. Frey, however, brushes it off while saying there's no need. People need to support one another to make it through life. Still, Luther steps in and insists that they must return the goodwill shown to them. It would bring dishonor to House Aquareed if word spread that they sent their savior off without offering anything in return. Frey then glances at Isabel for her thoughts, and she quietly nods in agreement. Finally, Frey remarks that perhaps they can consider things even if they treat him to a meal. He happens to know a certain spot that serves incredibly tasty sausages. They arrive at a small cafeteria, and Luther comments that it doesn't look like a place nobles usually visit. Frey, however, explains that it's actually a common belief that places like this, though rough around the edges, serve the best food in the city. Just then, the owner steps out and scolds him for calling the place run down. He throws in a jab, pointing out that Frey looks no better than a roadside beggar, but still, he's glad to see him safe. Frey laughs it off, then mentions there's one more person who made it back down the mountain with them. After that, he signals Isabel, who then brings the boy forward. As the owner spots him, his eyes go wide, and he drops all the food he's carrying. He rushes straight toward the boy, recognizing him instantly. It's Kazan. The boy also realizes who the man is. It's his father. Without a moment's delay, the man starts wrapping bandages around his son. But Frey calmly informs him that they've already treated the injuries, and that Kazan simply needs rest for a few days. He assures him the boy will recover well, and praises Kazan for defending the mother and daughter, even if he ended up taken hostage. Kazan, while looking downcast, admits that he isn't sure whether he's cut out to be a mercenary, but he also confesses that his father might have been wrong about the man he once spoke badly of. Full of regret, he apologizes for storming off and yelling before he left. Still, his father gently reassures him that the only thing that matters now is his safe return. Afterward, Isabel curiously asks Frey how he figured out that Kazan was his son. Frey responds that they're almost mirror images. Then, with a smirk, he remarks how surprising it was that someone labeled as a talentless mage had such unexpected skill in healing magic. Isabel, clearly offended, snaps back and questions who he's calling talentless. Frey casually answers that it's obviously her. Then, while changing the subject, he says they were hoping to stay the night at this place, though it seems fully occupied. At that, Luther notes that perhaps he was wrong about the place. Judging by the number of customers, it must be a top-notch pub, just like Frey claimed. Sadly, he admits they'll have to find somewhere else to stay. Frey, slightly embarrassed, apologizes for bringing everyone there while saying it's a shame since the sausages here are worth every bite. Out of nowhere, the owner yells for everyone to stop eating. He loudly declares that the place is closed for the day. A man nearby questions why he's shutting it so early. The owner snaps back while reminding them that it's his decision to make. When a few protest while calling it unfair, he sharply replies that they won't be charged, but they all need to leave. And just like that, the shop is closed. The owner questions what they mean by calling it a full house while pointing out that the place is clearly open and ready to serve. With a grin, He mentions that it seems he'll have to finally put his impressive cooking skills to work. He tells them to take their time freshening up while he gets everything ready. Meanwhile, Sonia heads off to take a bath. Soon after, the others are served warm, delicious meals. They all begin eating, and Frey, especially, starts devouring his food in large bites. As he's enjoying his meal, he notices Sonia coming down from upstairs. He comments on her delay while noting that they've already started without her. However, before she sits, she calls out to him, and he asks her what she's doing while urging her to just have a seat. He notices something off and asks about her red face. She replies that she's simply shocked by how clean and decent he actually looks now. Just as she steps forward, her slipper suddenly breaks, and she nearly stumbles. Frey quickly catches her before she can fall. He then notices the scars on her body and asks about them. Still, he adds that they look impressive since they reflect her hard-earned struggles. At that moment, Isabel speaks up while saying that they'd heard her destination was Cast Cow. Curious, she asks where they're actually headed after that. Sonia explains that their real destination is the Jun estate. Frey repeats the name and then realizes that she belongs to the Aquareed house, famous for producing elite knights. He quietly wonders if they'll be able to get along at all. Then, with a curious tone, he asks if she's the fiancé. Luther turns to Frey and brings up that he's familiar with Ferran. Isabel adds that Ferran and Frey are friends from the same academy, and mentions that Ferran himself told them about the engagement. Frey reacts with surprise while realizing that Sonia is Ferran's fiancé while calling him a lucky man. While on their way, Isabel turns to Sonia and expresses her hopes for a secure journey in the coming days. In return, Sonia mentions to Frey that once he wraps up his matters, she would like him to visit the June estate. He responds that he'll try to come if he gets some time. She then smiles warmly while letting him know she's looking forward to it. As they continue walking, Frey mutters that it must feel good to be admired by a noblewoman of such high standing. He then comments that Ferran, that scoundrel, probably used up all the fortune in his life. Isabel becomes slightly annoyed after hearing this remark. Still, in her thoughts, she admits she wasn't speaking about Lord Ferran, she meant Frey himself. She wonders how he can be so clueless when it comes to older women, despite acting like a flirt. Noticing her expression, Frey questions her sarcastically while asking if she bit into a sandfly. Then while pointing ahead, he tells her that's the spot where he's certain the Scheizer's dungeon lies. Upon seeing it, a shiver runs down her spine. The fear begins settling in as she spots several monsters. Her thoughts confirm her suspicions. This place certainly lives up to the name Drake Mountain. The creatures begin to let out loud screeches. Frey explains that these beasts are apex predators, drakes ruling at the top of the food chain. Shocked, she asks if they really have to fight those monsters to move forward. However, he mentions that unfortunately, they might face more than just them. Soon after, he points to a massive claw mark engraved into the ground. She gasps upon realizing that, based on its size, their leader is likely many times larger than the rest. Overwhelmed, she collapses and mutters that she's never heard of a drake reaching such a size. Frey urges her to pull herself together while reminding her that they've reached the summit of the Espana Mountains, a perilous place where anything can occur. He declares that this place is pure chaos. Hearing this leaves her stunned. Then, she notices him casting a spell and wonders what he's doing. Without responding, he abruptly shoves her out of the way while saving her from an incoming attack by a massive creature. Charging ahead, he activates his dash skill toward the beast. Isabel yells in disbelief while asking if he has lost his mind. But then, she catches sight of another figure, an ogre. She thinks he could have at least warned her beforehand, but the moment she notices its crimson skin and 3 glaring eyes, it dawns on her that it's a mutant. Frey notes to himself that it seems the Master Barkeep wasn't joking after all about the rumors of mutants appearing at the summit. Right then, an ogre stands directly in front of him while letting out a deep, rumbling growl. Without warning, Isabel releases a fireball, and the resulting flames rise high into the air. Observing the scene, Frey reflects that she's become far more powerful than he had expected. Yet, the creature keeps growling and shows no sign of stopping. Isabel, clearly frustrated, admits that her magic doesn't affect it at all, not even slightly. Watching her reaction, Frey quietly observes that she doesn't seem to recognize her own progress. He then explains that the creature likely mutated and advanced while developing a type of skin that resists fire-based spells. He suspects the drakes must have influenced that transformation. Her eyes widen in shock as she hears about the idea of elemental evolution for the first time. She quickly questions what they're supposed to do now against something like that. Frey, with a tone of certainty, responds that the answer should be obvious. If flames don't work, then they'll just have to try ice instead. Isabel folds her arms tightly, her body shivering from the cold. Just by forming 2 small ice spears, the surrounding air has turned bitter, as if winter has crept in all of a sudden. She keeps seeing flashes of the great mage Lucas Troman in his movements. It's as if their images overlap. Frey calmly launches one of the ice spears, hitting the ogre straight in the head. Both of them watch closely while expecting a reaction, but the monster of the ice spears, hitting the ogre straight in the head. Both of them watch closely while expecting a reaction, but the monster doesn't flinch. Instead, it slams its energy into the ground while sending a shockwave that knocks them off balance. Isabel stares in disbelief. The spear didn't even leave a scratch. It's hard to believe the monster's skin is so strong that a powerful ice attack can't pierce it. As the creature starts destroying everything around, Frey stays strangely calm. Isabel finds it irritating how unfazed he is and immediately throws a burst of fire energy toward the monster. Flames strike its body, smoke rises, and it roars in rage. Our boy sits there, still relaxed while thinking he has to admit the monster's strength is no joke. Not only has it adapted to resist both fire and ice, but it has also reinforced its bones and skin until they're nearly as tough as metal. He finds it oddly impressive. Isabel isn't amused. She reminds him this isn't the time to admire a creature like that. With that kind of power, they should burn it down completely. Our boy argues that fire alone won't work, its resistance is too high. She suggests they bury it alive using an earthquake spell like he had done before. Our guy groans while wondering how she can be so extreme. That kind of magic would attract nearby drakes. It would be smarter to deal with the creature quietly, but it's already too late for subtlety. The monster's wild rampage has drawn enough attention. Frey decides it's better to use a tried and tested approach. He calls out to the creature while trying to provoke it while preparing another set of ice spears. He thinks sometimes the old methods just need a bit of repetition. Isabel watches, confused about why he's going back to using ice spears when they clearly didn't work before. But our guy believes in persistence. Just like chopping down a stubborn tree, it takes multiple swings. With a frustrated sigh, she watches him hurl more ice spears at the monster. They hit its body, and the beast growls before charging toward him. Frey, annoyed, complains about how loud the monster is when he's trying to keep things discreet. He points his finger like a gun, sends another spear flying, and hits the same spot on its head again. Isabel comments that it's clearly not working. Frey tells her to be quiet. He's focusing. He shuts one eye, carefully aiming again. Another spear lands on top of the previous one, then another, and another, one after another, until 7 spears are stacked on top of each other in the same exact spot. He finally sends the last, perfectly aimed one. That final spear crashes into the stack while smashing through the monster's skull. It lets out one last roar before collapsing backward. Isabel stands frozen in shock. Our guy casually exhales while blowing across his finger like a pistol, pleased with his handiwork. The monster hits the ground with a loud thud right in front of them. Our guy shrugs and thinks that sometimes, all it takes is a few extra hits to take down something solid. Isabel is still trying to process what just happened when a sudden noise from above grabs their attention. They both look up and the sky is filled with flying drakes. Frey mutters under his breath, blaming the ogre for the mess. He figures every drake in the area must have been alerted by the noise. The monster's scream echoes again, and our dude can't help but think this journey definitely won't lack excitement. Isabel just stares upward, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The chaos begins as the drakes rain down fire while turning everything around into burning ruins. Flames cover the area, thick smoke rising while some drakes already lie motionless on the ground, brought down by Frey's precise ice spears. Both he and Isabel are fighting just to survive. Frey quickly forms a barrier of magic above them while shielding them from the firestorm coming from a drake flying overhead. Without wasting time, the two sprint away while dodging attacks. Isabel creates an arrow of ice and launches it at the flying creature, but it doesn't even flinch. The drake remains in the sky while preparing another blast of fire, this time aimed at Isabel, who's running with all her strength. But before the fire is released, the drake suddenly jerks midair, its eyes filled with pain. Frey has leapt into the sky and driven a massive spear of ice straight into its neck. The creature's eyes dim, and its body crashes down with such force that it triggers an explosion. The monster is dead. There's barely a moment to catch their breath when something else appears. Isabel's face freezes in fear, and Frey turns to look. What they see sends a chill down their spines. The king of drakes has arrived. Isabel almost screams, but Frey immediately places a hand over her mouth and urges her to stay quiet. They both crouch behind a nearby tree while trying their best to hide. Frey explains in a whisper that the Drake King isn't an opponent he can take on right now. Their best option is to stay hidden and hope it leaves. Both of them are drenched in sweat as the huge creature sniffs the air and scans the surroundings. Isabel struggles not to cry out, and Frey keeps his hand over her mouth to steady her. Eventually, the monster turns away and heads toward the distant mountains, while leaving behind toppled trees and massive footprints carved into the earth. Isabel finally lets out a long breath of relief. Later, the two of them sit at the top of a mountain, facing each other. Frey is surrounded by healing energy that Isabel gently channels toward him. She tells him that she's finished treating his injuries. Just then, a butterfly lands on Frey's finger. He reflects that after battling monsters for the past 2 weeks, he's finally been able to fully synchronize his mind with his body, and for him, that alone made the journey to the mountain worth it. But even so, he knows there's still more left to do. As the butterfly flies away, he says there's something important waiting ahead, and urges Isabel to come with him. The sky above is dark, but the peak ahead glows with light. They both look at it quietly. Our boy points out that Scheizer's dungeon lies over there. They take off while flying across a vast lake. Fry reminds her to stay alert while knowing Shizer. He wouldn't be surprised if a drake is hiding in these waters. Isabel wonders how he even knew the dungeon was located up there. Fry explains that Shizer used to love playing with words. He once spoke of a mountaintop so tall it could pierce the sky, with a beautiful lake and a tiny island at its center, somewhere peaceful enough for retirement. That memory stuck with Frey. She looks at him and softly asks who he really is. Frey doesn't respond directly. They land on the island, and Isabel looks around in awe. It's a stunning place. Frey calls Shizer a crafty old man. She tries to understand what he means. He then glances downward while revealing that underneath this beautiful island lies a massive dungeon, far larger than the island itself. Isabel is stunned. He explains that the island is nothing more than the entryway. On the outside, it looks small and peaceful, but what lies below is grand and extravagant, exactly like Shizer. Isabel starts questioning everything about this man who seems to know so much. They walk forward and reach a giant tree with an opening. Standing before it, she asks about its size. Fry responds that it's clearly the entrance, obvious enough, and even compliments Shizer for building stairs inside. As they descend the steps, something catches their eyes. Objects hang along the walls, sparkling with a mysterious light. Isabel stares at them, hesitation building in her chest. A thought crosses her mind, and she slowly asks Frey if they are really what she's thinking. As they reach the bottom of the stairs, a massive glowing door stands before them, painted in shades of bright blue. The strange light from it softly brightens the space around them. Frey steps forward, already aware that touching it without caution would be a deadly mistake. He knows this door is sealed by a complex spell crafted by Shizer himself, and any attempt to force it open would result in instant destruction. Floating near the door is a glowing orb. He presses his hand onto it, and a soft pulse of energy spreads through the sphere. Suddenly, smoke bursts out in thick clouds, swirling into the air. Isabel watches the smoke curiously as it starts gathering in one spot. Slowly, the shape of a young boy begins to form from within it. The figure becomes clearer, and it's a child version of Shizer. His voice rings out cheerfully, as though he's doing a sound check. She studies him with surprise while trying to understand who the strange boy is. But Frey is already locked in, eyes heavy with emotion as he stares at the familiar face. The boy, full of energy, welcomes them to the dungeon, casually mentioning that he knows they're mages probably hunting for rare treasures. Frey reaches out toward him, but his hand goes right through. The image isn't solid, it's just a magical recording, an illusion built from mana. She quickly realizes it's a projection. The boy continues with light-hearted teasing, throwing playful insults toward Frey's appearance, as if mocking how many years he must have hidden his age. Yet even through the jokes, there's a warmth in his voice. Frey can barely hold back the tears, softly saying the boy's full name, overwhelmed by memories. Isabel is stunned, slowly realizing that the child standing before them is actually Shizer. The projection carries on, asking why they've come, making it seem like they could have a conversation. But Frey already knows, it's just a preset message. The boy confirms it while stating that although they can speak, he won't truly hear them. Still, the message continues, and the boy declares that whatever they came to find, they'll get it, because this entire dungeon belongs to him. Frey tries to speak again, but the words won't come. His head lowers as he quietly questions how Shizer died. But instead of an answer, the projection warns them about a test. To enter the dungeon, they must solve a riddle. One wrong answer, and they may be trapped inside forever. Frey stares at the boy, heart aching. Everything like the voice, the tone, the energy, feels just like the friend he once knew. It's as if he's been pulled back in time to when they used to talk and laugh without worry. But none of that matters now. The friend he once had is gone. He clenches his fist. He's the only one who survived. Everyone he loved has turned to dust with the passing years. Yet those who caused their pain are still alive, walking freely, as if nothing ever happened. The thought makes his eyes harden. She notices the change in Frey's expression, quietly trying to read what he's feeling. Meanwhile, the boy rises into the air while glowing magic symbols circling him. He announces that it's time to begin, and throws out the question that is about what Shizer hates more than anything. Frey doesn't rush. He takes a deep breath, lets the silence stretch, and then gives his answer, demigods. The boy reacts with applause, pleased with the response, and disappears into smoke. Silence falls again. She glances at Frey, her face a mix of sadness and thought, and quietly lets out a breath. The door creaks open. Frey walks in, still silent. She follows behind, still trying to make sense of everything. He looks back at her with tired eyes and reminds her not to let her thoughts wander. They've entered Shizer's dungeon, and knowing Shizer, this place is anything but normal. It isn't just a chamber or storage. It's likely filled with traps and dangers waiting to strike. He warns that hesitation could get her killed. If she wants to grow stronger, she has to stay focused. She nods quickly and steps forward while falling into step behind him. And with that, they move deeper into the unknown, not knowing if what waits inside will be a new start or their end. Flanking the entrance, two massive stone golems stand guard, each with a glowing green gem embedded in its chest. Just like before, he places his hand on the floating magic orb nearby. A surge of mana flickers out, and smoke begins to pour out once again, thick and swirling. The smoke gathers in front of him and slowly takes the form of a young man. Isabel stares in surprise and realizes that it's a younger version of the Shizer than they saw earlier. He nods while recognizing him instantly. It's still Shizer, and he seems to grow older with each door they pass through. The reason for this aging remains a mystery. The young Shizer steps forward and casually brings up the second question. Confused, Frey mentally asks what second question he's talking about. The projection apologizes for not explaining earlier. Apparently, the deeper they go, the better and more powerful the items become. But there's a rule: they're only allowed to take one item. Any violation will trigger the wrath of the golems, and if they make even one mistake, they'll be kicked out immediately. The warning is clear: choose wisely and don't get greedy. Then the tone shifts. Shizer brings up a name that is Iris Peacefounder, and complains about how impossible it is to understand witches. While he and others were busy trying to save the world, she was falling hopelessly for a man while acting like the fate of the world didn't matter. Frey reacts at the mention of a man. Isabel recalls hearing about her before, the infamous Black Witch. Frey's mind drifts back to Iris Peacefounder, the woman known for her super black hair and ever-present mysterious smile. Her title as the Black Witch truly suits her, and her beauty is unforgettable. Even now, just thinking about her sends a strange sensation through his body, almost like his senses are being overwhelmed. He can't deny that no woman has ever seemed more enchanting. Suddenly, Shizer cuts in again, annoyed, and shifts the topic to someone named Lucas. He wonders aloud how Lucas could have been so blind to her advances, especially for someone so highly praised. Frey is stunned. Shizer continues ranting about how clueless Lucas was. So clueless, even a golem might have picked up on Iris's feelings faster. Isabel, quietly observing Frey's reaction, starts noticing similarities between Frey and Lucas that Shizer keeps complaining about. Frey, in his mind, mutters with irritation while realizing that the teasing isn't over yet. Then comes the next test. Shizer explains that Iris had formed contracts with 3 powerful demons, each with a different weapon in one of his 6 arms. The question comes about the concept this creature embodies. Frey answers instantly, Asura, and he confirms he's correct while fading once more into smoke. Isabel, still processing, turns to him and asks how he could answer without even hearing the entire question. He says nothing and walks into the next chamber. Inside, rows of magical relics, artifacts, and sparkling jewels fill neatly arranged boxes. Both of them pause in awe. Another version of Shizer appears that is aged more than before. Isabel notices immediately that he's aged again. Frey silently pieces it together. The further they go, the older Shizer's projection becomes. He begins to realize something. This entire dungeon seems to be a kind of personal record, a diary. Every room, every question, might be telling them something deeper. He tries to understand the message that Shizer was trying to leave behind. More questions follow. Frey answers them all with ease. With each correct answer, another door opens, and another version of Shizer disappears into the smoke. Eventually, they step into the 5th room. Isabel looks around, amazed that they've made it this far already. Frey finds it strange that the questions have had nothing to do with magic so far. Instead, they seem completely random, touching on personal memories, obscure feelings, and odd bits of history. Isabel finds it bizarre. Frey, even more so that he's answering them all correctly without even trying. As they enter the final room, a figure with a long beard appears, Shizer's oldest form yet. He stands tall and serious while announcing that they've reached the last stage. Isabel freezes, surprised to see how much he's aged. Then, the name falls from the old man's lips that is Lucas Troman. Frey stops breathing for a moment. He hears the name and is completely speechless. The projection continues, calling Lucas a powerful magician, the Grandmaster of humanity, someone who reached his peak at the age of 40. Shizer says with deep pride that calling Lucas a dear friend is one of the greatest honors of his life. Frey, his voice trembling, whispers in his heart that the feeling is mutual. Isabel, stunned, looks at him, confused and unsure of what she's hearing. Shizer, with his hands resting on his staff, presents the final question about his real name. Frey understands now. All these strange questions, all these memories, only he could have answered them. Shizer wasn't just testing him, he was guiding him. With a firm voice and sharp gaze, Frey gives the answer: Shizer Vilsanan. Isabel flinches at the name. She'd always known him as Shizer Stro. Wilsonani is new for her. Shizer nods with a faint smile. He says the room is open now, and everything inside was meant for Frey. His body begins to dissolve into smoke once again. Frey stares, eyes fixed on the fading figure. Shizer calls out to him one last time, asking him to take care of everything, Lucas. That name again. He barely finishes the sentence before he vanishes completely into the mist. Frey instinctively reaches forward, hand trembling, as if trying to hold on to him. But it's too late. The smoke is gone. Behind him, Isabel stands in stunned silence. She's sweating, her mind racing. Only one thought echoes in her mind, that the great sage Shizer referred to Frey as Lucas. They finally step into the last chamber. Unlike the previous rooms filled with grandeur or traps, This one feels warm and lived in, almost like someone had once called it home. Isabel quietly observes the cozy layout, noting how different it feels. Frey walks further in, pausing in front of a large tank-like chest. He opens it, revealing several carefully arranged items. His eyes immediately land on a small glass bottle. He lifts it with care, its contents shimmering faintly. She watches curiously as he studies it. In a soft voice, she recognizes the potion, Frozen River, the mythical elixir believed to be created in the Wailing Caves. It's said that a single drop forms once every 1,000 years. Legends speak of how it expands magic channels, boosts inner mana, and can even elevate an ordinary human to the level of a 4-star mage in an instant. She's impressed by the rarity of it. He nods slightly, acknowledging her knowledge, and grips the bottle tighter. His urgency grows. She grabs the bottle and examines it closely, still unsure if this could really be the Frozen River. She admits she had always thought it was nothing but a myth. Frey's voice grows more intense. He says he needs it. Without it, reaching the 7-star level would be impossible. She suddenly understands this was what he had come here searching for. Digging deeper into the chest, she finds something else that is a pair of old, plain earrings. She holds them up, puzzled by their dull design. Her tone is light, even joking, as she comments on how old-fashioned they look. Definitely something Shizer would leave behind. Frey freezes and a wave of emotion passes over his face as he quietly stares at the earrings. She turns to him, confused. He hesitates before explaining. They aren't just any earrings. They're typhoon earrings, and he made them himself. She's stunned, asking how that's even possible. After all, they're inside Shizer's final room and how something he made ends up here. He takes a breath and shares the truth. He crafted those earrings 4,000 years ago, back when he had nothing better to do. He gave them to Shizer, who, unbeknownst to him, kept them safe all this time. The memory brings a distant, almost painful look to Frey's eyes. She stands silently for a moment, lips pressed tight. Then slowly, she asks him to explain what he just said. After a long pause, Frey finally speaks the words he's been holding back. He is Lucas Trauman. She stares at him, stunned and speechless. He goes on to explain how, 4,000 years ago, he and Shizer had fought against the demigod lord. He was captured and cast into the darkness of the abyss, where he remained for millennia. But then, one day, through that endless darkness, a voice reached him. It was Frey Blake's voice. He admits he doesn't know how Frey reached him, or how their minds became connected, but somehow they did. Frey's voice gave him strength. Through that connection, Frey gave him a new body, and with it, a second chance. She lowers her gaze and quietly accepts what she's hearing. The story sounds impossible, yet something about it feels right. She reflects on all the strange pieces that finally fit. Holding the earrings, she mutters that even this unbelievable tale explains everything, his strength, his knowledge, and why these items are here. She kneels in front of him and gently places the earrings back in his hands, offering him her respect, and calling him by his true name, Lord Lucas. Frey kneels down as well and asks her to continue calling him Frey. That name gives him purpose now. He doesn't need to be a legend, he just needs to complete what he started. She nods and agrees, understanding that the name Frey is more than enough. As the candlelight flickers around them, he studies the earrings with a smile. In a playful tone, he brings up her earlier comment about their design being outdated. She gives a slight laugh and pulls out another item from the chest, a bracelet with a magical shimmer. She admires its craftsmanship, wondering aloud if he made that too. He looks at it and quickly takes it from her, warning that it's dangerous. It's actually Shizer's staff, transformed into a bracelet. If misused, it could completely drain her mana and kill her. She backs off, letting him wear it himself. As soon as he slips on both the earrings and the bracelet, a surge of energy bursts around him. The room is filled with powerful mana. She watches in awe, trying to understand just how strong he really is. He mutters that it's not really his thing to use magical items, but anything made by a friend deserves to be protected. She digs through the chest one last time and pulls out another object. It's solid and dense, brimming with energy. Judging by the aura, she assumes it might be a golem core. He quickly tells her not to drink from it or tamper with it. Better to pack it away safely for now. Then, his attention shifts toward one final item in the room, Shizer's desk. The desk still holds a candle that burns endlessly, fueled by mana. Frey quietly notes how Shizer always liked creating impractical magical tools like that. Isabel steps closer, gently running her fingers across the desk. She can feel the care and affection that went into every carved detail. To her, it's clear Shizer poured love into this space, for someone he deeply respected. Frey opens one of the drawers and finds a book. As he flips through the pages, his breath catches. His eyes land on a passage written in old, careful script. It says that Lucas has vanished. Frey flips through the diary, and his eyes fixed on the text. The writer seems convinced it was the doing of the Lord. There could be no other explanation. That thing was the only one capable of making someone like Lucas vanish without a trace. It wasn't just the loss of a Tier 9 mage, it was the disappearance of the one who held their unity together. Without him, the last thread of hope for humanity had snapped. Lucas quietly realizes that Shizer had kept a record of the chaos that followed his disappearance. Tensions had deepened between the divine faction Godfist Kasajin and Lucid, the Emperor of Blades. Even Iris had suddenly gone missing, while demigods continued tightening their grip on the continent. Shizer had stayed alive through it all, but suspicion had poisoned his trust in other humans. Despite the reverence people showed him, he likely sensed their admiration was a mask, one worn to lower his guard and strike him down when the time was right. The diary holds a series of bitter memories. Shizer had fought alone, haunted by horrifying encounters, barely surviving a battle he knew he couldn't win. Lucas reads on, watching his old friend collapse in words, writing of his lonely efforts to carry on the burden Lucas left behind. As time went on, Shizer admitted he couldn't fill the void left by the man he once followed. He had tried to bear the weight, but found himself falling short, overwhelmed by a growing emptiness. Lucas trembles and Isabel can't hold back her tears either. One final line hits hard. It's Shizer's apology to Lucas. He had failed him. Lucas's hands shake as he silently cries, scolding the memory of his friend for going too soon, for carrying that pain alone. A deep loneliness settles into his chest, and for the first time, he fully understands what Shizer must have felt. He silently makes a vow. If no one else could carry it, then he would. He'd take on Shizer's will, along with all that came with it. That loneliness, that burden, it would be his now. He would keep moving forward, and he would make sure to land a solid blow on that damned demigod's face. All he asked was that Shizer watched him do it. Just as he takes a step forward, Isabel, standing quietly behind him, notices something. Her head lowers as she points out that there's still one page left in the diary. Lucas turns back and reads it. It's a message written for whoever finds it, a plea to complete something called Anastasia. Shizer claims all the clues are hidden within the pages. He calls it his greatest masterpiece. Isabel wonders aloud what it might be. Lucas, without a word, pulls out a stone, the core of a golem. He believes this is the key. They step back from the stairwell, and Isabel remarks that the gem must be the golem's heart. Lucas explains that Shizer had reached the pinnacle of puppeteering, and if someone like him named something his life's greatest work, it had to be beyond extraordinary. She nods after a moment of thought. She believes Lucas might be the only one who could bring that golem to life again using this core. Lucas suddenly freezes. A memory surfaces. He recalls showing Shizer a strange golem he built himself, proudly boasting about its cubist avant-garde design. But Shizer had burst out laughing, calling it a weird, clunky mess. He teased Lucas, claiming he could build a better one using just his tongue, rolling around on the floor, laughing until tears ran down his cheeks. Lucas lets that old memory flood in. He wonders how long it's been since he threw a fireball at Shizer. He remembers the way that moment ended. He really did hurl a fireball at him, thinking there was no point in arguing anymore. Back in the present, Lucas begins to tremble, overwhelmed by grief. Isabel asks what's wrong. He doesn't answer right away, but then pulls the golem stone from his pack. He thinks they'll uncover the truth about what happened in the missing years, the unrecorded history, once they finish Shizer's unfinished work. She asks what he means by unrecorded history, and he tells her it's everything that happened while he was trapped in that abyss of twisted space. As they continue up the stairs, Lucas suddenly stops again, this time clenching his teeth. He turns to Isabel, telling her to go straight to the village in the sky once they're out. A strange number of drakes are flying around. Just then, a large shadow looms above them. Isabel, now visibly worried, lifts her head. The head drake descends and stands before them. Lucas steps forward, bracing himself, knowing this one's no ordinary threat. Fry steps forward and speaks firmly, asking if the creature had been waiting for him. He already knows this isn't an ordinary monster. It's intelligent enough to understand and even speak. The lizard-like beast slowly opens its eyes, lets out a deep laugh, and finds him amusing. It admits that yes, it had been waiting, and demands to know how Fry dares to trespass on the territory of the great Torkunda. Frey responds without hesitation, pointing out that the monster must have sensed them earlier in the forest and still chose to act unaware. Behind him, Isabel watches silently. It's the first time she's ever seen Frey's voice tremble. He seems nervous. The monster stretches its body and lets out a booming laugh. It says it had been lying in wait, observing everyone who emerged from the forest. Many of them carried rare elixirs or powerful effects, and it found the pattern interesting. Fry immediately thinks of the elixir potion he received earlier. The monster continues, claiming it has figured out how Frey has reached such strength and size. Then the beast spreads its enormous wings. Fry accuses it of using the dungeon as a trap, a way to lure in explorers and mages for its own gain. He glares sharply and adds that this dungeon once belonged to his dearest friend, someone who cherished it deeply, and now it's being misused. With a cold stare, Frey says it's time for the monster to get what it deserves. Torkunda flinches at the tone. He recognizes that look and is shaken by it. A memory resurfaces in his mind. A girl once glared at him the same way and warned him to stay down or die. That same dangerous feeling is in Frey's eyes now. Torkunda snaps, saying he doesn't like Frey's eyes. Frey quickly tells Isabel to run. She hesitates, but he insists. He admits that he isn't sure if he can win this battle, and that's exactly why she should leave. She stubbornly refuses, saying that's the very reason she should stay. The monster forms a massive fireball in its mouth, announcing that it's time to feast. With a roar, it hurls the fireball at them. Fry quickly activates magical artifacts and reflects on Scheizer's staff. He throws the weapon forward, and streams of aura swirl around it. At the same time, he summons a wall of earth that takes the shape of a powerful punch, slamming hard into the dragon's body. Torkunda cries out in pain. Frey turns to Isabel, telling her she's becoming a responsibility. She trembles but bites her lip and refuses to move. Frey promises he'll return. The monster lets out another roar, furious at the insult, and releases another stream of fire. Frey takes flight, soaring into the sky, dodging the attack as he flees, leaving a trail of glowing aura behind. He flies forward quickly, reaching a new area where several drakes await. His earrings glow with magical energy, and even the tip of Scheizer's staff radiates power. Without wasting a second, Frey summons an ice spear and whips up a windstorm. The drakes shriek in shock as the storm intensifies. A beam, strengthened by his flute, blasts toward them with immense force. One by one, the drakes are torn apart by the violent gusts and magic. With narrowed eyes, Frey presses on, thinking he could spend all day swatting weaklings, but he knows the real threat still remains. Just as he expected, the main drake comes flying toward him. He readies himself, gripping the staff tightly. He places a magical seal in midair and begins calculating. Just 3 seconds are left. He needs to track the drake's velocity and trajectory to strike at the perfect moment. The countdown begins on the sky. 3, 2, 1, and after 0, the drake charges straight into the seal. Frey's eyes widen and a powerful explosion rips through the sky. Flames cover the entire battlefield. Just then, Frey comes to a halt. The Torkunda seems amused, admitting that the human has calculated the spell's timing perfectly, and it hit the exact spot he was in when the magic completed. Still, he acts unimpressed. He admits the idea was good and the plan was on point, but the firepower lacked impact and it barely even stung him. With that, his wings lift him into the sky. Frey grips his weapon tightly. Just as he feared, this beast is enormous. The mighty Torkunda stands before him, and behind him, the drakes are closing in. It feels like the worst situation possible, but then he remembers that he still has the frozen river potion from Scheizer. He hesitates, wondering if drinking it now would be dangerous. The memory of what he told Isabel flashes through his mind. She had guessed his plan was to drink it, and he had brushed it off casually, explaining that it wasn't some energy drink. To even absorb its power safely, he'd need at least a week to adjust. But they had no water, no food supplies. There was no way to stay here for a week. She had only responded with quiet acceptance. Determined, Frey swings his weapon in frustration. He knows drinking it now would be suicide. A blast of magical energy sends him flying back and away from the dragons. Regaining control, he turns around, only to freeze. The Drake King appears right in front of him, its mouth wide open. Instinctively, he raises his staff to shield himself. Before he can react, a powerful force slams into the dragon. Frey blinks in disbelief. A massive bird, larger than any creature he has seen, grabs one dragon by the neck with its beak and clutches another with its talons. It's the phoenix. The monsters shriek, caught in the phoenix's grasp. She releases a fiery beam that engulfs the drakes. Frey watches, realizing she's fully recovered. He smiles faintly, while the dragon roars in anger, demanding the phoenix back off. Frey stands behind her, gripping his weapon tightly. The dragon continues to yell, telling the phoenix to flee, but Frey knows the truth. This enemy is beyond anything she can defeat alone. A flash of light enters the phoenix's eyes, and she charges forward, flames swirling around her as she attacks the dragon. Torkunda reacts casually, unfazed. Frey yells at her to stop. This monster is nearly immune to fire. He tries to warn her again, begging her to listen. The phoenix glances back at him and smiles. She moves toward him, and he begins to realize something. She knew she couldn't win, yet she's fighting to protect him. She wants to buy him time to escape. The thought stings. Frey asks himself if he should really run away. Him, Frey Troman? Suddenly, the phoenix unleashes a massive wave of fire on the Dark King. Frey feels small. Right now, he's weak. His current body isn't even his true form. His senses have dulled, and centuries of degraded magic have left him hollow. His will has faded. His determination is lost. Conflicted, he quietly apologizes to the phoenix in his heart. Then, he turns away, choosing another direction. As he steps into the dungeon, he feels a shift within him, a silent lesson from the phoenix. He thanks her for waking something inside him again. He promises not to forget this resolve. Holding the potion bottle, he silently tells himself this is just another step in the journey. All he needs is a bit of time, just enough for the phoenix to hold the line. With that, he drinks the frozen river. The moment it enters him, he tosses the bottle aside and sits quietly, letting the energy spread through his body. Suddenly, a surge explodes inside him. His eyes begin to glow and the force is overwhelming. Unable to control the rush, he lets out a scream deep within the dungeon as power courses through every part of him. A loud scream escapes him as his eyes glow an intense blue. That same blue energy bursts outward, flooding the dungeon walls around him. He slams his fist into the ground with all his strength, blood dripping from his nose and mouth as pain contorts his face. A magical aura forms around him, pulsing wildly. Far away, on the other side of the battlefield, the Phoenix is still locked in combat with Torkunda. The Torkunda watches him closely and lets out a dark laugh. He recognizes him now that he's the divine beast that once escaped his grasp. This moment, he feels, is turning out even better than expected. The creature who once slipped away is now in his reach again, and her endless life force seems like the perfect fuel for his power. The Phoenix, unwavering, stares him down with sharp eyes. Torkunda sneers at his presence, mocking her as a strange being trespassing into his domain. He offers his one choice: surrender and become his nourishment. But the Phoenix remains still, then slowly closes her eyes for a brief moment. A sudden cry bursts from her, and with it, a wave of energy radiates in all directions. A massive explosion of fire follows, catching the dragon off guard. Torkunda approaches the flames with a smug expression, brushing off the attack as a useless last-ditch effort. But as he surveys the scene, he realizes the Phoenix is gone. He blinks in mild surprise but shrugs it off. To him, there's no rush. As long as she remains within Mont, Hispania, he knows they'll meet again. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, something crashes through the trees, snapping branches with heavy force. The Phoenix lands there, lying on the forest floor, completely drained. His body is bound by exhaustion, and his strength has been entirely spent. A waterfall nearby flows down from the mountains, a peaceful contrast to the battle just fought. Fry finds him there. He gently pats his head, realizing the kind of enemy he had been up against. A faint groan escapes the Phoenix, her eyes nearly shut. Frey reassures her quietly, telling her he believes he can help. As he places his hand on his head, he finds himself recalling a distant memory. Energy begins to radiate from his palm, spreading blue light all around them. The memory feels strong and emotional. He reminds him of someone, an old friend who was also a Phoenix. The image of that friend fills his thoughts. Just then, a spark returns to the Phoenix. His strength flickers back, and she opens her beak with a shout. Without hesitation, he launches herself into the air and attacks the Torkunda once more, aiming straight for his back. Torkunda reacts quickly, swinging his tail and growling at her, calling her an insect. The Phoenix opens his mouth, and a powerful wave surges again. At the same time, underground in the dungeon, Frey writhes in pain. His body begins to ice over as magical energy overwhelms him. Slowly, ice creeps up until he is completely encased. The pressure is unbearable. His thoughts spiral. He had expected pain, but not to this extent. The burden is far heavier than he imagined. Guilt weighs on him. He thinks of Shizer and whispers an apology in his heart. It feels like he's wasted the second chance he was given. With his forehead pressed to the cold ground, he blames his pride, his arrogance. The power overflowing inside him no longer feels like a gift. It's something he can't absorb. He wonders if it's really his life force that's missing, or something deeper. And then warmth? It's faint at first, but unmistakable. Something begins to stir in him, something kind. A soft hand reaches out. It is Isabel's. A yellow glow radiates from her palms as she gently tells him to stay still. His life force hasn't recovered enough to move. Frey slowly regains awareness, barely able to speak. He wonders how she managed to find him. Lying beside him is food. She asks if he remembers what he said about needing water and food to fully absorb the frozen river's power. She must have returned to the village to get them. Her words bring more than comfort. They awaken something in him. She reminds him of how he once claimed to be alone, but now she makes him feel seen. She admits she still doesn't understand what he's trying to achieve, but she believes in him. He's the only one she trusts, and for that reason, she doesn't want him to believe he's alone anymore. With those words, the energy from her hands fades slightly. Fry flinches, touched by her gesture. He mutters that it's ironic coming from her, but still, he's grateful. In his heart, he thinks of Shizer again. He finally understands what was missing all along. It wasn't strength. It wasn't determination or resolve. It was trust in those who stood beside him. As Isabel lifts him gently with her energy, something inside him begins to truly awaken. On the other side of the battlefield, the Phoenix and Torkunda continue their fierce battle. Torkunda pauses mid-flight, his eyes narrowing as he senses something unusual. A wave of freezing energy begins to pour out from the cave nearby. The cold feels sharp and unnatural, unlike anything he has faced before. While Torkunda is distracted, the Phoenix seizes his chance. With a sudden burst of speed, he drives his beak straight into Torkunda's eye. The dragon growls in pain, filled with rage. He clamps his jaws around the Phoenix, lifts him into the air, and slams him hard onto the ground. His fury burns as he roars about the damage to his precious eye, calling the Phoenix a worthless creature. Even in that crushed state, the Phoenix releases a low, defiant cry. Torkunda, furious and mocking, prepares to strike again. At that moment, a bright magical beam bursts out from the cave and rushes toward him. Shock hits him like a storm. He flaps his wings in panic and narrowly avoids the beam. It passes so close that the heat brushes past his scales. A deep, chilling energy continues to flood from the cave. The air around the battlefield turns icy. The drakes standing nearby suddenly freeze in place, completely still. Cracks spread across the frost covering them, and it shatters as the magic expands. Torkunda stares at the cave as an unfamiliar sensation rises inside him. His instincts, honed over 1,000 years of existence, urge him to flee. The fear spreads in his chest, heavy and real. From within the cave, a figure steps out. It's Frey. He walks forward with calm, glowing energy swirling around him. Torkunda watches him and quickly turns to escape, flying fast across the sky. He tries to believe the feeling in his chest is nothing, but the truth presses down harder with each wing beat. The fear doesn't leave him. He chooses to retreat and heal. His pride tells him to return later and reclaim his strength. Before the thought finishes, Frey appears in front of him again. Torkunda is stunned. He has been overtaken in speed. Frey, silent and steady, lifts his hand and summons ice spears that fly toward the Torkunda at full force. One of them hits directly in the chest, staggering him mid-air. He flutters his wings and shatters the ice spears with a burst of force. Anger surges through him as he snarls at the human. Frey is no longer in sight. Torkunda glances around, confused and angry. The attacks are coming from angles he cannot track. Frey targets the blind spots left by the lost eye. Torkunda realizes he has underestimated him. Another spear flies and strikes the same injured eye. Torkunda crashes into the earth, roaring in pain. He charges forward again, but a powerful explosion ignites behind him. From the explosion, a magical projectile bursts out and slams into him, causing another massive blast of energy. His focus sharpens as he senses another trap. A shard of ice pierces the tip of his tail. At the same time, a boulder nearby crashes down, and from behind it, Frey calmly steps out once again. Torkunda, dazed and furious, looks at him while Frey stands tall, no longer appearing fragile or human in the way Torkunda once believed. Torkunda, visibly annoyed, fixes his glare on Frey, who stands firm without backing down. Nearby, Isabel watches the fierce confrontation, her face gradually showing fear. A chill runs down her spine. Frey stays still and focused, reminding himself to hold on. Pushing too far might cause him to collapse. Any longer, and it could become too dangerous. Without hesitation, he raises his hand, summoning a giant ice spear high above that glows with a dazzling light. The light shines in his eyes, and even Torkunda's sharp gaze narrows for a moment. The dragon senses a terrifying power in that attack. He understands Frey intends to end the battle with one decisive strike. Amused but eager for the challenge, Torkunda swells with pride. Flames gather in his throat and, with a deep roar, he launches a massive fireball straight at Frey. He boasts about his strength, wondering what sudden change this human has gone through. Even the phoenix could not withstand his dragon shout, so a mere human-wielding ice magic shouldn't stand a chance. The huge fireball speeds toward Frey as Torkunda proclaims this will be his end. Frey remains steady, eyes locked on the threat. At the exact right moment, he gestures downward. The ice spear shoots forward, crashing directly into the fireball. The collision is fierce, creating a shockwave so powerful it ripples through the air. Isabel quickly shields her face, bracing against the blast. When she dares to look again, her single eye catches the scene. The mountains of Hispania tremble violently from the impact. The force of fire and ice clashing at full power sends waves like an earthquake through the land. For a brief moment, Isabel finds the devastation oddly beautiful, but as she watches closer, she sees Torkunda is not holding back. He continues to unleash fire, and its heat begins to push the ice back. The balance shifts. Alarmed, Isabel realizes Frey is retreating. At this pace, he might lose. She feels helpless, unable to intervene. Thick smoke billows around Torkunda, obscuring the fight. The fire nearly consumes the ice spear. Isabel wonders in panic where Frey has disappeared to. Through the smoke, Torkunda's laughter rises. He believes the human has exhausted all his power. To the dragon, no mere mortal could possibly defeat the mighty Torkunda in a contest of strength. This is the true might of a dragon's shout. Just as hope fades, Isabel senses a sudden cold breeze. Turning her head, she freezes at the sight. Torkunda's head lies severed from his body on the ground. A faint trace of mana glimmers at the cut, proof of an ice spell. Above the dragon's corpse, Frey floats in midair, one hand extended, magic still glowing. He had summoned a massive ice scythe and struck from behind with swift precision. Torkunda had not sensed the attack coming. The dragon's body and head fall apart in opposite directions, and another explosion shakes the earth. Isabel, shocked, realizes Frey must have teleported behind Torkunda to deliver the final strike without hesitation. The dragon's head thuds onto the ground, cracks spreading outwards. Isabel stares, stunned, marveling at how easily Frey has defeated yet another Drake. If this shows only a fraction of his true strength, she can only imagine how powerful Frey must have been in his prime. Her eyes then move upward to Frey, who floats weakly, clearly drained. His body trembles as he hovers, and his hand clutches a bag loosely. Isabel quickly moves to him, catching him and noting how cold he feels, completely frozen. He quietly requests to be taken to the Phoenix. Isabel supports him as they move toward it. Along the way, she praises his incredible strength for defeating the Torkunda so effortlessly. He modestly replies it was luck, since Torkunda lacked real battle experience. Isabel looks at him in surprise. Even after 1,000 years, the dragon could not match Frey's tactical skill. He calmly explains that living long and mastering combat are different things. When facing an opponent equally strong, brute force won't win. You need cunning, strategy, and deception. He had tricked Torconda into thinking the ice spear was his final move, while in fact, he used only 80% of his power to create it. The remaining 20% was saved to slip behind the dragon's line of sight and form the scythe that ended the fight. Isabel feels he has gained a valuable lesson today. Eventually, they reach the phoenix. Its beautiful feathers lie scattered across the ground. Both look down at the bird's lifeless form. Tears well in Isabel's eyes as she covers her mouth. It seems the phoenix breathed its last during the battle. Frey kneels beside it and gently touches the phoenix, knowing it saved his life. As a quiet gesture of thanks, he raises his hand and uses magic to lift its body. Isabel watches in shock, wondering what he plans. He tells her he intends to resurrect both the phoenix and another. Standing before Torconda's fallen body, they see a strange glow emerge from the dragon's chest. Energy flows outward. Isabel watches wide-eyed as the flames inside Torconda's heart are absorbed into the phoenix. Frey believes this energy will suffice. With Torconda gone, the remaining drakes will likely turn on each other to claim dominance. In their fight for power, they will battle among themselves. But it won't matter, because the phoenix will be the one to rule now. He speaks to the phoenix, wishing for it to become the guardian of these lands. That way, no creatures like Torconda will ever rise again to defile the dungeon his friend once cherished. As moonlight and stars begin to shine, Frey looks up at the sky. He trusts the phoenix is more than capable of guarding the mountain. With that, he leaves the future in its wings, quietly hoping they will meet again someday. Later, in Chaos Symphonia, the streets bustle with people walking by as Frey sits on the roadside with his bag resting beside him. His ponytail and earrings stand out, but his face shows clear signs of exhaustion. Isabel arrives with news that she has secured reservations for the ships, though none are leaving today. She offers him some carpon parcha juice, which he gratefully accepts and begins to drink. When she asks about his condition, he replies that he will be fine but knows he needs to put on some weight. Isabel talks about the medical artifacts taken from Torconda's lair, especially the salamander cloak, which appears effective in balancing the frost energy from the frozen river through its fiery qualities. He agrees but wonders if it was necessary to collect every item from the lair since their special storage bag is almost full. He explains that some items might be useful later, and that he didn't want his friend's valuable belongings to be left gathering dust in that decayed place. The two sit quietly together, sipping their juice. Isabel reflects on the upcoming new semester, remarking how strange it feels, almost like returning to school after many years. Frey mentions that even though they spent just a week at the peaks of Hispania, it already feels like a long time. She suggests visiting Lord Ferran since the delay means they must spend the night there. He agrees, noting Ferran's estate is close by so it makes sense to visit. Arriving at the Lord's palace, they stand outside the gates where guards are posted. Both take in the strict security with surprise. One guard asks their purpose, and Frey states he wants to see Lord Ferran. When asked for his name, he smiles and says he is Frey Blake. The guard recalls instructions from Lord Ferran that a friend named Frey, the third son of the Blake house, might visit during the holidays, and should be treated with the highest respect. Slightly trembling, the guard acknowledges Frey as a friend of the young master. At that moment, a carriage pulls up. The guard announces the young lady's return. The carriage stops at the gate, and both Frey and Isabel stand before it. The door opens gracefully, and a woman steps out. The guards inform her that visitors claiming to be friends of the young master have arrived. She asks if they are her brother's friends. Isabel and Frey exchange glances, and she immediately recognizes Frey, having heard much about him from her brother. She introduces herself as Rilia June, the young lady's younger sister, and invites them to join her for the ride. Frey looks pleased while Isabel is struck with surprise and admiration, quietly noting how beautiful and graceful Rilia is, something unexpected even for her, as if Rilia has literally taken her breath away. A guard behind them reminds that Frey's identity still needs verification, but Rilia's innocent expression causes the guard to blush and apologize. The carriage then moves forward. During the ride, Frey wonders about the size of the estate, since no mansion appears despite how long they have been traveling. Rilia, sitting opposite him, watches him carefully. Noticing Frey asks what she's thinking. She admits he seems different from how her brother described him. She expected his hair to be ashen gray, but it looks closer to white. Frey explains this change happened because of some troubles they faced on the way. She encourages him to speak openly, reminding him he is not only her brother's friend, but also a member of the Blake house. Feeling encouraged, Frey begins to share more. Suddenly, Isabel calls his name, but he ignores her and continues talking to Rilia, who appears nervous. He asks if she really meant they should talk freely. Rilia, slightly sweating, says she heard Frey also attends West Road Academy with her brother. She asks what he is like there. Frey answers that he doesn't know much since her brother is 2 years younger, so they rarely share classes. Rilia, with a gentle look, concludes that they must be about the same age and wonders if her brother truly counts such a rough man as a friend. Isabel quietly reminds Frey that they are on the June estate and he should behave respectfully and speak like a noble. Frey casually brushes off her concern. The three of them arrive at the palace, which stands out with its striking beauty. Rylia leads the way, with the other two following close behind. They head toward Lord Ferran, who waits a short distance away. He welcomes them warmly, clearly pleased to see them, and jokes about how long it took for their arrival. He says he's been looking forward to their visit and assumes their other matters have been taken care of. Our guy replies that things are more or less settled. Ferran notices that his hair color has changed and shows surprise. Our guy explains that he wanted to try a new look. Rylia quietly listens from behind as the conversation continues. Our guy mentions feeling exhausted and hungry, and Ferran immediately points out how thin he has become. Rylia's eyes widen in surprise, while Ferran teasingly remarks he has never seen his brother so lively before. Then, with a playful tone, Ferran says it seems his brother can't see his sister today. She responds in kind, and Ferran laughs, assuring her he would never ignore his dear sister. Our guy watches this exchange with a shocked expression and asks Rylia about the party. She says he didn't even realize she was there until just now, then quickly tells him to forget about it and enjoy his time with his friend. Rylia interrupts, calling her name. Our guy admits he feels like he's made a serious mistake somewhere. He thinks aloud that sometimes his little sister gets mad at him for reasons he doesn't understand. Our guy finds it strange that Ferran calls his own sister princess, looking slightly awkward. Ferran admits he didn't know our guy had actually been climbing those dangerous mountains. Our guy expresses surprise, saying he doesn't recall telling anyone where he was going. Ferran explains he heard that his fiancée had been ambushed by bandits. Both turn to look at Isabel during this. Isabel guesses Ferran is referring to Lady Sonia. Our guy confirms this and asks if she arrived safely. Ferran breathes a sigh of relief and says Sonia has been training hard since her arrival. She's so dedicated that she earned the title Rainstorm Knight at a young age. Meanwhile, Sonia is seen practicing swordsmanship with full strength, her arms strong and powerful. Our guy agrees she's impressive but jokes she's wasted on someone like Ferran. Ferran laughs in response. Our guy asks where Ferran plans to take him next. Ferran says it's tradition for all guests to meet the family head first. They enter a richly decorated room where Ferran introduces his father. The room is elegant, with a large table set with tea and snacks. Ferran's father sits at the head, surrounded by others. A servant arrives with tea. The father welcomes them warmly and asks after Count Blake. Our guy replies he is well, while Isabel feels a bit overwhelmed by the atmosphere. Our guy finds Shepherd June, the head of the June family, sitting in front of him. Shepherd June is one of the Empire's top-tier mages and master of the fourth magic tower. Our guy's eyes turn a bright blue as he realizes this man may know something about the demigod. Shepherd June casually mentions that the sixth magic tier is far away, so the only time he can meet our guy's father is at the annual Magic Towers conference. He says he misses their brief but pleasant conversations. Our guy responds politely. Shepherd June confirms the tattoo beneath his eye is a magical mark belonging to Shizer. He thanks our guy for saving his son and his fiancée. Our guy feels honored. Shepherd June asks about his purpose in the mountains. Our guy says it was for personal reasons. Shepherd June dismisses it as a minor tribal matter not worth further attention. Shepherd June then asks Ferran about the banquet preparations. Ferran says everything is on schedule. Shepherd June stresses the banquet will host many important guests and orders Ferran to oversee it personally. Ferran agrees. The others nearby listen quietly. Ferran invites our guy to join him at the banquet. Shepherd June agrees too and mentions a magic spell he has been researching. He wants our guy's opinion on it. Our guy doubts his expertise. Shepherd June reassures him that a fresh perspective from the younger generation is exactly what he's looking for. Our guy remains silent for a moment. Ferran says they will meet later at the banquet. Our guy agrees and asks Isabel to assist Ferran, which she accepts. Everyone leaves except Shepherd June, who stays seated across from our guy. Shepherd June looks at our guy seriously and asks him to reveal the real reason for his visit. His eyes glow blue again, filling the room with tense silence. Then he questions what plans our guy might be hiding. Our guy begins to sweat as he feels Shepherd's piercing gaze locked onto him. Shepherd demands an explanation for why someone associated with the Troman ring is present at his estate. The mention of the Troman ring makes our guy uneasy, and he quickly responds that there must be some misunderstanding. Shepherd questions his connection to his son, and expresses disbelief that he would appear at the estate wearing certain items. Our guy wonders what exactly Shepherd means, but soon realizes it's the typhoon earrings he's referring to. Holding the earrings, he reassures himself that these have nothing to do with the Troman ring, the odd student group Ferran once led at the academy. Our guy tells Shepherd that he doesn't quite follow the accusation, and explains that he only recently got these earrings during a journey to the peak of Hispania. Shepherd presses him again about denying membership in the Troman ring. Our guy confirms he is not a member, admitting that Ferran had invited him before, but he declined since he isn't fond of such student clubs. Shepherd suddenly slams the table, shouting that he's not talking about the club at the academy. After a brief pause, he says that if our guy truly has no ties to the group, it must be a big misunderstanding, and he can relax. Our guy agrees to lower his guard if Shepard does the same. Shepard grins and teases him about where he thinks he is. Frey casually answers that he's just visiting a friend's home. Shepard's eyes widen at this, and our guy insists that he has no other agenda. In the kitchen, the cooks prepare food, and Farhan is there as well. He picks up drinks and sets them on a tray. Shepard admits that while he doesn't fully trust our guy yet, he's willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and reconsider. However, before that, Shepard demands to hear more about our guy's background. He says that as long as our guy wears those earrings, he cannot believe he's uninvolved with the Troman ring. Shepard then shifts to a weightier topic, the true ruler of the continent. He explains that although many nations exist, the Cascow Empire is the strongest among humans. Yet beyond that, a transcendent being rules from the shadows. Our guy's hands tremble at this revelation. Shepard names this hidden power the demigod. Our guy listens in disbelief as Shepard continues, describing these demigods as the secret puppeteers controlling humanity's fate, apex predators who dominate everything. Shepard admits it may sound like an old legend or conspiracy theory, but insists these beings do exist beyond the public eye. He recalls that long ago, only 5 of these beings tried to conquer the world, and some heroes risked everything to fight them. Shepard believes most people today are unaware of this hidden balance and the strict laws that govern their world. People like them work to maintain order. Our guy quietly reflects, realizing these demigods must have slowly multiplied over time. Those who become aware of their existence and oppose them live in hiding, scattered across the world, waiting for the right time to act. Shepard notices a strange smile on our guy's face and asks why he's grinning like that, sensing something unusual. Frey thinks to himself that this is the first time he's encountered such a secret since returning to the sword, feeling a faint spark of hope. Shepard inquires whether our guy has any knowledge of the demigod. Our guy confirms that he does, although his understanding is limited. Shepard presses for more details, and our guy reflects internally that he must proceed carefully. After a brief pause, he admits that the demigod is a potential ally, but he must remain cautious because of this very fact. He quickly adds that he studied Scheizer's notes after acquiring the earrings. Shepard rises abruptly, clearly taken aback. Our guy nods calmly, and Shepard realizes that he expects our guy to reveal everything he knows about the demigod. So he explains that the information they have is limited and fragmentary. They don't know how many demigods there are, or what their true intentions might be. These entities stay hidden in the shadows, and very little is understood about them. However, one fact remains clear. Their power is overwhelming, capable of destroying vast areas of the continent if they wished. History records several instances where they nearly caused such devastation. Our guy contemplates this deeply, recognizing that Shepard holds the key knowledge needed to understand the threat. Shepard expresses confidence that the demigods are few in number, probably fewer than 100. However, each of them wields godlike power. Shepard compares their strength to natural disasters capable of destroying the entire world. He recalls that 4,000 years ago, 5 heroes rose up to fight against the beings now known as the demigods. He states that the 5 heroes were the greatest sage Scheizer Kasajan, the Godfist Lucid, the Emperor of Blades Iris, the Witch of Darkness, and the Archmage Lucas. However, after the Archmage altered history, a rift emerged between the Godfist and the Emperor of Blades. The Witch of Darkness also disappeared from the records. The great sage fought alone with great difficulty, trying to hold their bond together, but it was impossible to face the demigods by himself. Thus, their names gradually faded into history that is no longer remembered, just as Scheizer's diary had shown. Frey reflects that since this matches the diary, it seems Scheizer was aware of the lost history, and he feels confident trusting this intelligence. Shepard explains that their group, called the Circle, is an organization that carries on the will of those heroes. Our guy notices the tattoo on Shepard's face and wonders what the circle really means. Shepard clarifies that although he refers to it as one circle, over time they split and scattered across the continents, standing divided. Many years have passed, and what they inherited has become clouded by the division between them. Now, they simply keep each other under watch from a distance. Our guy understands one thing that humans never change. Whenever 3 or more people gather, things inevitably turn political and size. Shepard continues, saying that the circle has fractured into many factions, but the groups with the most power today are the Stro Necklace, the Armlets of the Peace Founder, and the Lucid Sword. These are the 3 main forces. Hearing this, Frey guesses that the circles have taken on the names of the original heroes, so there must be one named after him and Kasajan as well. Shepard admits he lacks detailed knowledge about the smaller factions, but has heard that the Troman's Ring is struggling. Their leader died recently, and half of the executives left to join other circles. Our guy feels irritated about the politics going in, and then he wonders about the faction that inherited Kasajan's will. Shepard explains that it is believed Kasajan followed the rule of 2. The God-Fist title passes from master to disciple through generations, but no one knows the current God-Fist's whereabouts. Our guy inquires whether the Academy's circle has any connection to the Troman's Ring, given they share the same name. Shepard clarifies that the club was merely a spontaneous initiative started by some students. If any exceptional talents emerge from there, efforts might be made to recruit them, but the majority of students remain unaware of the circle's existence. While pouring a drink behind the bar, Shepard adds that it actually works to their advantage that the students use the same name, as it helps avoid attracting unwanted attention from enemies. After all, it's impossible to know when or where the demigods might be observing. He then passes the drink to our guy and they share a toast. Our guy thinks Shepard is right. There's no way to be sure if the demigods are listening in. After finishing the drink and setting the glass down, Shepard explains why he has been wary since our guy showed up boldly wearing the Typhoon earrings, an artifact formerly held by the Archmage. Shepard had feared he might be affiliated with the Troman's Ring and planning an attack. That's all Shepard reveals for now before asking how our guy came to possess the earrings. Our guy remains silent, and Shepard mentions rumors surrounding Mount Espana, reputed to hold many ancient relics of past heroes. Very few have returned from the journey alive, and none have succeeded in claiming any of these relics. Our guy thinks this makes sense since finding Scheiser's dungeon entrance is almost impossible. Even if found, Torkunda would confront anyone trying to leave. Shepard exclaims at the mention of Scheiser's dungeon, and our guy confirms it, adding that the diary matches all the information Shepard shared. Shepard is stunned and says he must see it himself. Our guy apologizes, saying he found it by chance and doesn't know the way back. Shepard admits he still can't completely trust our guy, but requests to witness the power of the Typhoon earrings. In response, our guy unleashes a blue light that fills the entire room. Shepard closes his eyes and acknowledges that this isn't the worst possible scenario. His suspicion had originally stemmed from the belief that our guy might be linked to the rings. There was another reason for his doubt, but he keeps that to himself for the moment. Later, during a lively dinner at the palace filled with laughter, Shepard reflects on finally encountering people who might understand the demigods. The situation remains complex. Shepard feels relieved knowing there are circles that bear their names and wills, yet those circles are fragmented and embroiled in internal conflicts. He recognizes the need to learn more about these factions, to harness the power of the frozen river, and to discover how to complete Scheiser's Anastasia. The weight of these concerns presses heavily on him, and he holds his head in overwhelm. He cannot rule out the possibility that his synchronization with Frey was no mere accident. At that moment, Isabel arrives, noticing his pensive state. She wears an elegant white dress specially made for her by Lady Rilia. Our guy remarks that it must be nice to live without worries about the future. Isabel's response irritates him slightly, but he lets it pass. He then recalls his earlier conversation with Shepard about the other cause for suspicion. Shepard had mentioned hearing a disturbing report about someone who might have come into contact with the demigods. Our guy's expression changes to one of shock. Shepard, with knowing certainty, reveals that the individual was Lord Isaka Blake, who is our guy's father. Goosebar praises the guy, Patrick, the eldest son of Deasty House, saying that he has heard rumors that Sir Patrick's swordsmanship is comparable to the finest knights of the Ruinoble Kingdom. The guy gets happy after hearing his praise and asks Goosebar to come and enjoy the banquet held by the Deasty House next time. Goosebar smirks within himself, thinking how foolish he is, as all it took was a little empty praise for him to act all high and mighty. But that's fine, as he is going to attend the next banquet held by Deasty House, and his plans are moving along quite smoothly. As he stares at the women around him, he spots Frey, Lucas, and Isabel there. Lucas and Isabel are talking, but their attention shifts when Sonia joins them. Lucas looks at Isabel and Sonia and then mocks Isabel, saying, "Look at Sonia, and this is what beautiful is." Both of them keep arguing. On the other hand, Sonia's cheek reddens because she gets shy and embarrassed at the same time. After some time, Sonia and Lucas are chatting, and that's when Goosebar breaks their conversation. Lucas thinks that maybe this guy is someone Frey used to know and tricks of remembering, but stops when the guy taunts him, saying who thought a useless trash of Blake's family would be found here. Goosebar further says that he guesses trash can attend a banquet organized by the June House, so long as they belong to the Blake House. He keeps taunting Lucas that this is an extravagant party organized by Mater Ferran. It's practically a battlefield of nobles as they try to impress and exchange valuable contacts. Lucas listens to all of it calmly, but when the guy doesn't stop, Lucas tells him to shut up and get lost. He tells Goosebar that he won't repeat himself, so he should just go. Sonia asks Goosebar if he is Frey's acquaintance, to which Goosebar replies that he happens to know him very well, enough to know that he is not the type who would dare to talk to Goosebar that way. As he talks, he notices how beautiful Sonia and Isabel are, even though he knew that Ferran's banquets would be attended by many pretty ladies, but these two stand out even among the most beautiful women, and he wonders why both of them are hanging out with loser ladies, but these two stand out even among the most beautiful women, and he wonders why both of them are hanging out with a loser like Frey. Patrick notices Goosebar around them, so he interrupts them and introduces himself to Sonia, and when Sonia introduces herself, Goosebar thinks this is the reason she doesn't recognize that Frey is a loser because she is foreign. He plans on humiliating Frey and apologizes to Somya for not recognizing that she is Ferran's fiancée, and further says he admires his efforts to greet all manner of guests at his fiancée's banquet. But he is afraid Frey here is unworthy of such consideration, nor does he deserve Sonya's attention. Though Sonya turns towards Lucas and clarifies that her engagement is not set in stone, to which Luvas dumbly replies that, why is she telling him this? Isabel huffs, thinking how dense Lucas is. Patrick recognizes Frey too and says he is the stain of the Blake family. He has heard so much about him, and he knows his older brothers very well. Lord Michel and Lord Heinze are both mages at the Magic Tower, and Lord Michel even became a floor master of the Magic Tower recently. He says that he even heard that Frey was banished from the family registered by Count Blake's orders, though he doesn't blame him because he also can't fathom how a failure like Frey could possibly be related to such a great family. Lucas stays quiet, but Isabel gets furious, replying to Patrick that she doesn't know who he is, but she is almost certain that none present at this banquet can ever hope of reaching Frey's level of achievements, and she demands he apologize to Frey at once. Lucas pats on Isabel's head and tells her that it is fine and enough. Patrick smirks, saying he is the eldest of the Deasty house, and questions her if she is even serious that she wants him to apologize to Frey. He further says that the one who should apologize is the moron who invited someone so unworthy to Lord Farron's banquet, as what kind of an idiot would make the mistake of inviting such a failure? Everyone around laughs at the comment Patrick just passed. Just then, Ferran appears from behind, smiling and saying that it appears he owes him an apology then. Both Patrick and Guspar start acting confused and stuttering as they realize Lord Ferran June is the one who actually invites Frey. Ferran teases them, saying goodbye to him. It seems neither of them expected him to make such an invitation, and says to them that they allow him to apologize once again for disappointing them. He further says he had no idea that he needed Deasty House's permission to invite a dear friend of his to the banquet he was organizing, and that it must have slipped his mind as he was too busy organizing this banquet under his name. Patrick stutters and tries explaining himself that it is not what he meant. Ferran gets close to Patrick and intimidates him by saying, since they are on the subject, allow him to inform Patrick that Frey is among the most honored guests he has invited today, and he believes that Frey deserves the utmost respect from everyone. Patrick begs Ferran to forgive him, though Ferran laughs mockingly, telling him there is no need to feel nervous now, as this is his home and they are his guests, so they should enjoy their time here. He holds Guspar and whispers, because if this weren't a formal banquet, he would have had them executed. All of them who laughed at Frey, Guspar, and Patrick excuse everyone and rush out of the place because of being embarrassed and scared. Both Lucas and Ferran smirk, and Lucas says to him that he is a vicious one, to which Ferran replies that he was merely imitating what he learned from Frey. Lucas tells him that he is a pretty benevolent and gentle person, but Ferran winks and teases him and asks him if he has looked in the mirror lately. Lucas says that his reflection is too bright for him to admire himself when he stares into the mirror. After talking for some time, Ferran says to Lucas that he is quite eccentric. The powers he wielded back on the Cortez, if word got around and everyone knew how powerful he really was, nobody would dare to call him unworthy of the Blake name. Lucas sighs and says that a real man doesn't go around showing off their true potential. Ferran asks him what his father and he were talking about, to which Lucas replies that Ferran's father has suspicions about him being a part of the Troman rings. Ferran sips the drink and asks Lucas again if he has a change of heart about the offer he made, though Lucas denies it and remembers that the reason Shepard cleared his suspicion of him isn't because he could tap into the powers of the Typhoon earrings. Actually, there was someone who informed him about Lucas, Heinz Blake, a member of the Strau necklace, like Ferran's father, Frey's older brother. Shepard further said he is well aware of what his family did to him, and he is sure Frey went through much despair, and it's difficult to bear. But Frey's brother, Heinz Blake, he is very different compared to Count Isaka and Michael, and there was another reason why he agreed to Frey's banishment from the Blake house. Lucas's thoughts are then interrupted, and he says to Ferran that he is most likely not going to return to the academy, as there is no reason for him to return there, and tells Ferran that Shepard mentioned he should apply to join the Third Magic, so that is his plan for now. Ferran is impressed by this plan of Lucas's, as their training curriculum isn't that extraordinary, but they say the Third Magic Tower possesses some of the most unique magical research and arcane text among all the towers. Isabel overhears their conversation and retires for the evening. At night, Isabel is in the corridor thinking tomorrow Lucas will set off for the Magic Tower, while she will be returning to the academy. She questions herself if this is where they will part ways. Ever since she came to know that he is none other than Lucas Troman, she knew this day would come eventually. But if she is being honest, she still doesn't know what it is that she strives to achieve, where she should go from here, where her path should take her, and what she must master to become a great mage. Ferran and Lucas chat together and have tea as well that night, and Lucas thanks Ferran for having them as guests, as he had a great time and loved the marvelous banquet as expected of Ferran's fame and prestige. Lucas praises him that he must say he is most likely the genius of the century, born of the June house. Ferran says that Lucas could be right as he was 5 years old when he first noticed he could sense mana. Lucas is impressed and thinks within himself that 5 years old is amazing, and he is sure the earliest Shizer and he felt mana when they were around 7, so that is why Lucas finds Ferran very genius. Ferran informs Lucas further that when he was 17 years old, he reached Tier 4. Though on official records, he reached Tier 4 by the time he reached 20 years old. Lucas doesn't understand why Ferran says he has never shared his honest thoughts and feelings about this before, but he can finally get this off his chest, because it's Lucas. Ferran sees his talent as a curse. As they talk more, Ferran tells Lucas that he had a master who taught him magic when he was younger. He was a Tier 6 mage and the vice master of the 5th magic tower. He was a wise elderly man with a long white beard that reached his chest. Whenever Ferran asked him any questions, he would often answer him and pat his head gently. Ferran was quite fond of his head pats and answers. Naturally, he studied very hard so he could ask him more questions. He was the man who nurtured Ferran's joy of life and magic. That was what Ferran thought at first. It wasn't long before he reached Tier 4 under his tutelage. One day, he found himself asking a question not even his master could answer for him. He seemed bewildered. He was screaming as he called Ferran a monster. He was enraged. Not only that, it was the face of a man who was stricken with terror. All that time, Ferran's master was observing Ferran as he developed his natural talents for magecraft at a terrifying speed, ever more convinced that his rapid growth was an ill omen. Ever since then, he has lost sight of where to go with his talents. He still enjoys studying magic to this day, but whenever he fully immerses himself in his studies, or when he believes that he is close to making a breakthrough, he is reminded of his master's face as if it's a curse that binds him from advancing further. He says that if only he'd been born with an ordinary talent instead. Not a day goes by for him without cursing this talent of his. He would have enjoyed furthering his magecraft with more passion, and he wouldn't have been called a monster. He cries as he confesses his feelings to Lucas. Lucas tells him to stop crying and listen well, and says for those who are called genius, possessing extraordinary talents, there is a place not even they can reach, despite how desperately they try throughout their lives, and that is pinnacle enlightenment of magic. Lucas further said that Ferran met a lousy tutor because if he got demotivated from being the target of his jealousy, Lucas can assure him that he will never be able to reach that pinnacle. Lucas tells him when they will meet again, Lucas will have reached several higher tiers from now, and he needs the same from Ferran. Ferran knows about demigod, so Lucas says not only does it have authority over humans, but it secretly rules over all the intelligent creatures of this world. Its existence as a false god changed the law of this universe, being unaware of the shackles people wear under its banner. The fault lies with humanity for being ignorant, but trying to correct this world with unyielding resolve and defeating demigod. That's the potential humans carry with them, and that's a task only humans can hope to achieve. If Ferran's goals were to live a comfortable and extravagant life at the Magic Tower, his current skills and talents are more than enough, but if he is resolved to fight and win against demigod, then the only goal that lies ahead of him is to reach the pinnacle of magic, and it seems he can find his path in life from people other than his master. Ferran gets motivated and tells Lucas that when they meet again, he will definitely be ahead of Lucas, so Lucas smiles, telling him that is the kind of confidence he needs to be Lucas's friend. Isabel is listening to their conversation, and she gets emotional and cries. The next morning, Lucas examines the weather and finds the weather good as he sets off on his journey. A voice breaks in. It is Isabel. She says if Lucas is planning on leaving his luggage behind. Lucas tells her that he has already packed everything he needs. Isabel says Lucas called her a hindrance luggage he should have left behind. Lucas realizes that Isabel is also coming with him and asks her, what about the academy? So she tells him that she plans to study magic to the utmost limits, and before her is history's greatest mage, so should she accept anyone else as her master? Lucas warns her that she will probably regret it later, but Isabel has already made up her mind, and she says even if she has to walk to the heart and back, she will follow Lucas to the ends of the world. Patrick informs the Blake brothers that Ferran considers Frey his best friend, and taunts that even garbage has its use from time to time. When Michael asks Heinz about it, Heinz simply says he has no interest in this matter because if they go to the same academy, it's no surprise that they have become friends. Michael says perhaps they should inform Father, as they may be able to use this to their advantage. As Isabel and Lucas walk together, she asks Lucas about the proof that Duke Shepard gave him. Lucas explains that it is something like an opportunity or permission that gives him a chance to take the entrance tests for the Circle. Isabel says it is a secret organization created to liberate this world, and it would be best to acquire more information about demigod from these organizations. Until now she had never heard of demigods, nor had she truly understood the struggles of the 5 heroes, including Lucas, as they were simply taught that they were great heroes who tried to save this world from ruin. But to think that the enemy they fought against and lost to was the demigod, and if she had never heard it directly from Lucas, she may have thought it was merely a conspiracy theory. Lucas says that the most frightening type of rule is domination that can't be seen by her eyes. People under that kind of rule cannot think towards their future, nor are they willing to advance further. They can only pass time and be content with life as it is. They are content with their small satisfactions and achievements. Eventually, they become so drunk on those feelings that they do not realize they are already being enslaved. That's the current situation that's plaguing humanity. They arrive at the magic tower as they talk, and Isabel's eyes widen and jaw drop as this is the first time she has seen the magic tower. Lucas thinks there is still half a year before he can join the circle. Until then, he will need to stabilize the power of the frozen river and train here until he has regained his original powers. He says to Isabel that this is nostalgic, as this is the place where he started to make a serious breakthrough with his magical studies. It was back when he studied magic at the tower. They hear footsteps and spot dark elves, which is kind of shocking for Lucas, but Isabel tells him that elves and dwarves have freely traversed these lands and have positive political relations with the human kingdoms. Lucas says that come to think of it, he remembers reading that at the academy, and it is still quite surprising to see them in person, as this wouldn't be possible 4,000 years ago. As he remembers the elves unified at one point, now the entire jungle to the far north is 11 territory. In the magic tower, all the people practice their magic and abilities, including Isabel and Lucas. As Isabel is training, a guy comes asking Isabel about Lucas if he is her friend, and there are interesting rumors spreading in the magic tower about him. Word has it that he goes around performing that weird dance all day and spends the rest of the evening at the library, and he is getting quite a reputation for being quite odd. Isabel looks at Lucas practicing and thinks on the first glance, it may look like a strange, wobbly dance. However, now that she can read the flow of mana, she can see what is going on. The incredible moves he is performing at speeds that can't be seen. He unleashes attacks that can't be followed by the naked eye, and returns back to his initial pose. To ordinary people, it will just look like he is clumsy. In truth, it is a very high level of martial arts. The guy with Isabel says the more he notices Lucas, the more he is confused by his weird dance. On the other hand, an elf, Liamson, the leader of an elf group, is having a fight with a human, and as he knocks the guy out, he tells the guy that he is weak. So one of his companions tells Liamson to stop being disrespectful towards an opponent who is yielded, so Liam helps the guy to stand up. Isabel notices the leader, Liam. He is a dark elf who seemed like the leader of the group they saw outside the tower. Liam goes to Lucas as he sees him practicing and asks him if he is a martial artist, but Lucas tells him that he is just a mage, although Liam doesn't believe him because those are no ordinary moves for a mere mage. Liam introduces himself and addresses Lucas as human, so Lucas tells him that his name is Frey. Ignoring it, Liam asks Lucas to fight with him. As Liam calls Lucas human, so obviously Lucas gives him a blank expression. Because of that, Liam gets embarrassed and says that it came out wrong. The human word he is looking for is something else. Another elf, Camel, enters, saying it's Spar. She is Liam's master. She introduces herself and even meets Isabel. Camel says sorry that they bothered them during their training and asks them to forgive them and not pay attention to this idiot's words. By idiot, she means Liam. Liam addresses Camel as master and asks her how she can call him an idiot, as he simply found this human's martial arts amusing and wanted to test their might in a friendly sparring match as warriors. Camille says it is pretty idiotic how Liam adds warrior to everything he tries to justify. Isabel wonders what they are talking about as they are talking in Elvish. Lucas says in Elvish that he welcomes a friendly spar anytime. Liam asks him if he can also speak Elvish, to which Lucas replies only a little, which makes Liam think that Lucas is a very interesting human. But Lucas says he is not as interesting as an elf who is studying human magic. Liam gets ready for sparring, making Lucas realize that it is what he expected of a dark elf. His moves are unique and elaborate. It feels like he is facing a nocturnal predator. Liam swings his leg and attacks Lucas, but surprisingly for Liam, Lucas blocked it. Lucas knows these are silent shadow steps, and the key to those movements lies within his feet. They both fight pretty tough, and as Lucas tries punching Liam, he tackles it easily. Because of that, Lucas praises Liam that he moves like an agile beast. All the people watch the fight with complete interest. Elves doesn't believe that Lucas is so good at it, and questions each other what is with the white hair, as he is holding his own against Liamson, the next leader. Camel also looks at the fight from the corner of the crowd and thinks that she knows Fry mentioned it earlier, but considering his muscle mass, it is clear that he isn't a warrior, and she questions herself about how he is effectively blocking all of Liamson's attacks with such a slender physique. As Lucas tackles all Liam's attacks without injuring himself, Camille is very impressed and thinks that it is an incredible control and distribution of mana, and at most, he looks to be 20 years old. A question arises in her mind. Is Lucas really a human? Camel shouts and tells Liam to stop, and it is enough, as any more sparring is meaningless. Both Liam and Lucas pant, and Liam praises Lucas that the way he moves is incredible, to which Lucas replies, right back at Liam, and says if they were fighting in the wild at night, he is sure Liam could have easily overwhelmed him, and it felt like hand-to-hand combat isn't Liam's forte. Liam laughs and asks Lucas how long he will be staying at the magic tower, to which Lucas replies, approximately 6 months probably, while taking a towel from Isabel, who who is praising him for fighting so well. Camille comes and also praises Lucas, and as she notices his typhoon earrings, she asks him why he chose to come to the third magic tower. Lucas tells her that there is a certain elixir he'd like to brew, so he chose to come to the magic tower with the most specialized tomes and knowledge regarding alchemy. People there are in shock as Lucas is casually chatting with the leader of the Dark Elves. Until now, people just thought he was just some weirdo trying to invent some sort of dance. However, Camille asks Lucas, so this is why he shuts himself in the library every evening? Lucas sighs and says he feels this tower was the wrong place to look for the relevant knowledge, as he has read all the books and the tomes in the library, but hasn't found anything useful. Camille suggested he read the magic scriptures. The library only stocks the grade 3 books, so in order to read grade 1 books, he will need to pass the entrance exam and be approved by floor 3rd masters before he has given the entry test. Lucas asks her when the exams are held, so Camille smirks and tells him it is tomorrow. The people are chattering there that the skinny-looking guy there fought with the dark elf on equal footing. One of them says that he always knew that he was a weird guy, even weirder than his wildest dreams. They start wondering what a manifest practitioner like him is doing here at the entrance test. Meanwhile, Camille and Liamson show up and call out to Frey and Isabel. Frey asks them if they both are also there for the exam, to which they reply that they heard Frey applied for it, so they came as spectators today. Camille mocks Liamson, saying that he was so bored that's why he tagged along, and Lucas says the same for Isabel. Liamson asks Lucas to fight with him as soon as he is done. Suddenly, 3 men appear there, and Camille introduces them to Lucas as the floor master of that magic tower and adds that the guy present in the middle is the real deal in that magic tower. One of those 3 says that they should not waste any time in introductions and proceeds with the first exam immediately. Lord Mickle instructs them to create an energy ball and try to compress it. 2 of the attendees are discussing whether this is supposed to be this easy, or maybe it's simpler, because it is the first round of the exam. The twist comes when Lord Mickle asks them to make a ball smaller than the one he has in his hand. Everyone starts stressing as he wants them to make the size of a small marble, which is a difficult task. One by one, everyone fails, as it is very difficult to make a size even smaller than a marble. But Isabel is quite close to that, and this is good enough according to Lord Mickle, and she passes. As he goes towards Camille and Liamson and sees the ball compressed in a tiny marble size, he says that according to him, they both don't need to pass any further exam and grants entry to the magic library. Meanwhile, Frey compresses a ball, which is noticed by one of the men with Lord Mickle. He asks him if he has loosened the exam. The man says to Lord Mickle that he feels that Frey has already given up. Frey asks them not to rely on their eyes but instead feel what is happening by sensing the mana. He manages to compress that ball to a size that cannot be perceived by human eyes. Lord Mickle gets shocked. He says to Frey that he does not require any further exam, and he starts to interview him, asking his name. Frey introduces himself as Frey Blake, and tells him that he is the 3rd son of the Blake house. Lord Mickle grants him access to the magic library, and also asks him to have a word in private. Later, they both go inside. Lord Mickle mentions that he is very impressed by his skills. He asks Lucas how he came to the 3rd magic tower. Frey tells him that Duke Shepard recommended him. As Lord Mickle hears the name Shepard, he says that now there is no point in beating around the bush, and believes that Lucas has reached the 5th tier at the bare minimum, and Lucas doesn't deny it. Lucas realizes that he almost reached 7, but there is no reason to tell him. Lord Mickle asks him if he knows about the existence of demigod. Frey tells him that he is aware of it to a certain extent. Lord Mickle tells him that long ago they found traces of the demigod's influence at Utiano. They assumed it was the traces of an apostle. Frey asks him about it, so Lord Mickle tells him that apostles are basically the select chosen of the demigod who wield divine powers in their names. He adds that right now, the fanatical heretics who used to worship the demigods are gathering under the banner of these apostles from every corner of the world. Frey realizes that this is the first time he hears such things, that 4,000 years ago, there were no such servants. He asks Lord Mickle what he wants to ask of him. Lord Mickle tells him that Utiano is under the jurisdiction of Honor Lux and himself. He further clarifies that honor is the title reserved for the executives of the Circle. He wants to rally their forces and investigate soon before it's all lost. Furthermore, he asks Lucas to join him for the investigation, to which Frey agrees. He warns him that it will be a dangerous mission, and he gives him some time to consider it. Frey asks him why he asked him for that. Lord Mickle folds his sleeves, and he shows him the relic of Eris that he wears. Frey understands that he is a member of the Peace Founder Armlets. Lord Mickle tells him that after the death of the Troman Ring's Circle Master, the demigod's minions have been sowing chaos and wreaking havoc across these lands. He continues that the circles must now move covertly with more caution. The Dark Elves summoned here at the tower are actually their reinforcements from the Black Fangs for this operation. Lord Mickle says that due to his old age, he has become quite distrustful and anxious to others regarding these matters. And then he, Frey, comes along wearing the typhoon earrings. As Lord Mickle mentions about Frey's earrings, he starts realizing that he crafted these on a whim, but for some reason, they seem to be famous in this era. Frey asks him when they leave, to which Lord Meikle replies that it would take a week for them to make their necessary preparations. Frey realizes that he'll need to stabilize and digest the energies of the frozen river by then. Lord Meikle asks him to think about why it was that he wanted access to the magical archives. Frey replies that there's a particular elixir he'd like to create, and so he's looking into studying alchemy. As Lord Meikle hears the word alchemy, he suggests to him that if that's the case, then ask her about helping him instead. That will yield the quickest results. Frey asks about her, so Lord Meikle guides him to her. As he reaches her, he introduces himself and tells her that he's here because Lord Meikle instructed him to seek her. She's Professor Adelia, and she is said to be the famous West Road Academy's genius professor, but Frey realizes that it's his first time seeing her. Professor Adelia asks to confirm if he is that guy the old man mentioned. Frey looks around her room and realizes that it seems like she has quite the extreme way of life, as it was all messy. Adelia offers him to sit anywhere. Frey hesitantly asks her where exactly he should sit. As he roams around her room, he finds weird things stored in the container. Out of nowhere, Adelia says that she will say this just once. Frankly, she is extremely busy, extremely tired, and she also has extremely low blood pressure, so she asks him to tell her in 3 words what he wants. Let's not beat around the bush. Frey tells her in 3 straight words to create a mana potion. Adelia comments that it's short, to which Frey replies that she said 3 words, so that's why. Adelia calls him the cheeky one and asks him what kind of mana potion he is talking about. Frey puts out a vial and asks her to take a look at it. As Adelia takes a look at it, she gets startled and shouts, asking what's with this ridiculously dense mana in this vial. Frey continues to say that it's from thee and suddenly mocks her, saying that he is over the word limit. Adelia gets irritated and snaps at him, asking him to stop being annoying and just say it normally. Frey tells her that it's from the heart of a 1,000-year-old drake. The mana energy is roughly estimated to be around 100,000. As she hears 100,000, her eyes widen in shock, and she asks him if he can brew it into a mana potion. Just then, a big smile passes over her face as she says, "That's insane." Hearing that, Frey realizes that her face and what she says are completely different, and says that he's guessing her reply is a no then. Adelia tells him that the technique involved might be a bit too complicated, but that doesn't matter because she can pull it off. But the main problem is the ingredients he'd need. She lets him know that they will need something that he can't find readily. Frey wonders what ingredients she needs. Adelia tells him that they'd need the feather of a phoenix. In an instant, Frey takes out the feather from his pocket and gives it to her, asking what else she needs. Adelia trembles in shock and says that she would need an excellent magical assistant, someone skilled in controlling mana, and theoretically, she'd need a guy who is able to compress an energy ball to the size of a fingernail. Frey makes a magic ball and compresses it, which can barely be seen through the human eye, which makes Adelia surprised. Later, they both start working. Adelia asks him who exactly he is. If he's a Blake boy, then that must mean he is a son of Count Isaka Blake, because she has heard of Michael and Heinz Black, but this is the first time she has heard of Frey Blake. She continues that his mana control and his overall knowledge of alchemy are very advanced, even though the knowledge he has seems way outdated. Frey realizes that it's knowledge from 4,000 years ago. Adelia says that considering his skills and talents, how is it that she has never once heard of him before? And suddenly she grabs his collar and asks him to become her assistant. Frey refuses her request in seconds. Adelia starts forcing him, saying that she will pay a great wage, and she will teach him crafting methods he will never see elsewhere. Frey stops her and refuses her offer. Adelia gets dull, and realizes that it'll be a lifesaver if a guy like him becomes her assistant. She again asks him to think of it, and why he keeps calling her Professor. Frey tells her that he's a student at West Road Academy. Adelia gets surprised and realizes that if he is a student, that means she can blackmail him and use his grades and future career as a pretext. But Frey suddenly mentions that he dropped out. Adelia says to him that he keeps getting his hopes up and down. Frey asks her if she is also quite knowledgeable when it comes to creating golems. Adelia agrees and asks him if he wants her to teach him and then be her assistant. Frey asks her to presume that he has a golem core with a mana energy at around 1 million units. Then how would he be able to create a golem out of that? Adelia says that not that there would be such a core in the first place, but even if there was a core like that, there's no way to manifest it without a ton of orichalcum and mithril poured into constructing its frame and nervous systems. She asks if he's getting what she's saying. They would need to use a lot of ores of legend if they wanted to construct it. She continues that let's not forget about the plating that would be required. Creating the blueprints and the command mantras to manifest its ego would prove to be an impossible mission as well. She questions him why he asks such a thing, and surprisingly tells him not to say that he possesses such a core. Frey smiles and puts his mysterious bag on the table. Liamson and Frey get in a fight. As Frey punches him and he falls down, saying he got him, Frey says that it just means he has gotten used to his movements now. Liamson asks him not to be ridiculous, as he was just underestimating Frey. Just then, a few of the elves standing behind start praising Isabel's technique, saying it's a lot easier to control it with the techniques she had taught them. One of them calls her an amazing lady. Isabel gets nervous and says that they are all exaggerating. This is all thanks to their own efforts. Seeing all of this, Camel comments that Isabel's lessons are precise and easy to understand. It seems the rest of the Dark Elves have really opened up to her. Later, Isabel comes towards Frey, asking how the elixir is coming along, to which Frey replies that he was told it should be finished by this evening. Isabel replies that he is almost there then, and he'll reach tier 7. Frey, not being so overconfident, says that it's only the beginning. He has got a long road ahead. After a while, Camille asks Frey and Isabel if the two of them like to try out elemental summoning. She continues that she is sure if they make a contract with an element that suits them, it will be of great help in the future. They taught her kids the art of magic, so in return, she'll teach them the traditional dark elf methods of summoning an elemental. Later, Frey goes to Professor Adelia. She tells him that the elixir he has asked her to craft is ready, and asks him if he is really thinking of drinking this. She further advises him not to do it, at which point Frey asks her if she fails. Adelia replies that she doesn't fail, but it's quite the opposite. The potion was an overwhelming success. She adds that the mana concentration was further amplified to be twice the normal amount than before, but carefully drinking it will melt him down to the marrow of his bone. Excitedly, Frey grabs the veil, and with a big smile, he says that it's what he wanted to hear. Adelia gets disappointed and suggests he do what he wants with it as it's his life, so she doesn't care. She further asks him not to come hunting her in her sleep when he is dead. Frey gives her a unique necklace as a little thank you gift for her troubles. She asks him what's the meaning of this. Frey tells her that it's the ease amulet. Adelia starts blushing and nervously comments that this is a forbidden affair. The world won't accept such a taboo. Frey hesitantly says that he doesn't really understand what she is going on about, but he is just letting her know that equipping her will drastically improve her concentration and focus. And as he says any further, Adelia gets all red and rushes off saying they can't be seen doing this. Frey cluelessly remains there and calls her a strange woman. Later, in his room, Frey makes his spell and drinks that portion. Meanwhile, Camel asks Isabel if reaching tier 7 is an amazing feat in the human world because they've only started venturing into the knowledge of the sorcery practiced by humans, so she honestly can't understand the system. She adds that she's assuming the tier of her sorcery equates to her social ranking amongst human communities. Isabel explains to her that for the 7th tier, people in that bracket would generally be referred to as an Archmage. Regardless of the country or state anyone chose to settle in, they would be treated well above the status and social rankings of a count. They will also have their name engraved on the imperial slate, or their name will forever be recorded into history. Camel asks her if that means Frey has ambitions to climb the social ladder and be recorded in history. Isabel refuses and tells her that he said this is merely the beginning, and his true motives are a lot more ambitious than simply climbing social ladders or being remembered by history. His objective is the demigod. He wishes to reclaim this world from their influence. Back there, Frey, after drinking all that potion, finally manages to reach tier 7. Later, Lord Mickle with Frey, Isabel, Liamson, and Camille goes towards the town. As they reach there, Frey comments that this is the town of Holbridge, where traces of the apostle were last sighted. It's a pretty small town, Isabel adds. Just then, Frey gets a strange feeling and says that it's quite eerie. He has a bad feeling about this. He senses divine power, Frey adds. He realizes that it's something he hasn't felt in a long time. And honestly, it's a disgusting sensation that makes anyone want to throw up. He turns to Lord Mickle and says that this begs the question, just how powerful does a human become once they are personally blessed by a demigod's divine powers? On their way, Lord Mickle tells them it's a small village of less than 500 villagers. Since they are quite self-sufficient, they had not had any need to interact with surrounding settlements as much. Liamson says that it's the perfect place for an apostle to test the waters, at which Lord Mickle agrees, and says to Frey that he knows he has already mentioned this, but this will become a very dangerous mission. He continues that he won't complain since he, Frey, is the one who insisted they bring her along, but will she be fine because this mission might be a bit too much for someone like her. He refers to Isabel. Frey assures him saying she may not look at it but she can fend for herself quite well, so there is no need to worry about her. Just then, a group of people runs into them. One of them says in disbelief that it's the Lord Mages from the tower. He asks them what brings them to the countryside and introduces Alad, the mayor of this village. Lord Mickle greets them and mentions that they have a few questions he'd like to ask. Alad asks them what they want to know. Lord Mickle wonders if anything strange happened here recently, whether it's something dramatic or trivial. Has anything changed recently? Alad tells them that no such thing happened, and they are a small village, so they would notice any such changes. Their lives here are the same as always. Frey interrupts, asking where the rest of the villagers are because it's the middle of the day, yet he doesn't see any villagers around. It's almost as if the village is deserted. Alad gets hesitant and tells them that there was something that happened today over in the forest nearby. Frey observes that something is fishy and curiously mentions that he just says that he hasn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. Alad gets hesitant, and his voice starts breaking as Frey catches him red-handed. Frey orders Liamson to check the area, Seeing that, Lord Meikle wonders how that arrogant dark elf is actually listening to Frey's orders. Liamson checks out the area and informs Frey that he couldn't see anyone, but he noticed traces of bloodshed everywhere. As Alad and those people hear this, they suddenly transform into some strange creatures. Lord Meikle recognizes them as demigod creatures. Alad orders everyone to kill them all but insists on killing the mages first. As those creatures rush to attack Lord Meikle, Isabel comes up to shield him and activates the firewall. It barely manages to stop them, and as more of those creatures rush to attack, Isabel casts her Windcutter spell, which slices the heads of those creatures. Alad gets startled and wonders how they can kill us so easily when they have been blessed by demigod's powers. As he takes his leave, Liamson catches him on the spot and cuts his legs. Frey puts his leg over him and asks him to tell him everything, as it's time for him to spill the beans. Alad gets stressed and tells him that he doesn't know anything, on which Frey mocks him, saying he thought they wouldn't need to waste time. Suddenly, Camille asks to let her handle this. She mentions that it's a good opportunity to show him her elemental summoning. She starts casting her spell to summon her elemental. As the elemental appears, Isabel curiously asks her about it. Camille explains that it's a dark elemental known as Dark Gorin, and there is nothing better than employing the powers of the Dark Gorin when anyone needs to extract intel from an enemy. Dark Gorin starts roaring, and Camille orders him to take over his, Alad's, mind. In an instant, it goes into his body. Frey gets stressed seeing all of this and realizes that he thinks regular torture techniques would be less barbaric than this. Meanwhile, Lord Meikle, being extremely scared, realizes that he should never make enemies out of the Dark Elves. Camille asks Alad to tell her where the rest of the villagers are. He tells her that they all are dead, at which Camille asks him what happened to them. Alad replies that they were used as human sacrifices. Frey wonders what they sacrificed for. Alad tells them that they were sacrificed to make creatures like them and to liberate the powers of the Apostle. As he ends his word, he shouts, and with a loud blast, he makes himself burn into fire. Camille orders everyone to take cover. The demigod's creature self-destructs with a loud blast, shaking the Lord Mages out of their feet. Frey activates a protective shield around them as he tells them that he was inflicted with a powerful curse that is primed to explode before he can give up important intel. He says that he expected this from a pawn of the demigods. Still, inside the protective shield supported by Isabel, Lord Meikle gets worried and says that this is not looking good and thinks they should retreat for now. He continues that if the Apostle is skilled enough to manifest creatures, they can't handle this by themselves. Just then, Frey suggests not to stop, and they must press on, and the demigods are already alerted to their presence there. It's now or never. Lord Meikle tries to object, saying it's true, but they should wait until they have Luxus with them. He tells them that he is a Tier 7 mage, and rushing into this will be nothing more than certain suicide. Frey says that he is more than happy to fill in for his absence, to which Lord Meikle replies that this is no time to succumb to some flimsy sense of pride, and that Tier 7 is a state of power achieved through the fusion of high-level learning from all aspects of magecraft. The Dark Elf Camel asks about the state of fusion, to which Lord Meikle informs that one should be aware that when two opposing elements clash, it generates an enormous explosion, and the 7th tier allows one mastery even over opposing elements, and thus one can naturally combine them into one. Frey smugly replies that he is not over-exaggerating, nor is he letting his pride get the best of him. He raises his hand, and with just one flick, two enormous bundles of crimson red and frosty blue emerge from the ground. Lord Meikle shockingly questions him about what he's trying to do. With a loud clap of both his hands, the bundles start to submerge together with Lord Meikle telling him to stop and that he will kill them, and that's not something a young man can achieve. The two bundles of fire and ice finally stop as the red flames cover the icy blue of the ice. Lord Meikle gets surprised and says that it is impossible how he managed to combine such enormous energy into one. He asks that it would mean that Frey has reached the 7th tier, to which Frey asks to allow him to fight on behalf of Honor Lucas. The smoke starts to disappear as they get a hold of their surroundings. Camille asks Frey to look at the pawn that wasn't burnt alive from the explosion earlier. She says that it looks like it is charred by lightning. Lord Meikle informs that this is decisive proof that the Master of the Apostle is the demigod who wields lightning, to which Frey replies with a sigh that it is quite complicated, a mere human who can tap into the powers of a demigod. Lord Meikle tells him that it may come as a surprise, but the existence of an apostle may also prove to be a blessing in disguise. Frey further asks him, as he tells Frey about the first apposite they managed to subjugate, which was the Cast Cow Empire, and back then, something extraordinary happened upon defeating him. Lord Meikle tells him that the instant they killed the apostle, the demigod he was serving also ceased to exist. This surprises Frey, and Lord Meikle continues that such things are rare and they don't happen, and they are yet to truly comprehend why and how it happens. However, they manage to confirm something with that incident. The fact is, should they eradicate the apostles blessed with the shared powers of the demigod they serve, there will be consequences for the demigod, and in some cases, it will also kill them. Frey starts to think about how there is such a high risk for them to bear, and why they would risk it all and use an apostle in the first place. He questions himself if anything has changed with the demigods over time because they never relied on such a thing as an apostle 4,000 years ago. The Lord Mages start walking towards the forest. The dark elf, Liamson, tells them that he can't sense any life energy in the forest at all, that the trees and animals are all dead, and not even the bugs in the soil are alive. Camel tells them they had their energy drained and dry. She asks bitterly how someone can treat nature like this. Isabel touches the ground and says that this entire forest seems like a trap. She tells them that a power barrier has been erected in this vicinity, so they won't be able to send reconnaissance past that point. Frey casually says that in that case, they will destroy everything in the vicinity. Isabel yells his name at this suggestion. Camel tells them that it's a dead forest, and if it catches fire during the fight, it can put neighboring villages in danger. Lord Mikkel let them know that it would take them 2 whole days to destroy such a powerful barrier. Frey moves forward and puts his hand on the dead tree. Lord Mikkel questions what he's trying to do, to which Isabel says that she thinks that Frey is examining the barrier to see how he'll destroy it. Cammy, amused with the idea of Frey being the type that would take action first and think later, joyfully says that Frey would fit just right in the Dark Elves. She tells him to focus on the barrier as they are watching his back. Frey moves forward and announces that he is done examining it, which surprises Camel. He orders everyone to get behind him as he raises his hand in the air and activates the windstorm, with blinding flashes and the wind swirls surrounding them. The forest starts to destroy within a flash. Lord Mikkel shockingly exclaims that it is unbelievable that this is the power of 20-year-olds nowadays. He thinks that it is shameful to call himself a floormaster that he barely helped them with anything. He questions in disbelief that it is already time for the next generation to surpass them. Frey looks forward, with displeasure on his face, and says, "So you finally showed up." A figure oozing with energy approaches them slowly. Lord Mikkel realizes that the oozing divine energy means that it is an apostle. A look of shock appears on his face as he exclaims that it makes no sense and how is this possible? The smoke disappears as Honor Lucas is seen approaching them as Lord Mikkel asks why he would do such a thing. The whole group is shocked by Luke's strength and abilities. Mikkel appears to be someone Luke had warned in the past, but Mikkel ignored his warnings. Other members of the group seem to be aware of Luke's skills and his function as an apostle. Mikkel tries to excuse himself, but Lucas knows who to deal with the situation. In order to demonstrate his control, Lucas considers the man's habit of allowing his curiosity to get him into trouble. Then, Lucas raises his finger to finish off Mikkel, but Lucas blocks the attack, which sort of surprises Lucas. They are questioning Honor Luke's actions and find it hard to believe. Mikkel is confused about how the once Circle executive could betray them. Lucas tries to assure Mikkel that Lucas isn't the same person they once knew. Lucas turns to Lux, who is now making his own decisions, not controlled by anyone, not even by himself. The betrayal is emphasized when Lucas accuses him of turning against them and becoming a traitor. Lucas responds calmly, questioning if Lucas is part of the Circle, pointing out the arrogance of someone young questioning him. Lucas explains that he felt completely powerless when faced with someone who had overwhelming strength and authority, which he refers to as absolute power, and the Almighty. Honor Lucas speaks arrogantly, calling humans mere insects and questioning the value of mortals. Lucas disagrees while he gets angry, claiming that humans are not weak creatures like insects, even if they are mere mortals. Lucas is clearly upset and Isabel wonders what even happened 4,000 years ago that makes Lucas that emotional. Lucas spits the fact on Lux's face that he was just a weakling who decided to bow down. Lucas proposes a weird answer, that he didn't surrender, but rather acknowledged its overwhelming power. Lucas disagrees with Luxus, saying that people who fight against a powerful enemy are not fearless. Instead, they are terrified and use all their strength and willpower to defeat them. These people are giving everything they have, even though they know they might lose. Further, Lucas adds that they keep fighting because they want to protect the people they care about and stand up against injustice. Lucas defends the strength and dignity of mortals. Lucas then confronts Lux, accusing him of giving up this mortal honor by surrendering to overwhelming power. Lucas doesn't agree and calls it ignorance, not honor. He completely rejects the idea. Without casting any spells, he simply points with his finger, and it becomes clear that he possesses the power of an apostle. Isabel and those who are watching are shocked, realizing that this power is on a whole other level. Lucas, while he laughs, explains that his power comes from pure lightning, something magic can't copy. He mocks, "Training and research don't matter when they have such a strong source of power." By serving this power, he has gained abilities far stronger than a 7th tier. The skies grow dark with storm clouds. Lucas declares that this is a demigod's power rather than a mortal's. Lucas is making a plan and giving instructions. He gives each member specific tasks for a feint operation. Liamson is assigned to be the vanguard, leading the attack while ensuring the safety of the 3 people following him. Camilla is told to support Liamson by providing cover and using magic to assist him. Lord Mikkel is instructed to stay at the back, focusing on blocking divine power and providing support without taking unnecessary risks. Then, finally, Lucas gives Isabel instructions, but Isabel thinks the plan is too risky. Lucas ignores their worries, saying there's no time to make a new plan. He tells them they can argue later if they survive. The team follows Frey's lead, and the battle starts. The air is filled with energy and lightning. The fight becomes intense. Mikkel in the group is surprised by Lucas's incredible strength and wonders about his true identity. At the same time, Lucas is advising Frey to save his energy, hinting that the real challenge is yet to come. Lucas turns to Frey. No matter how powerful he might be, no mortal powers could break through that lightning barrier, as it is the power of a demigod. Frey proudly asks him, "Is it so?" and starts attacking him. Fire starts bursting, ice starts slashing, but he is unable to break that. Lucas again conveys to him that it is futile, and he couldn't break that. Isabel gets very tense at that time, but Camel spills that she is sure that Frey's plan is to draw his attention while he comes up with a plan of attack on the spot. But at that time, all his attacks are focused on Frey instead. At that point, not even Frey could last long, but she tells Isabel not to worry. Isabel, being in relief, lets out the fact that at least now everything is going according to his plan. Just then, Frey comes to Isabel and tells her that the apostle already knows how powerful Frey is. That is why he is assuming that if we attack him with a feint, then he will be the one that needs to be taken care of. Frey, according to his thoughts, can tell that this man is receiving an endless supply of power from the storm of clouds above him, which means as long as the storm clouds are there, he will be immortal. Frey further suggests to Isabel that they need to get rid of these clouds, so if she combines her efforts with Lord Mikkel and Camille, then the three of them can together pull this off, and in the meantime, Frey will get his attention and distract him while Isabel will inform and command them both to see that matter. Frey tells her that he is placing his faith in her, and his life is now in her hands. Isabel calls out to Camel and Lord Mikkel to gather as much mana as possible, as victory in that battle depends on them. Frey, on the other hand, again makes his spell to attack Lucas, but it proudly says that spells like these are futile against him. Lucas realizes that is not a barrier from the demigod, or else he will be reduced to ashes till then. He starts admiring Frey for his talent, as he is no more than in his 20s. Frey starts blowing fire towards him. Lucas gets confused, as Frey should know that, as it is futile to barrage him with these spells, then why is he sparing his efforts on him? He thinks that maybe Frey is trying to divert his attention. Meanwhile, Isabel, Lord Mikkel and Camel appear there, which makes Lucas get to know that this was their plan. He shows his power and attacks them, and all three of them fall on the ground. Lucas threatens them that it is the end time of their existence. Here comes Liamson, and he starts attacking Lucas. At that time, he starts losing his hope that he won't be able to make it. On the other hand, Frey went to Isabel, Lord Michael, and Camel to have a look at them to see whether all three of them are okay. Camel asks him to go back and fight Lucas, and for the clouds, they will manage to blow them out. Lucas gets annoyed by them at that time and asks Liamson why young people want to go straight to death, and if that is what they desire, he will be so happy to bring them to death. He threatens him that none of them will be left over. They all will be spared. Somehow, he manages to throw Liamson away with his powers and asks him to end this meaningless struggle. Just then, Frey comes from behind. Lucas at that time gets amazed at the extraordinary amount of energy. Frey starts stressing and realizes that this is not the time to conserve the mana, but instead he has to squeeze out every drop of mana in his body to shield his allies. At this point, Lucas admits that this is becoming dangerous now, as he is going to do something dangerous. Just then, Frey senses the danger and asks Liamson to go away from there. A catastrophic event happens. The lava blasts. When lava blasts through Lord Frey, it spreads around to everyone while Frey staggers in the air and curses under his breath as he runs out of mana. Liamson falls upon the ground and covers his face to protect himself from getting hurt when the lava explosion falls onto the ground and makes a giant crater, as a sign of the extent of Frey's true power. Liamson gets impressed at the impact of Frey's power. However, Luxus curses at Frey furiously and threatens him that he'll pay dearly for this, as Luxus will kill him no matter what. When Frey falls back onto the ground after the explosion, Lucas mocks him by saying that it looks like Frey's mana is all dried up, and how it's such a novice mistake to run out of mana during a battle. He further tries to overpower Frey and says that he'll teach Frey the difference that experience makes. However, as soon as Lux tries to cast magic, Frey gets up on his feet again and questions Lux about who he thinks he is to lecture him about experience. Moreover, Frey tells him that he's exhausted his mana just because he has other ways to fight without depending on it, unlike Lux, who is completely dependent on the thundercloud above him. He then positions his legs and arms in a certain way and tells Lux to know his place. When Liamson sees Frey getting in that position, he gets surprised as he recognizes that Frey is getting into a martial arts stance and thinks how Frey hasn't given up on the battle just yet. While Frey gets in the position, he notices how Lux's barrier has become very unstable. Therefore, he tells himself that he can't afford to give Luke any time to recover in order to win. Lucas throws magic towards Frey, but he quickly runs forward and punches Lucas, which makes him stumble back until Frey gives him a final push by slamming his hands into Lucas's chest that results in Lucas falling ahead at a distance. When Lucas regains his composure and sits up, he says to Frey in disbelief that he doesn't get it, and asks him if he is really a mortal like him. Frey sarcastically repeats the word mortal, and criticizes Luke that he no longer qualifies as a fellow mortal and is nothing but the demigod's loyal bitch. With his words, Luke couldn't understand how his body started feeling frozen with fear due to Frey. After trying, he finally musters up the courage to stand and fly up to his thundercloud and yells that it's impossible. He brings his hand near to the thundercloud and asks them if they have forgotten that as long as the thundercloud exists above him, he has inexhaustible mana at his disposal and they can struggle. He further calls them flies in front of his power and promises to burn them to a crisp once he has recovered his mana. Suddenly, Liamson jumps up high where Lucas was and kicks him in the face while cursing him as they have to deal with his stupidity. Lucas falls back to the ground where he was before, whereas, on the other hand, Mikkel, Camel, and Isabel continue to prepare the light and make it grow stronger, as Isabel tells herself to hold on just for a bit more. As soon as Luke gets back on the ground, both Frey and Liamson launch towards him and start beating him mercilessly. However, Luke has recovered some of his mana from the thundercloud. Therefore, he pushes them both away using his powers while calling them insignificant whelps. The two of them stumble back and fall onto the ground due to that unexpected exertion of power by Lucas. While Frey lies on the ground, groaning in pain, Luke walks over to him and puts his foot on Frey's stomach while cursing him, saying that he'll turn Frey into a pile of ash. Lucas then motions his hand above Frey's face and makes the blue lightning hit his face with very high power, making Frey scream in pain and helplessness. All at once, Mikkel, Camel, and Isabel shout "Howling Tempest," at which point Lucas turns to look at them, and they cast their power, making the red fire grow higher and stronger. The three of them keep their focus on the magic and continue to strengthen it as a big and powerful flash of light rises from the ground, where they were standing, up to the thundercloud cast by Lucas that was supplying him with mana. The great flash of light makes a hole in Luke's thundercloud, through which light starts to pass through and fall upon Luke's. The flash of light burns and melts Luke's face as he keeps looking towards it in surprise and disbelief, along with groaning in pain. After looking at all of this, Frey mumbles to Lucas in pain that he, Lucas, has lost. However, Luke's continues to burn, and his skin keeps melting as he looks around at the three of them panting in exhaustion and questions sarcastically how he has lost against mere mortals. Lord Mikkel calls out to Lucas, but he gets on his knees and looks up to the sky while his body slowly turns into ashes and cries out, calling the demigod to save him. The clouds of darkness start to go away as light peeps holes into them and comes through, making Luke's burn even more. At last, they succeed against Lord Lucas, and Lord Frey gets up, announcing their victory to everyone that it is finally over. Lord Mikkel steps forward towards Luke's and gets on his knees, asking him why he betrayed them. As Luke's burns, he replies to Michael that the demigods have assured the salvation of humanity, and he told him that the demigods will liberate mankind from plagues and free them from the shackles of limited lifespans. He further promised Luke to enable mankind to evolve into greater beings, but fools like Frey and the others are the ones that are holding back humanity from their destiny. Frey gets tired of listening to the stupid talk of Lucas and asks his fellows that if they're done listening to him, Frey should end it as light fuzzes from his hand, ready to be aimed at Lucas. However, Mikkel requests that Frey wait for a moment, but Frey insists that they have to end this now until Mikkel pleads once more, saying that it won't be long. He then addresses Honor Lucas and asks him if it's too late for him to change his mind, at which Lucas asks Mikkel if he's showing sympathy for him. As Mikkel's eyes fill with concern, he replies to him that his methods were wrong, but he admits that Lucas pursued that path for the sake of mankind, so he asks Lucas again if he will not join them again and fight along with them. Lucas gently puts his hand on Mikkel's hand as he calls his name, and in return, Mikkel also calls back Lucas's name. However, Lucas suddenly grabs Mikkel's hand tightly and pulls him closer to his burning body. Mikkel groans in pain, but Luke doesn't stop and apologizes while saying that he has come so far to go back now. As it happens so suddenly, Isabel stands there shocked, whereas Frey runs towards them shouting at Mikkel to get away from Lucas. Mikkel tries his best to free himself from Luke's grip, but he fails to do so, and with an explosion, both Luke and Mikkel turn into ashes. As the smoke subsides, the four of them look at Luke's and Mikkel's ashes and curse at him by saying how Luke's dragged Lord Mikkel down with him. Isabel runs towards the ashes by crying out Lord Mikkel's name and questioning how this could happen, but Frey stops her from stepping ahead by holding on to her. She cries with disbelief, saying that this cannot be true, and questions the situation as to why someone with such a kind heart like Mikkel died without any reason, and this is so wrong. Frey hugs her and whispers to her, agreeing that it is wrong. In fact, the whole world is wrong, and that's why it falls on them to fix this broken world. Frey continues speaking to all of them to remember that this might become their fate in the future, or it might be him next time. However, they must press on and keep going, even if it means that they're chiseled away down to the last man. A few days later, as Frey sits on the bed in his room, Isabel enters and informs him that Lady Camel left just now to visit the Peacefounder armlets. Frey acknowledges what she says while looking at a piece of crystal. When Isabel sees it, she asks him about it, to which he replies that it is a crystal that was found in the remains of the Apostle, and depending on how they use that, it might become a powerful weapon. He then tells her that he is planning to show that to Professor Adea to see what they can make of it. Isabel sits down at the corner of the bed while looking at her lap sadly. When Frey notices it, he asks her if she's still feeling depressed, to which she apologizes, as it's the first time she has seen a companion die during a battle. She continues by saying that she heard that Lord Mickle was a member of the Peacefounder armlet, so it seems like not all their members are witches. Frey confirms her words and thinks about the time when he first got to know this about Lord Michael and how he told him that he's quite surprised to learn that he's a member of the Peacefounder armlet, as considering it's the Peacefounder armlets, he figured there would only be witches in the circle. Lord Mickle laughed at his words and told him that as he might expect from a secretive organization, they are quite lacking in members, hence why anyone with talent can be recruited, even welcomed with open arms. However, it is also true that the main forces within the Peacefounder armlet are composed of contractors and summoners, which is why they are a lot smaller than the other circles. He further told Frey that they're small, but their influence is vast, and their leader, Master Altan, is a contractor of Barbatos. However, Frey interrupted him surprisedly and asked him if he is talking about Barbatos of Greed, as he is not the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm. At his question, Lord Mickle seemed slightly impressed and said that it looks like Frey also has a keen interest in demons. Frey thinks how the Grand Dukes of the Demon Realm are beings with enormous pride, and because they consider most mortals as nothing but mere ants, it's extremely difficult to make a contract with them. As for the people who manage to successfully make a contract with such beings, he hasn't met any aside from Iris. He wonders what kind of individual this circle leader, Master Altan, is, and says to Isabel that it seems like he will need to look into Peacefounder armlets. They are talking in the room when someone knocks at the door. Frey gets up and opens it to find Professor Adelia standing outside, and she waves at him. He smiles and says to her that now that he thinks about it, he was thinking of going to see her. However, instead of replying, Professor Adelia looks over his shoulder to Isabel and asks him if he had a guest over, to which he replies that she is not a guest. Professor Adelia twirls her hair around her finger while telling Frey that Old Man Julian has been looking for him. When he asks who Old Man Julian is supposed to be, she replies that he is the master of the magic tower, and then he realizes who she's talking about. Later, the three of them go to Julian's office, and he says after looking at Frey that this is the first time they have met face to face, even though he has heard so much about Frey already. When he introduces himself as Julian Montolivo, the master of the third magic tower, Frey replies that it's an honor to meet him as he has heard so much about him as well, whereas Professor Adelia thinks how Frey is lying as he clearly didn't know about Julian until she mentioned him. Julian stands up from his chair and tells him that he has read through the report of his expedition 4 days ago, and admits that it was a very detailed report, as he has recorded the Apostle's power and abilities in great detail. He then walks over to the window, while saying that it is very regrettable that he's no longer with them, as he was a very loyal and devoted man. He asks Frey that the report did not mention the identity of the Apostle, so he takes it that it was not anyone they knew. As Frey confirms it, Julian says that he thinks it was a little too reckless, as they should have retreated and waited for reinforcements from Honor Lux. Frey and Isabel stand there silently as they couldn't disclose the truth about Honor Lux, until Julian breaks the silence and asks them about Meikle's last moments. Frey replies that Lord Meikle stood his ground with unwavering faith and loyalty towards his companions and died as a man of conviction and a man of honor. Julian then turns towards Frey while calling his name and proposes an offer to him that he would like to offer Frey the chance to inherit Lord Meikle's post as his successor and become a floor master here. As Julian proposes the offer, Professor Adelia gets surprised and repeats the words floor master in a questioning way, whereas Frey asks Julian if there are any other floor masters as young as him. Julian answers that the youngest floor master he's aware of is Sir Michael of the Blake family, who inherited the role when he was 26 years old. However, if Frey accepts this offer, Julian says he believes that Frey will be the youngest to become a floor master. When Julian further exclaims that it seems the Blake house is blessed with many rare talents and Frey's father must be very proud of all of them, Frey frowns sadly while thinking about something. Julian laughs and continues that he is sure there is not much reason to hesitate about this offer, because becoming a floor master has many merits, such as Frey will be provided with an exclusive mansion and workshop, not to mention the enormous funding he will receive as a floor master, and not only that, but he will also be able to exchange academic knowledge far more efficiently. Professor Adelia smiles excitedly as Julian continues to count the benefits and adds that depending on the fruits of Frey's labor, he will also be gifted with rare materials as well as specialized magical artifacts and tools. However, Professor Adelia's excitement turns into shock when Frey thanks Julian and says that he is going to have to refuse the offer. At his answer, Julian hums and says that, as he suspected, Frey intends on joining the circles, to which Frey agrees, saying that it's partly the reason, so Julian says at last that he understands his decision. While returning from Julian's room, Professor Adelia lectures him the whole way while asking him if he is out of his mind, and says how she has never heard of an idiot who walks away from an offer like that. She says that becoming a floormaster won't necessarily mean that he will not be able to join the circles. Moreover, it's such a respected occupation. She yells at him, asking if he has any idea how she can lead the hermit lifestyle that she has now. It's because of the fact that she is a professor of the academy. When she doesn't stop and calls him an idiot due to him being young and stupid, Frey thinks how she is going to make his ears bleed at this rate. So he finally addresses her and tells her that he has something to show to her. Later, Frey takes her to a room and shows her that crystal, at which she looks in shock as her jaw drops and exclaims how it's the crystal core of an apostle. She asks him in shock if he managed to defeat an apostle, to which he asks her if he didn't tell her about it, so she refuses. She takes out a tiny mirror to reflect the light to the crystal while saying that she heard Lord Mickle died during that mission, so she naturally assumed that they all barely escaped with their lives. She starts to describe the crystal and says that it is imbued with the divine power of a demigod, and even though right now it is nothing but a pretty stone, if she manages to process it properly, this thing can produce an elixir far more potent than the Drake's heart could ever produce. After listening to her, Frey asks her if that's so, then can he leave the crystal in her capable hands? She frowns at him and asks if he is asking her to make one, at which he guesses, scaredly, that maybe she cannot make one, judging by her expression. However, to his surprise, she smiles and says excitedly that it's insane, so Frey says that he'll leave it to her then. Frey and Liamson stand by the staircase when Camille returns with 2 other people. Frey welcomes Camille back on her arrival, so she walks over to him and whispers the introduction of the other 2 people in his ear. She tells him that the grumpy old man before him is Honor Duganzar of the Peace Founder Armlets, and his personality is not any warmer than that look on his face, so she cautions Frey to be careful. Whereas, about the other person, she says to Frey that he probably got the idea about him already. As Camille whispers silently to Frey, Honor Duganzar yells at her to speak in human language and calls her an elf. He further yells at her, asking about what she is whispering like a sulking rat, and then turns to Frey, asking him if he's the young, arrogant man who went to subjugate that apostle with Mikkel. When he demands that Frey tell him what happened, however, Frey only says that, as he reported, during the mission Lord Mikkel was, he gets interrupted by Honor Duganzar as he yells at Frey that he already knows that, and asks him if he is stupid since he is telling Frey to explain the parts he has omitted from the report. As Honor Duganzar continues to curse at Frey, Liamson steps in, trying to warn him for his language. However, Frey signals him to stop and tells Liamson to compose himself. Frey then speaks to Honor Duganzar that he must remind Duganzar that he is not a member of the Peace Founder Armlet. Honor Duganzar yells at him why he would care about this, at which point Frey finally loses his cool and explains that it means there is no reason for him to tolerate imbeciles like him. Honor Duganzar starts yelling at Frey again, so the other man holds his arm and tells him to stop, saying that he will explain the rest. But Duganzar swings his arm away from his grip and tells him to stay out of this as he ought to teach a lesson to Frey. The guy calls out Honor Duganzar's name in a firm tone and says if he must repeat himself, so Duganzar finally backs off. The guy then pulls off his hood and steps forward towards Frey and greets him, saying, "Long time no see," at which Frey also greets him and says how it's been a while, as the man in the hood was Heinz. Heinz and Frey go to Frey's room, and Heinz speaks about how he has heard the rumors that Frey has become good friends with Sir Farron of the June House. While Frey keeps sitting silently, Heinz exclaims to him how Frey has changed, and it seems like he has awakened as well. Heinz guesses that it just means that the blood of the Blake house runs in Frey's veins too. Heinz Blake is the second son of the Blake house and also Frey's older brother. Moreover, he is also the person who confirmed Frey's identity to Shepherd Jun. Considering all of this, Frey wonders what Heinz is planning right now. Heinz again starts speaking that, be that as it may, Frey was being very disrespectful earlier, while Duganzar is hot-tempered. He still has that, be that as it may, Frey was being very disrespectful earlier, while Duganzar is hot-tempered. He still has a high rank within the circle, so it is never wise to pick a fight with him on impulse. Heinz then tells him that he came here to tell Frey that people from their house will arrive here shortly to take him home. Frey gets surprised at the information, but Heinz quickly instructs him to refuse them, as Blake House is a very dangerous place at the moment, and Frey must have heard the rumors from Honor Shepherd by now. Honor Shepherd told Frey earlier that he heard a report that a month ago, someone was seen communicating with the demigod, and that someone was Isaka Blake, Frey's father. After Heinz reminds Frey of Honor Shepard's words and tells him to refuse to go home, Frey scoffs and asks Heinz sarcastically about what he is doing by acting like a caring brother, which he is not. Frey says to Heinz that, as he remembers, he didn't even treat Frey like a human being before. Lucas realizes that, as he hasn't inherited Frey's emotions of trauma, he still retains some of his memories, and this guy is the prime reason why Frey gives up on his life. But at that time, Lucas had no plan to present him on Frey's behalf. Lucas finds it disgusting how this guy's attitude changes towards Frey as he becomes somewhat famous. Heinz says to Frey that if he asks him about the actions he takes against him, he doesn't regret that at all, nor will he ask for his forgiveness. Instead, he just wishes that Frey wouldn't master magecraft at all. That's all he wishes for. Frey asks him what he really means, at which Heinz advises him not to misplace his trust in the circles. Frey gets furious as Heinz leaves after saying everything he wants. Later, Frey meets Alexandro, who is the butler of Blake's house. Frey already knows that Heinz gives him the heads up, but he arrives sooner than he thought. Heinz has previously warned him that Blake's house is currently a dangerous place, and he must have heard about the rumors about father from Honor Shepard. Sweat is falling from Lucas's face while he thinks that, aside from his height, he hasn't grown much, and it seems like the rumors about him defeating pirates and making friends with Fair and June are false. Alexandro tells him that the Count wants Frey to return to the family estate, and he has come there to escort him right now. Frey tells him that he can't go with him at that time and he has something to deal with and asks him to tell father sorry from his side as he will come later to visit him. Alexandro gets shocked that he can refuse the Count's order, as it is the direct order from him. Frey tells him that he knows that, but there are things that he cannot leave at that time as they are really important, and he can't delay that. Alexandro starts feeling that he has changed a lot. He goes back, saying that they will wait for him to return to Blake's house. Later, Frey goes to proffer Adelia. She tells him that these crystals contain lightning, and he has no idea how much gold she spent to get the proper equipment and gear to craft that. Frey tells her that he can compensate for her expenses and the trouble she faces, but she refuses and asks him if he really insists on paying her, then he can be her assistant. Frey refuses her offer and says maybe he will consider this in his next life. Changing the topic, he asks her about the 2 bottles, as one of them is elixir. What is the other thing? She replies, it's a clump of lightning energy that is extracted. She asks him to not open that carelessly, and if he does so, it will be a huge disaster. She tells him that she has a weird feeling that he might put that to good use in the future. Later, Lucas in his room opens that bottle and drinks it. The results are beyond his expectations as he is overflowing with energy, as at that point he can use his entire body as a conduit of mana. After a while, as Frey sits with a cat when Isabel comes and calls, "Free," she felt something stab in her heart as she saw that cute creature with Frey. She asks Lucas what this creature is, as that adorable creature threatens to destroy one's heart within seconds. Frey tells her that the creature is an elemental of darkness called the Darkling. That creature is showing love towards Isabel. She asks Lucas it hasn't even been long since Lady Camel taught them elemental summoning, but how could he manage to master and contract one already? She also mentions that she hasn't had this idea that an elemental of darkness could be that cute. Frey and Isabel sit together and start talking, where Frey tells her that he absorbs the energy from the frozen river and also learnt much about demigod. Isabel asks him as he manages to master an elemental of darkness, also, what are his next plans? Frey tells her that now it's time for them to leave that place, so Isabel tells him that she will make the preparations for their journey. He asks him if she has any plans of joining any circle, and if so, then which one will she join? Later, as Frey packs his stuff, someone knocks on the door. He feels that it is not an enemy but some friendly presence. He opens the door where a girl is standing outside, and she asks him if he is Sir Frey Blake. She apologizes for showing up without announcing, and introduces herself as Venian Argento, the Circle Master of the Troman Rings. Beniang Argento, Isabel and Lucas sit together as they all drink tea and talk. Lucas wonders for what reason the Circle Master has come all this way. Beniang tells them that she is here to recruit Lucas for their circle. Isabel stuns as Lucas hasn't even passed entry exams yet, though Beniang explains that there are times when they scout for incredible rookies themselves, and the other circles will probably come and find him soon. And that also applies to Isabel, as her battle against the Apostle is already a hot topic within the circles. Even the 3 great circles and their executives are interested in both of them, due to their achievements. Isabel chuckles nervously as she hears her praise and says that Beniang is probably exaggerating it because she was only following Lucas's orders. Meanwhile, Lucas's focus is on that cloak Beniang has. It's the one Lucas used to wear 4,000 years ago. There are runes on it, and she is wearing it as a magic item. Unexpectedly, Lucas addresses Beniang as Master Beniang and asks her if she is a dragon. Hearing this, Beniang accidentally spills her tea, quickly stands up, and looks at Lucas with a surprised and questioning expression. On the other hand, Lucas stays calm and composed. He explains that dragons don't have a mana room because their heart itself functions as an energy-controlling organ. They can control the mana in nature directly, without having to make it pass through their bodies. While Lucas can feel mana room in Benyang, he can also sense a peculiar type of unrefined mana. Benyang hesitates before saying that Lucas seems to know a lot about dragons. Lucas calmly replies that he learned about them from books. Isabel realizes that when she comes to think of it, she remembers hearing something similar from Frey before. 4,000 years ago, when he was still Lucas, his master was a dragon. Benyang confronts the fact that Lucas is half correct, as she is a half-dragon, a hybrid between a human and a dragon. After talking for a bit more, Benyang waits downstairs while Lucas and Isabel finish their preparation. While packing, Isabel expresses to Lucas her surprise at how Benyang explained the desperate situation of the Trauman rings without sugarcoating it. Usually people would try to advertise only their advantages when recruiting someone. Isabel thinks she is the type of person who can't lie easily. Lucas also agrees with Isabel and thinks that she is a noble character to be a circle master. Isabel then mentions that she wasn't expecting him to ask her to let them visit the Trauman rings. Lucas explains that there are certain things you can only realize after seeing for yourself. However, Isabel asks him if he is intrigued by the Trauman rings. Lucas clarifies that he is not planning on getting involved in their politics, and the important thing right now is to gather their forces in a single location. Isabel realizes that Lucas is not looking for a circle that will help him grow. He is looking for a focal point where the scattered circles can gather around to unite. Lucas and Isabel come downstairs and notice chaos happening there. Duganzar is trying to scare off. Though Lucas arrives there on time and asks them what the matter is, Duganzar looks at Lucas angrily, telling him that he is very popular these days and people are demanding to recruit him. There are two men there, Jerome Werner of the Lucid Swords and Steve Jack of the Stro Necklace. They are here for Lucas, but they realize that they are a bit late. Steve hands Lucas a warp scroll that is linked to the entrance of the Stro Necklace's base, and on the other hand, Jerome requests Lucas to look for the Lucid Sword if he happens to be in the Luanable Kingdom, Geothenbol, or in Silkid. They walk away after informing about themselves, and now only Duganzar is left. Duganzar tells Lucas to follow him as he asks him if he is planning on joining the Trauman rings. Lucas follows him, and so do Benyang and Isabel, though Duganzar tells Argento to not come with them, and because of that, Isabel also stays behind with Benyang because Lucas tells them that he is coming in a bit. However, Lucas assures Benyang that he is coming back, so both Isabel and Argento should wait for him for a while. Both Lucas and Duganzar go inside the forest, and he calls Lucas a fraud. He starts casting his spell as he wants to test Lucas's skills. Duganzar uses his mana and the spell to create an attack against Lucas, though Lucas taunts him, saying how skeptical he is of him because what if he really did defeat the Apostle? Duganzar doesn't seem to care as he says even if Lucas did win against the Apostle, he doesn't stand a chance against Duganzar, and not every 7-star magician is the same in proficiency. Lucas smirks as he agrees with what Duganzar just said while adding an attribute to the mana, making Duganzar stunned. Lucas mocks Duganzar, saying he doesn't have a right to call himself a 7-star magician, as he is just an ignorant old man who happens to have some tough mana, and his other skills and abilities are greatly lacking. Sweat beads on Duganzar's forehead, and he thinks it is impossible for Lucas to stop Duganzar from attacking without even lifting a single finger. His anger doubles, so he casts Flame Wave spell against Lucas, but it is nullified as Lucas read through Duganzar and prepared an inverse spell in time. That's even harder to do than blocking dozens of daggers flying at someone by accurately throwing daggers at the tips of the blades. Lucas traps Duganzar inside ice, so he asks Lucas if he is planning to kill him. Lucas laughs and answers that he has a better plan as he is giving Duganzar a test. That ice will reap his life by tomorrow. If his mind and body reach the enlightenment worthy of the 7-star title, then he will be able to melt it, but if he can't, he will die. Duganzar screams at Lucas in anger for daring to test him and thinks, even though he is just a brat with no experience, why does he suddenly look so oppressing? Although Lucas advises him to kill his arrogance within himself and bury it deep within his heart. Lastly, he hopes for him to overcome this trial. After dealing with Duganzar, Lucas heads back but meets Isabel and Benyang halfway in the forest. Both Isabel and Benyang seem worried and ask Lucas if he is okay, though Isabel is talking about Duganzar because she knows no one would be able to harm Lucas. However, Lucas assures them that Duganzar won't die. Even if he doesn't overcome the trial, the ice will melt by tomorrow, and when that happens, he will have to deal with the shame and embarrassment even worse than death. All three of them do camping in the middle of the forest as it is the daily part of Benyang's life, and she is accustomed to camping outside. Benyang serves them soup, and without any surprise, Lucas finishes it within seconds and asks for more servings, and asks her if the previous circle's master was Osel Argento. He was Benyang's father, though Lucas carelessly asks her because of which demigod did her father lose his life. Isabel interrupts and warns him to be mindful, as it is a sensitive topic, though Benyang is okay with answering Lucas's questions and replies that there are hierarchies even amongst the demigods. but they call the being who rules over the demigods Lord. Even amongst the demigods beneath him, there are certain beings with outstanding powers. They called them apocalypses for convenience's sake. They have figured out the power of 3 apocalypses: sword, poison, and death. 2 years ago, Benyang's father lost his life to the demigod that wields the power of death. Isabel says sorry to Benyang for her loss, and on the other hand, Lucas still remembers by apocalypses, who is the demigod who wields poison. Night passes as all of them talk, and now they are walking inside the forest, and Benyang tells them that it is the Pain Cisco forest where the Troman Ring's base is. A barrier is created, and Lucas finds it pretty impressive, though Benyang tells him that this barrier was created by her father, and she just repairs it when the barrier gets damaged. Lucas thinks within himself that he is certain that the previous master was at least an 8-star magician, and Benyang is probably around 6 stars. The reason it's so low despite her draconic talents must be because she is learning human techniques. He thinks it would have been better if she had been born an ordinary human, but shrugs off the thoughts as feeling sympathy would be disrespectful towards her efforts. They arrive at the Troman Ring's base. Isabel and Lucas think it looks quite run down. All of a sudden, a guy, Gizelan, rushes towards Benyang and informs her that while she was away, they were defeated during the Relics tournament, and the basilisk's tail came to them again. Benyang apologizes to Lucas because even though they all came all this way, still the situation has become complicated. Gizelan also apologizes to Lucas, saying they couldn't prepare anything to welcome him. The red ring is the relic they, the basilisk's tail, took from this town this time. Lucas wonders if they are talking about the same rings he made in the past and thinks, where did he store them away back then? Rounder Antoine arrives there with a wicked smile and greets Benyang, telling everyone that she wasn't here when he came to greet her last time, though Benyang looks at him sadly and says that they meet often these days. Antoine asks her why she sounds so sad and mocks her by saying that they are just helping her by shouldering some of her burden and taking the items away. He further says that he'd love to have a cup of tea with her, but he is a busy man and walks away with his men while laughing mockingly. Benyang stands there in anger and isn't able to talk back. Later on, Gizelan apologizes to Isabel and Lucas for the shameful sight as they ended up embarrassing themselves, despite having invited them to join their circle. Although Lucas ignores the apology and asks him what this Relics tournament is, Gizelan hesitantly says it is exactly as it sounds. They compete with others while putting ancient heroic relics on the line. He says that Lucas must be wondering why they mess around with such a precious item, but it is a desperate measure put in place to reduce the conflict between circles and promote cooperation, though it's all gone south now. Lucas asks him if they can refuse to compete, though Gizelan replies that on the outside, the circles are still friendly with each other, so it's not as easy to refuse as he thinks, and if they brand them as an uncooperative circle, it will render their future activities more difficult. Lucas gets the situation now. The basilisk's tail must be a group of crooks who plunder relics from the Troman Rings now that it's become weak, and it's not just them. The small and medium-sized circles around them have begun to collaborate. They take advantage of the days when Master Benyang and the circle executives aren't present to come visit them around once a month. Gizelan cross-checks if Lucas knows about how the Troman Ring situation isn't as good as it is a lot worse than what is publicly known. They are not even 1/10 the size of their glory days, and their talented members are away on long-term missions to gain more. If they don't do that, the circle will be disbanded and absorbed into another one. Both Isabel and Lucas look at the statue of Lucas Troman, and that is when they meet Pian, the 4th honor of the Troman Rings. They all introduce themselves to each other, though Pian has a lot to say about Isabel and Frey. Lucas, without any hesitation, asks Pian why he remains in this mediocre and disappointing circle. He is not specifically talking about Pian as he talks about Benyang and Gizelan as well, because with their skills, abilities, and skills, they'd be welcome with open arms in other circles, so why do they remain on this sinking raft, frantically scooping out the water with a broken bucket? Isabel chuckles nervously as she tells Lucas to stop being mean and choose his words wisely, though Pian explains that scattering around and joining other circles would be the best way out. However, they cannot do that because the Troman Rings would disappear, and this may sound old-fashioned, but the purpose behind each circle is to show respect towards each heroic figure they admire, and they do not wish to abandon that foundation and beliefs. Pian then asks Frey, Lucas, if he knows why Lucas Troman is the only person titled Great Mage in history. Lucas blushes as he indirectly hears himself getting praised, and Pian says it is because he was the precursor to all people who study magic today. 4,000 years ago, magicians and magic warriors held each other in contempt and would sometimes fight each other to the end. The witches were branded as heretics, and they did not consider anyone their comrade. However, Lucas Troman was different. Pian further explains that Lucas Troman said that anyone who studied magic was a comrade who was aiming for the same objective, to reach the pinnacle of magic. The magic warriors, and even his brethren magicians, persecuted him, but he never yielded to their views. He endured until the end and created a world where everyone accepted each other. Pian says that is the calling of their circle and the reason it exists. They may have become weak now, but they will never give up. Both Lucas and Isabel smile as they listen to Pian praising Lucas in such a manner. Lucas and Isabel head somewhere as they ask Benyang about the basilisk's tail's location and about the inner circle rules, though Lucas's last question bothers her. Whether an outsider could participate in the relics tournament. Lucas and Isabel arrives at a cave and looks for Rounder Antoine as he wants to challenge them to a relics tournament, though Antoine tells one of his guys to smack him once and kick him out. But before anyone could take an action, Lucas barges in saying the rules say they can't refuse relics tournament challenges. All the men get furious and wonder how they even pass the barrier. However, Lucas stands there unfazed and sarcastically tells them he did sense something like that, and he thought it was a shabby mosquito net though. Antoine's companion's anger doubles, although Antoine thinks within himself that he looks young, but he is not an average guy, maybe a 6-star. So Antoine asks them if he wants to challenge them, then what relic would he bet, and demands him to get something valuable ready. Lucas throws a Gungnir's dagger towards him and informs him that he should be able to see its value even with those crappy eyes of his. Antoine's eyes widen as he sees this is a mithril dagger with multiple runes engraved on it, and it's a relic from the era of light. He then smirks and informs everyone that Frey is an interesting guy, and Frey should follow him. Antoine asks Frey if he knows the rules of the relics tournament, but before Lucas replies, he answers. Antoine explains on his own that the rules include, you cannot refuse, you can only fight 3 times per day, and as long as both parties agree, they may increase the number of relics to bet. Lucas interrupts that the rules also involve them killing the opponent without hesitation. Antoine smirks as he realizes that Frey knew already, and gets happy in greed as he thinks Frey must have more relics inside. He shows Lucas the red ring and informs him that they will bet on it. A magic warrior, Alan Piax, gets up on the stage as Antoine orders him to. Lucas thinks a magician wants to fight with a magic warrior head-on. He won't even have time to chant, and that is what happens. As he chants, he just fell right after it began. That was an ice arrow, and Lucas instantly knocked Alan out with a mere 2-star spell. Tension grows in the air as Antoine realizes that it is vision magic that explains the no change and the power of spell, but vision magic should consume an extreme amount of mana. As Lucas and Isabel try leaving after knocking the guy out, Antoine stops him as he thinks Lucas is pretending, and is hurrying to leave because he is low on mana. Antoine tells them to not leave yet and even bets the Calvin Stone and the wing boots. Lucas sighs and says he will then bet the red ring and Gungnir's dagger. Antoine then sends his guy, Killa, to tell him that Frey is in a hurry probably because he used up his mana from vision magic, so if they stall for time he will naturally lose. He orders Killa as soon as the battle begins to cast a barrier and focus on defense, and aim to deplete his mana first. Killa assures Antoine to not worry. As for Lord Mikkel, as Frey is a brat anyway, and his experience reaches his ankle. Lucas gives Killa a blank expression and asks him if he is done strategizing. Killa smirks and with his weapon casts the spell. However, Lucas quickly attacks, sending Killa flying before he can do anything. Antoine gets angry and nervous at the same time and sends another guy on the stage as Lucas has already used vision magic 3 times, so Antoine assumes no matter how monstrous he is, his mana should have hit rock bottom now and laughs as he mocks and threatens Lucas that he is finished now, and this time he will kill Lucas with 1 hit, but to his surprise, he attacks with his Ice Spear magic spell. Antoine stands there stunned, though Lucas claims these are just ordinary ice arrows, though Antoine tells Frey to stop bullshitting and refuses to believe him, as there is no way a weak spell like Ice Arrow would be so powerful. Lucas ignores his doubts while smirking and says it is pretty simple. Either he is too powerful, or Antoine is just too weak. Antoine is speechless. Frustrated, he doesn't understand what to do. He orders his men to catch Isabel and tells all the men to finish them and steal the items, as no one cares about the relics tournament. But with a blow of spells, before the men could act, both Isabel and Lucas take down his entire group, unleashing powerful magic spells together. However, Lucas asks Antoine how he even has the audacity to call himself a leader when all he does is hide behind his men to save himself. Embarrassed and frightened, Antoine's face turns crimson red in anger, and he runs towards Lucas to attack him, but steps back when Lucas casts the Wind Cutter spell against him. Footsteps approach that place. It is Pellic, the basilisk's tails master. As Lucas looks into his red eyes, he feels a pressure that squeezes his heart. Though Pellic introduces himself and asks Lucas for what reason he has graced them with his presence, Lucas says that is what he also wants to ask him and questions him about the objectives of his circle. Antoine and the other man get furious at Lucas for daring to question their master. Surprisingly, Pellic kneels down and answers that it is to liberate humanity from the demigods. Antoine and all the men are in complete shock at seeing this sight. Lucas presses further, asking Pellic about the kind of demigods. Pellic is still kneeling down, and replies that they are transcendental beings outside of human knowledge, who can erase cities with a flick of their fingers. Lucas sighs and says it means he is aware, and instantly turns the ground into ice except the area around Pellic. though Pellic orders everyone to not move, or they will tear their skin apart, and begs Lucas to stop and spare the circle, as he will obey any command he gives to them. Lucas demands the head of Pellic, and Pellic gladly agrees. Using his magic, Lucas consumed Pellic's essence, and the ice disappears, though Lucas asks Pellic to bring him the relics he took from the Troman rings. He also asks him to tell him the location of all the small and medium-sized circles in the area. Benyang waits outside in the cold night for Lucas. Giselin tells Benyang to come inside as she will get cold. She asks Giselin if Frey was able to join Basilisk's tail safely. Giselin laughs and tells her not to worry, as he is sure she will find another great person like him someday. Lucas comes from behind and interrupts their conversation because he laughs. Benyang is surprised and asks where he had been all this time. Lucas casually replies that he was out for a walk. After a while, Lucas, Benyang, Isabel, Giselin, and Pian sit together, and with a sigh, Lucas speaks up, saying he is planning to erase the demigods from this world, and in order to achieve that, he needs power and influence, but there is no way he could rely on the circles in their current state. Not only is there internal discord and division, but they are also trying to overpower each other and absorb the other circles. All of them are in shock, and after a pause, Benyang says that there is nothing they can do, but without hesitation, Lucas demands that he wants the Troman rings to become the central pillar of the circles, a leading force that commands over the other circles, including the three great circles. Benyang confesses that if it was possible, they would have done it already. Lucas slams his hand on the table in anger and tells her that it is not what he wants to hear and asks if they have the resolve or not. He says the journey will be agonizing and arduous. It will be a literal hell. They will even begin to miss this life of misery they live, but if they say they are willing to endure through the hardships, he will make sure they reach peak. He says all of this while putting the relics of Benyang and Giselin's town lost to the other circles on the table. Isabel informs everyone that Frey has already subdued and unified the 6 small circles in the area. They have all promised to become affiliated with the Troman rings. Benyang asks if accepting Lucas's suggestion and joining his cause would mean he will return the relics to them. Lucas responds, questioning if he seems so untrustworthy. He explains that the relics originally belonged to them, and are just a small gift for their warm hospitality. Benyang then asks Lucas if he is sure that Troman rings can become the circle's central pillar, so Lucas replies that he is giving her his word and he will put his life on the line to fulfill this vow. The next morning, Benyang gathers the Troman rings comrades and informs them that she has an announcement to make and introduces them to Frey as the new circle rounder. Everyone murmurs, wondering if the person is the visitor from a few days ago. Some say his name is Blaine Vaster or something like that, while others correct them, saying it's Frey Blake. They agree that's the correct name. After the chattering is done, Lucas introduced himself as Frey Blake, the newly appointed circle rounder, acknowledging that many are probably shocked by the news of a complete newbie like him taking the position. Pian agrees that most of the circle members will probably protest against them when asked to serve such a young circle rounder. He thinks Frey told them not to worry about it, but how will he deal with the backlash? Though Lucas calmly replies that he will give it straight to everyone that no one has a right to object, as they are all so unqualified that the circle executives had to appoint a newbie like him as the rounder, and anyone who is dissatisfied is welcome to challenge him. However, dissatisfaction isn't a battle of words but a battle of fists. If one of them manages to graze Lucas's cloths, not only will he relinquish his position as rounder, he will also gift them the Typhoon earrings, a relic crafted by Lucas Troman himself. Pian is in shock and murmurs, "What is Frey even thinking?" So Giselin says that he actually has 2 goals. First, he is planning on testing the circle members' strength, skills, and talents. Second, he is gathering all the dissatisfaction within the circle onto himself. He is trying to protect Benyang from their frustration since she made an unconventional decision. Pio Gunte, a magician, comes up first to fight Frey, and Lucas tells Pio to begin. Lucas stands there with his hands inside his pockets, so Pio asks him if he is sure he doesn't want to change his stance. Lucas smirks and tells him not to worry. If Pio is better than he expected, he will take out his hand. The guy gets angry and casts the fireball magic against him. Pio's and the other comrades' eyes widen as Lucas creates a barrier around himself to stop the fireball attack without even chanting. Everyone chatters in fear that he must be a 6-star magician, though Pio is in utter disbelief. As for him, Frey looks around. His age and his fireball's size and power were identical to his, so a question arises in Pio's mind. How can he cast a spell with such minute details? Lucas addresses Pio with his full name and says that he assumes fire magic is his specialty, and Pio nods. Lucas then asks him about the advantage of fire magic. Pio answers that it is its destructive power. Lucas agrees, saying that compared to other attributes of the same level, fire magic's destructiveness stands out the most. He also praises Pio, saying his fireball was almost perfect, and he can say that Pio trained day and night to master this spell. However, he put too much effort into shaping it. The ball's destructiveness doesn't increase just because he makes it into a perfect sphere, so he should focus on increasing its power instead. Pio is concerned about it and asks Lucas if he can do it, so Lucas smiles and answers him by saying that he should learn to be fearful of it. He explains that, a long time ago, his disciple, an acquaintance of his, got severe burns on his body. Everyone thought he would never recover as a magician, but he proved them wrong and became a powerful expert in fire magic. Power and danger, good and evil, the negative aspects hidden with the positive aspects. He could only grow so much due to experiencing the duality of fire. Lucas explains more that the most important thing is the image in someone's head, and Pio should try drawing the true nature of fire in his head, and he will find his way. Pio respectfully thanks Frey for the lesson, though the people there don't understand why he is so happy for someone who lost the duel. Pio replies to that guy that he will see him once he duels him too, as Frey is more than just a strong man who fights well. Just from the single exchange, he realized what it was that Pio was lacking and gave him useful advice. The same guy who was questioning Pio comes to fight with Frey, but as he gets knocked out, he also understands what Pio was talking about. The same evening, Lucas completely captivated the circle members in not even a single day. After that, all 5 of them, Benyang, Frey, Isabel, Genazil, and Pian, have a meeting in which Lucas claims that in 3 months, he will increase the levels and strengths of the Troman Ring circle members, and it applies to Gizelan, Benyang, and Pian. As well as in 3 months, the friendly competition with the small and middle-sized circles in the area will begin. It's not a relics tournament, but just a competition to strengthen their friendship and alliances. Isabel interrupts, telling them not to forget that they are already one of them now. However, they must have an overwhelming victory during this competition. They have to make it so that the surrounding circles can't complain about being under their control. The victory will be their first set to revive this circle. The next morning, Lucas trains Benyang and asks her to cast a spell. As she does, he examines it and says she forcibly created a mana room in her body because she can't use magic without a mana room inside her. Dragons don't need to accumulate mana within their bodies. They can directly manipulate the mana in the environment. Lucas holds her and tells her that they will have to destroy her mana room first and will release all the mana inside her now. As he does, Benyang falls on the ground. This feeling of exhaustion is just a trick her mind plays. It's a side effect from creating a mana room she didn't have in the first place. Lucas informs her that he will destroy her mana room now and tells her to focus so that the mana remaining inside her doesn't disturb him. As Lucas does it, he notices that it settles firmly inside her, more than he expected. He even warns her that it might hurt a little. He wonders to himself if this will take some time, and if she will be able to withstand the pain. As it is done, Benyang pants on the ground in pain, and Lucas tells her today's quota is over, as this will take another month to finish. Benyang groans in frustration and questions Frey if he is trying to kill her. Lucas smirks, saying he already warned everyone that it will be a literal hell. Now, it's time for Pian's training, and no matter how hard he tries to attack Frey, he keeps on tackling those attacks and stands there unharmed. Pian says in frustration that it is like he is attacking a giant boulder. Lucas tells Pian it's enough and harshly informs him that his skills are worse than a second-rate martial artist. Pian looks at him with a strange expression, though Lucas smiles and says that it looks like he has hurt Pian's pride, but rest assured. It means that he has much more room to grow and asks to confirm if his martial art is the White King Fists and questions him just why do magic warriors love to use king everywhere. Pian casually says it because it sounds cool. Lucas says it is a very standard martial art and there are no outstanding skills or techniques in it. Pian agrees and further adds that is why during the relics tournament, his opponents end up learning his attack pattern and he struggles to win. Lucas says this is just because Pian is weak, though his martial art is admirable as it is basic. Lucas says Pian can observe his opponent and take advantage of an opening to charge him and defeat them once and for all. Pian nervously asks Lucas what he should do to become that powerful, so Lucas tells him there are no shortcuts on the path of a magic warrior. He can only climb one step at a time and advance slowly but surely, although Lucas assures him that he can help him achieve it extremely faster. Lucas trains him and gives him such a hard time that he keeps collapsing on the ground. Now, it is the turn of Gizelan and Lucas hands him the Gungnir's dagger, a relic from the era of light, and tells him to use it from now on. There are a few runes engraved on it. It's made out of mithril. It's a flawless dagger. Gizelan chuckles and says he is just a magician, though Lucas tells him to learn how to wield a blade. Gizelan seems to be tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship even today. Gizelan is shocked as he didn't know that Frey knew about it already, though Lucas says it's so obvious. The calluses on his hands are proof of his commitment to the sword. Lucas plans to train him as a magic swordsman. He may be a mere 5-star magician, but once he learns how to freely wield that blade, his fighting prowess will rapidly develop. Gizelan will devote himself to this blade, but he is not quite confident about this. Lucas smirks and tells him not to worry about that as he will nurture his confidence himself. In the evening, Pian, Gizelan, and Benyang are lying around and whimpering in pain and exhaustion. Gizelan murmurs he can't move his hands. Even if he goes to the bathroom, he can't pull his pants down. Benyang says her stomach hurts so bad, and Pian isn't saying anything as he probably passed out. Lucas rushes into the room, telling everyone to take 5 minutes to have a nice meal, and they will begin evening training afterwards. Instantly, Isaac, a Troman Ring executive, arrives who was away, and he takes out his sword to attack Frey as he thinks that he tortured all 3 of them. Professor Adelia is with him as well, though Lucas creates a barrier around himself to protect himself. Benyang informs Isaac in a very weak voice about Isabel and Frey to Isaac and vice versa. Adelia screams as she hears that Frey is the Rounder. Isaac shakes hands with Lucas and apologizes to him for his rudeness, as he didn't know he was the new Rounder. Lucas smiles and assures Isaac that he would have acted like him if he were in Isaac's shoes. Adelia asks Lucas how he became the Rounder of the Troman Rings, so Lucas says it just happened and confirms if Adelia is also a member of the Troman Rings too, though Adelia gets angry at him for addressing her with her actual name and not as Professor. Later on, Isaac is in a meeting with all of them and informs them that after he left, he followed the traces of the Magic Warrior King's successor. He found clues about his whereabouts in the land of the elves, the Rainel's Forest, so he tracked him down and successfully made contact with him, and just like how the Circle had predicted, he was uncontrollable. He said he didn't want to talk with a mutt from the corrupt Circle. He was already aware of the demigods. Nevertheless, he had no plans of joining the circles or subjugating the demigods. Isaac says this while tearing the shirt he was wearing and shows everyone a big cut on his chest. He further says that the successor's only objective was to reach the fame of martial arts. After a moment of silence, Lucas asks Isabel, how long would it take to get to the Rainel's Forest? Isabel says that they'd have to go south first to Grossmod and use the Warp Stone to head to Pilot. It will take at least 3 days. Pilot is where the Blake House is located. In other words, Frey's homeland. Lucas informs Benyang that he is going to meet the Magic Warrior King's successor personally, though Isaac warns him that it is too dangerous and his abilities are evilish. Benyang asks him when he plans on leaving, and Lucas says immediately, so Benyang tells him to be safe. Isaac thinks within himself that Master Benyang has that much trust in him and wonders who this young man is. At night, Lucas calls for Isabel in the room, but Isabel is already aware that he is going to ask her about going on the journey alone. Lucas sighs and says that the Circle has barely been taught the basics, and its foundations are unstable. Some disturbances may occur during his absence. Isabel assures him to not worry and that she will take on his role so that he may concentrate on his task. However, she requests that he stays in contact with her and informs him that if something happens to him, she will immediately go to his side. The next day, Lucas says goodbye to everyone. When he opens the door to leave, all the residents have gathered to bid him farewell and wish him good luck. Everyone cries, thinking what will they do if Frey leaves, though he tells everyone that Isabel will be playing his role, so they should stop exaggerating. Lucas tells everyone if a single one of them loses a match, they know what awaits them. Everyone is fully motivated and overwhelmed, hoping for the reunion and promising to completely dominate their opponents. In some other environment, the Phoenix, that Lucas saved with the heart of the Drake monster, can transform into a human, so she is probably half a human and a Phoenix because of some developments. She cries as she remembers that Lucas said to her that she should become the ruler of these mountains so that his friend's dungeon doesn't get defiled by a second or third Torkunda. At Grode City, Frey, in his room, looks in the mirror and transforms his identity and appears as a man named Kane Rick Stone. He introduces himself as a dashing C-rank mercenary for hire. Frey actually took a fake identity of a guy who is currently 26 years old, and his home lies in the southernmost city of Tamigo. The mercenary guild registers him as a Tier 3 mage. The guy asks Frey why he needs to use a fake identity. He replies that Pilot is governed by his family. That guy questions him that he must have heard about the rumors of Isaka Blake. Frey asks him if he is asking about the rumors that might have a close connection with demigods. The guy confirms, and they have to deal with Blake's house eventually, but that is not the right time to confront them. Kane Rick Stone goes towards Free's hometown, where the guards at the entry tell him that his identity checks out. He thanks them and starts roaming around the town, which feels very familiar to him even though that is the first time he came there. He wonders if Frey responds from within his consciousness. Later, he went to a club, where people, after seeing him, started gossiping, as it seems like an honorable mage has graced their shabby tavern, and it looks like they have become more reputable. He goes to the counter where Irene asks him what would be in it. Sugar or something else? Kane again recalls his discussion, and realizes that the mountain roads from the Pilat to the Rainel Forest are known to be harsh and treacherous. The guy advised Frey that a carriage will save his time and energy. Frey questions him if he is sure that there are carriages that run through those mountains. The guy tells him that there is a group of peddlers that trades with the elves on a monthly basis, and this is why he has chosen a mercenary as his fake identity. The guy gives him the tag on which it is mentioned that he has a C rank. Back at the club, Cian tells Irene that he is there to accept a quest. Irene asks him if he has anything in particular he is after. He wants to escort the peddlers who will be traveling to the Rainel Forest, but after having a look at his card, she tells him that he can't accept the quest as it requires at least B rank or above. Then he tells her that in that case he wants to apply for the advancement exam and asks to apply for his test right there at that time. She asks him to come with her and tells him that it will be 10 silver. He follows her and she takes him to her master. His master asks her who he is. She tells him that he is a new applicant for the advancement test. He asks Irene to deal with him the way she does, as his head feels like it's on the verge of cracking open from the massive hangover. Irene tells Kane that there are 2 types of advancement exams, one of which is a commission and the other being proof. The guildmaster tells him that the commission exams are like that he heard, and it will test his ability to carry out a commission and evaluate his strengths and abilities by observing his progress. And the other is proof, which is basically showing off the abilities before an examiner. But truth be told, nobody has advanced their ranks using this method in the past 10 years. Irene warns him that they are very picky when it comes to evaluating talents, and as she continues, Kane cuts her conversation and asks for an exam because he has no time to waste, so let's get right down to it. The master realizes that it looks like an interesting nut has crawled here after a long time. All 3 went for the exam, where Kane asks them whether he has to beat him up or something else. Irene asks him, as she doesn't want to waste any energy on these endless battles, if he should try and fling some spells on the wall. Their one and only hotshot tier 5 mage cast several layers of protection magic on that baby, the wall. She calls his master drunkard, and tells him that even his sword swing would dent that thing even if he went his full strength in it. Kane asks her that if he smashes that wall into pieces, then will he be around A rank? Laughingly, Irene mocks him and says to his master, "Isn't that guy cute?" Kane asks her to step aside if she is done laughing. Kane goes straight to cast his spell and summons a flame. Irene's eyes widened in shock at seeing a flame ball, as it is a tier 5 spell. The guildmaster shouts and asks Irene to take cover as Kian breaks that wall into pieces. Both of them get shocked at his skills and declare him as an A-rank mercenary. The master is very much amazed by his work and tells him that this is not bad for someone this young. He introduces himself. His name is Dumkey, and he asks him if he is with any merc group yet. Kane clarifies to him that he has no plan of joining any group at that time. Dumkey feels that Kane is in a hurry to advance his rank. Why is this so? Irene tells him that he wants to take the job request to escort the merchants to Rainal Forest. Dumkey tells him that he needs to be more than enough to be qualified to take on that request, and he will tell his clients about Kane. Back at the club, 2 people are discussing that apparently Count Isaka might be stepping down as the master of the 5th magic tower. The other one asks how he knew about that, so he replies that he has heard this from a friend of his who works there. He seems to be residing in his mansion for a long time, maybe 2 months. One of them says in disbelief that there's no way a tower master would be away from his tower for that long. While they were talking, Kane came and greeted them. He told them he was a bit new there and was learning about that work. He also asks them for a tip and sits with them, while one of them gets angry as he sits there without asking. Cian offers them all their food and boozes on him and calls a waiter to order more food and beer. Kane tells them that he wants to sign up as a guard at the Blake house. The man appreciates that this is a very nice and stable job and even offers a good salary. The other man adds that even pretty girls work there, so it is a blessing. Kane asks them if they know more about the Blake's house, as he wants to know more about them even if there is anything minor they know. One of them mentions that he has heard from his friend that he has seen several carriages entering the mansion. The other one says that's nothing new, as it is a common thing for huge mansions to have provision carriages going in and out all the time. But the weird part he mentions is that there were far too many carriages for them to all be provisions, and he has heard voices coming from the carriages as someone is screaming. Everyone starts making fun of it and refers to this as a juicy horror story. Later, Kian sits at the bar all by himself and wonders if those are live sacrifices, but it can't be. While he is thinking, a man named Alcone comes and asks if he is Kane Rickstone, and tells him that he is the one leading the escort group from there to the Rainal Forest. Kane tells him that he will be in his care. Alcone mentions that he has heard from Dumkey that Kane is an extremely powerful mage, and from his point of view, Dumkey is the kind of bastard who is very picky about compliments, so Alcone is expecting much from Kane then. This might be a simple escort mission, but he shouldn't let his guard down. Alcone continues that the group that was headed for the Rainal Forest last month got annihilated. Kane is shocked at how one would do such a thing. Maybe the undead. He kept hearing that there are more and more frequent sightings of undead around the continent, though it is strange that the undead are not the type that would work with other races. But in any case, this is foreboding news for mercs like them. Alcone mentions that it was quite bizarre to run into one back then too. The undead are usually the type of being that only act based on the hatred for the living, but that guy was sentient, but he realizes that there is no use in thinking about that. Instead, he just has to focus on the tasks he has. Later, all of the other mercenaries with Alcone rush to the Rainal Forest. Kane sees an old woman and gets shocked, but he knows they all have their own reasons. Alcone asks Kane how he is feeling at that time, to which Kian confirms that he is all right. Alcone asks him to rest because as soon as they enter the forest, it will be showtime for them. Kane asks him about the old woman. She is a 5-tier mage like Kane only. Her name is Syax, an A-rank mercenary. She is pretty famous around these parts, and they call her Syax. After a while, that old lady comes to Kane, introduces herself, and she hopes that he doesn't mind having an elder disturb his meal. She asks him if something is wrong, but he insists she continue. She asks him if he is perhaps an elemental shaman, as she feels a radiating energy from him. Kane realizes that she might have sensed the dark energies radiated by his darkening, and it looks like she has not seen through his illusion magic. Xian cross-questions her if she is a shaman herself, at which the lady confirms. He tells her that it is true that he made a contract with the elemental, but he is not an elemental shaman. He also asks her how she could notice the presence of his elemental, as an ordinary person can't notice that. But seeing that old lady confused, he asks her not to tell him about that if she doesn't want to, but either he is curious about asking about something else. He asks her why she signed up for this mission. She replies that she is more concerned with the sightings of undead around these parts, as it is an unusual occurrence. They have not even been sighted in these forests for the past 1,000 years. Kane asks her if she can say this as she has already lived 1,000 years herself. Hesitantly, the old lady asks Kane to continue his meal, or else it will get cold. At last, he says that the reason why people use illusion to disguise themselves is precisely because they have something they want to hide. As in his case, it is his identity that he wants to hide. And as he asks her what she wants to hide, a white elf appears in place of that old lady. Suddenly, one of their soldiers calls out to Captain Alconi and informs him that a group of undead is sighted southwest of them. Alconi gets tense and comments that it looks like they will have to fight their way through. Alconi suggests to Kane and Syax that they will be sending some men for reconnaissance, so cast some enchants on the recon team's weapons. Kane, as he does enchants, realizes that it's faint, but he can sense divine power. Could it be a demigod? But he refuses that this divine power is far too weak to be a demigod. A putrid scent starts coming, which makes them realize the undead are ahead. In an instant, Alconi commands the team to charge. As they rush to attack, they find a lot of dead undead bodies. One of their soldiers says in disbelief that it can be possible as they were moving 30 minutes ago. Kane observes the bodies and finds that it's the work of one man, and according to his thinking, it took less than 10 minutes for him to annihilate this group of undead. Alconi gets in shock and starts wondering who could have done this. Kane realizes that this has to be the handiwork of the Godfist. Just then, as they were about to take their leave, a bulky, tall man appeared between the bodies of those undead. Everyone's eyes widen in shock as they see him fighting those monsters. Alconi asks him who he is and what he is doing here fighting those undead. That tall man curses him and threatens them to take their leave, or else they will be dead. Kane guesses that Macho Wendigo is the successor of the Godfist. He tells them that it would be too dangerous to leave him be. It's true that this is the oath peddlers use for traveling to the rainforests, so we can't leave that monstrous guy roaming about the area. Alconi, in stress, asks what they can do, as there's nothing they can do against a guy like him. Kane suggests he'll keep an eye on him and track him for a while and see if he is a threat or not. At this point, Alconi gets furious and stops him from doing so because he's just a mage, and there is no way he can let him throw away his life. Kane reassures him that he shouldn't worry about him. He is pretty confident in his cloaking spell. As Alconi further tries to stop him, Kane leaves, suggesting he should lead the peddlers through to the Raynolds forests, and he will send a report soon. Later, a group of undead again attacks that tall guy. He gets annoyed and curses them, casting his Blade Fist spell towards them, which makes each of them shatter into pieces. Just then, a terrible monster out of nowhere attacks him from behind and tries to bite him, but as he does, his teeth break into pieces and start falling. The guy mocks him, asking if he really thought that his shit teeth would penetrate his muscles, and punches him to death. Suddenly he finds Fry standing there. He arrogantly asks Fry what he wants. Fry calmly questions him how long he's been learning the art of the Godfist. The guy gets annoyed and asks him if he is another one of those circle bitches. Frey suggests he could say that and tells him that he is from the Troman Rings. The guy punches and warns him that he is sure he gave a stern warning to that little shit before him that he will kill the next one of them that decides to bother him. Frey, in his protective barrier, mocks him, informing him that his name was Isaac, dumbass. The guy gets furious and grabs Frey from his collar and asks to leave if he values his life. He has no interest in being friends with the Circle. Frey provokes him, questioning that the Godfist successor has no interest in confronting the demigods. If he really thinks those Circle turds are trying to defeat the demigods, they give absolutely no flying fucks about the demigods. They all are a bunch of useless pigs who are only interested in filling their bellies, the guy adds, being full of anger. Frey understands that he is aware of it and says, "It's true that the current circles are embroiled in a power struggle to gain more influence and authority over one another. None of them are putting serious effort into defeating the demigods." Frey laughs and suggests that pigsty is offensive to pigs, which is why he is planning on restructuring them. The guy gets completely clueless. Frey continues that he's right in saying that they are corrupt, but he still requires their strength if he wants to defeat the demigods. The divided circles must be united and reformed into a fighting force for one unified purpose. The guy asks curiously if he is saying that he, Frey, is the guy who will unify those circles, and pushes him. Looks like they have sent an interesting mofo from the circles, so let's see if he got the skills to support that spunk, the guy comments. Frey tells him that's enough talk, now bring it, big boy, or he will start growing mold on his fists. Just then, Frey flies away and the guy rushes after him to catch. In their way, Frey asks him to stop telling the whole world that they are here and cast his ice spear spell on him. The guy slashes through it, on which Frey comments that honestly, looking at that muscle head, he is the spitting image of Kasajin. The guy gets stuck on the ground as his legs are stuck in the ice frosting, but he manages to break through it as well. He rushes towards Frey to attack him but ends up being caught instead by Frey's bull sweep move. Frey asks if he finally feels like talking now. The guy stands up and rushes to somewhere. Frey stops him and rushes after him but realizes that he's not running away, he's planning to take him somewhere. He would have followed him willingly if he just told him. In their way, the guy comments on Frey's clown steps that it's a unique running form, and further adds that he knew how to perform the bull sweep as he thought he had somehow learned the art of the God Fist. But the art of the God Fist practices the rule of two and is passed down from master to disciple, so who the hell did he learn it from? Frey leaves that to his imagination and asks for his name. It's Ivan, the guy tells him. Frey also introduces himself and asks where they are going. Ivan refuses and suggests to follow as they will see it when they get there. Later, as they reach there, Frey realizes that it's Ivan's home, so he comments that he was wondering where they were going, so he brought him to his home. Ivan shouts on top of his lungs to tell Ricky that he's home. Frey gets startled and snaps at him, saying that he should tell him if he's going to do that, and calls him fucking musclehead. Ivan tells him that Ricky won't wake up unless he does this, at which point Frey asks who he is talking about and who Ricky is. His pet dog? He is a demigod, Ivan adds. Frey hesitantly asks what he just said. Ivan smirks and Ricky shows up. He greets Ivan and asks if he brings a friend with him. Sweat starts falling from his face as Frey realizes that there is no doubt about it. This is insane. The chart's divine energy is coming off of him. He is a demigod, and he is just as powerful as that old bat that used to give off poisonous fumes. He must also be an apocalypse. Ivan mentions that Frey says that he's from the circles, at which Ricky comments that he finished the tasks he has given to him, and he asks to come in and mentions that it's time they move on to the next phase of the plan, insisting on bringing Frey there with him. Seeing all this, Frey gets furious and grabs Ivan by his clothes and asks him to explain himself because he is the successor of the God Fist, so why is he in league with a demigod? Ivan arrogantly asks to let go of his clothes, but Frey refuses. Depending on his answer, he might just kill him there. Ivan mocks him, questioning if he really can kill him. He tells him that as for the reason why he is working with Ricky, isn't that obvious? Ricky is a betrayer. His goals align with him to eradicate all demigods. Frey snaps at him, asking if he really expects him to believe that nonsense. Believe whatever he wants, and that's up to him, but at least make his decision after he has listened to his story, Ivan adds. Later, as they go inside, there is a long corridor with the soldiers standing in a row at the corners, which makes Frey wonder what the hell that place is, as it's when anyone warps space and time to expand space as they see fit. Frey finds this skill incredible. Anyone without authorization from the creator can't even perceive the existence of this domain, let alone enter it. Ivan doesn't understand a thing, Frey says. Later, Ricky offers them to sit anywhere they like. Ivan surprisingly says that he didn't expect him to invite that guy over. Ricky comments on Frey's eyes, as that's not the kind of gaze an ordinary man would possess unless they have lived for more than a century. It seems he has brought him an interesting guest, he adds. Just then, Frey mentions that he heard that he has betrayed his kin, at which Ricky agrees. Frey asks for the reason, but Ricky says that it's none of his concern. He didn't invite him here to earn his trust, but he invited him here so that he can help him execute his next plans. He tells Frey that when an apostle is killed, their respective demigod is forced into a hibernation period, at which point Frey's eyes widened in shock. He continues that anyone can kill them easily when they are in their slumber. He could cut off their head with the same knife he used to peel this apple as he was eating the apple. Why have there been so many undead rising around these forests? Because there is an apostle within these forests that keeps creating more of them. He has sent Ivan to destroy all of them in order to provoke the apostle out of hiding. That apostle is hiding themselves in the rainforests. Frey asks him by inside the forest what he actually means. Ricky shows a picture of a guy named Oiden Friedekwood and tells Frey that he is the apostle of Nozdog, the demigod of death. Frey realizes that it's the demigod that harnesses the power over death, and that guy is an apostle of an apocalypse. Ricky says that he will have the two of them, Frey and Ivan, work together to kill this guy, at which point Frey asks if he is saying that after they kill him, then he, Ricky, will go and cut off Nozdog's head in his sleep. Ricky gets impressed by Frey's knowledge and says that he is a lot smarter than Ivan, which is good to see. And unlike Ivan here, he is not as trusting of others. Frey asks him why he doesn't kill that apostle himself, as killing a mere apostle should be an easy feat for someone like him. Ricky tells him that if he does that, he would be alerting others of his betrayal, because an apostle consciousness is connected with their respective demigod. The only thing he can do is make quick work of the demigod behind the scenes after their apostles are killed off. Having his betrayal brought to light would jeopardize his plans. Frey realizes that killing an apostle makes the demigod very vulnerable, the same demigod that can erase a human settlement in the blink of an eye. He wonders if it's that simple to kill them. Ivan says that if there is a need for complicated talks, just keep it simple, and they smash the apostle, then he smashes the demigod. Ricky tells Ivan that this isn't as simple as he is thinking. Frey mentions that actually, not that long ago, he and his companions killed the apostle who wielded lightning. While he was probably not an apostle of an apocalypse, he has to say it was extremely difficult to defeat him. Ricky stops him and asks if he is saying that he has killed the apostle of Indra. Indra is the only demigod he knows of that can wield lightning, and asks Frey if he can prove that he has killed his apostle. Frey shows him the core crystal he has already used, and that was found in his remains. It's the clump of pure lightning energy they have managed to extract and isolate from the crystal. As Ricky sees that, he understands that it's most definitely Indra's lightning energy. He stands up and says that certainly he could have only gotten his hands on this only by killing his apostle. He didn't think the opportunity to gain his trust would come so quickly. Ricky picks up his sword and slices the air. A teleporting door appears, and he goes inside. Both of them were startled. After a few seconds, Ricky shows up with the head of demigod Indra. Frey takes aback in fear and realizes that it's the real deal, a bona fide head of a dead demigod in the flesh, and he manages to chop off his head so easily. Ricky confirms that they have the same objective, and it looks like he has a good head on his shoulders. Ricky, with smirks, asks him if there is any reason not to cooperate with him now. Ricky destroys the head of demigod Indra with his magic spells. Lucas is shocked and confused at the same time and asks Ricky, why do the demigods create apostles? Ricky explains that the power the apostles wield is far too weak compared to the original demigod's power. Logically, it's far too risky and dangerous to create such weak subordinates. If they are willing to take risks, there must be some hidden intention that is worth the price. They, demigods, have killed far too many lives in the past 1,000 of years. Lord, the leader of demigods, might disagree with Ricky, but if they run wild any longer, their existence may be completely erased. Lucas finds it completely nonsense as he questions who will even erase demigods. Ricky replies, God, and explains that even though they call it God, it's a different existence from the absolute God these humans revere. Putting it simply, someone calls it a grand law that shapes the world. It's like an absolute mass of energy that protects the balance of the world, and demigods are like small pieces of that mass that fell away. Lucas sighs and confesses that if he weren't hearing it from a demigod personally, he would think of this as nonsense spouted by a priest of some newly created religion. Ivan then asked if this god was responsible for erasing 1 or 2 demigods. Ricky reveals it is far more than that. From what he knows, there are around 20 who were sent to oblivion. Ricky explains to Lucas and Ivan that he had done everything he could for now. In 1 month, there will be a gathering where countless demigods will attend, including the 5 stringer beings they call apocalypses, as well as the Lord himself. Ricky also tells them that they must deal with Oiden before that day arrives. Ricky tells them to sit and eat those apples, and then says that the objective of the upcoming gathering is to find and erase the traitor. During the past decades, he has already dealt with several demigods who were hibernating. Unless they are morons, the rest will have realized that only another demigod would have killed them all for this long. They probably haven't traced it back up to him, though. The demigods will be accompanied by their apostles during the meeting. Oiden will also be there. Once the meeting ends, it's highly likely that he and Nozdog will go into hiding and erase their tracks. If it comes to that, Ricky will have no way of finding them. Ivan realizes that Ricky means now is the perfect opportunity to kill an apocalypse before he goes into hiding. Lucas, on the other hand, says they need to find a way to enter the forest to find the apostle. Ricky smirks and suggests that they will fly through the sky and enter the forest from above. Lucas says whether they trespass through the sky or by digging a tunnel, they will still be intruders in the end. Ivan says that in this case, they just have to not get caught or something. Lucas sighs and asks Ricky if he was seriously thinking of working with the apostles using Ivan, so Ricky says he is extremely relieved that Frey joined their team. Lucas tells them to listen carefully. Within the High Elves village, there is the world tree that sustains the Raynol's forest. It's the core of the woodland and is a life form that is connected to every tree of the forest. Finally, the forest's queen shares her consciousness with the world, but there might be a way. The people in the forest talk about random stuff, like how they somehow manage to reach the entrance and have to sleep outside even though the village is right in front of them. On the other hand, the old lady in the forest goes away from there as the people are talking about the trade with elves that will occur tomorrow. Meanwhile, Syax goes inside the forest and turns into his original self. She thinks that situation looks good for now, though if the undead keep spawning in the area, the soil will die. As she realizes someone is behind him, she transforms herself into the old lady again. It turned out to be Lucas, disguised as Cain Rickstone and Ivan. Syx asks him if he found anything about that warrior, and expresses that she is happy that Cain is safe. Ivan is also there, so basically they want that Syx to lead them inside the forest. Ivan's intimidating presence scared her, though Cain tells him to stop and politely asks Syx that they need to enter the forest, so can she help them out? Lucas tells Syx that they don't have time for this act as time is running out both for them and for Syx's people, and confesses that he already knows that she is a high elf, and he has known that from the start, and shows his real self as well, and assures her that he is doing the same as Syx, and he is himself a magician, and asks for her help. Syx reveals her true form, making Ivan shocked as he thought she was an old hag, but she is thin and pretty like a doll. Lucas gives Ivan a death stare and reminds her of her statement that she mentioned. She took on this commission in order to investigate the undead. So does she know anything about demigods? Syx admits that other than that, they are transcendental beings close to, not really that much. Then she becomes alarmed as if realizing something, and questions Frey that he shouldn't tell her the necromancer that appeared recently is a demigod. Lucas clarifies it's highly likely that it's a demigod's subordinate. He is currently inside the rainforest, and unless they do something, he is a menace to all of them. Syx exclaims, "It can't be. The forest doesn't accept outsiders, even if he tried to force himself inside." However, Lucas explains the queen would have noticed the intruder, but this individual is different, as Ricky explained to Lucas that as long as someone is a high elf like Oiden, it would be best to not reveal the apostle's identity for now. So Lucas ignores what Syx asked, and says they don't have time to talk about the details for now. But what is certain is that they are the only ones who can track him down. Syx confusingly admits that she doesn't understand, but shifts her attention to Frey that if he said he is not a spiritualist, then how did he make a contract with a spirit? Lucas explains he learned the technique from his friend, a dark elf. Syx doesn't believe it, because those are unfriendly and unwelcoming towards humans, and even other species. Though Lucas says they were good people with open minds, especially Camel, who taught him spirit magic. She was someone with great character. Hearing the name Camille, Syx's eyes widen and he asks, "Camille the leopardess?" There is no elf in the forest who hasn't heard of her. She is shocked as that powerful leopardess acknowledges an ordinary human as a friend. Syx sighs and assures him that she trusts him for now, and will lead them to the village. Meanwhile, Lord Oiden is sitting on his throne is informed that Indra is killed, and there weren't any traces this time either. Oiden realizes there is a traitor, so he should be wary of his surroundings. A servant knocks at Oiden's door, and informs him that Her Majesty has summoned him. Oiden tells the gut to inform her he will be there soon. Oiden then smirks, thinking there won't be a single species in this forest that will dare to attack or touch the queen's elder brother. Back with Syx, Ivan and Lucas arrive at a place and spot the world tree. Syx explains that they call it Hruhiral, it's in Elvish tongue. Syx talks in Elvish with her companion Pippin, who is surprised and happy to see her return so soon. Pippin asks Syx if she has learned anything about the necromancer, but none of them have any new information to share. Although, Syx informs her about Frey and Ivan, that they are companions she is traveling with, and they helped her out while she was tracking down the necromancer. They are more than skilled enough, so they are cooperating. Pippin says even if they are her companions, outsiders must greet Her Majesty and must receive permission to stay. Pippin informs them that they are directly going to Hruhiral, so she will make an audience request to Her Majesty. Ivan doesn't understand what the hell is going on, so Syx tells him it is the rule for outsiders to greet Her Majesty the Queen first, and they will head there immediately. Syx explains that Her Majesty is the forest's heart. Their audience with her will not last for too long, and she warns Ivan to watch his manners before her. Ivan says she shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Just because he is tough in general doesn't mean he has no manners. The martial king's technique is a martial art that trains both the mind and body, and flexes that his name is written as etiquette, but reads as Ivan. Syx is anxious. The aura of misfortune and bad luck is swirling around Ivan. Lucas laughs and tells Syx not to worry too much, as he is a copy of Cassigen down to the bone. Syx doesn't understand what he means. So Lucas explains that Cassigen always said that he was smooth with women, but ended up petrified as soon as what he means. So Lucas explains that Cassigen always said that he was smooth with women, but ended up petrified as soon as one appeared before him. The Queen of all Elves, Snow de Friedeckwood, welcomes Frey and Ivan to the Rainals forest. Ivan seems pretty petrified as Lucas already told this to Syx. Both Lucas and Syx chuckle as they see Ivan like that. As the Queen of all Elves introduces herself, it alarms Lucas, as Friedeckwood is the same family name as Oiden. To think the apostle is blood related to the queen is pretty unreal. He sees now, so that's why Oiden could wreak havoc as he wanted in the area without any fear of repercussions inside the forest. But something's not right here. She is not a high elf. As far as he knows, all the elf queens are of the high elf race. Syx kneels before the queen, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of Anirul, greeting Her Majesty, the queen. Syx explains, as the report stated, these men are the two individuals who helped her out during her mission. She implored Her Majesty to grant them the right to stay within the forest until they set out for their next journey. She looks back at Frey and Ivan, and informs them that Her Majesty is also fluent in human tongue, so they should introduce themselves. Sweat beads on Ivan's head as he is petrified as hell, and examines Snow's pearl-white skin, and thinks that it is the grace of a butterfly, an elegant voice that makes him tremble, and the word stunning doesn't do justice to her beauty. He looks at Syx and thinks that she is a goblin compared to Snow. His thoughts are interrupted when Syx calls out his name to introduce himself. He stutters and thinks his brain won't function when he is looking at her. This woman won't leave his heart in peace, but as a warrior, he must stand firm like a brawler even when facing a woman. He then folds his arms with serious expressions and gives the queen angry expressions which offend Snow's servant. However, the queen gestured for her servant to stay quiet. Lucas kneels before the queen as well and greets Snow by introducing himself as Frey, magician of the Cascow Empire. Snow says it appears he knows of elven customs despite being human. Still kneeling down, Lucas says it's an honor while addressing her as Your Majesty. She tells them that she will permit their stay in the forest. She tells one of her people, Prithee, to rest their bodies from the long journey and depart after a full recovery, and tells them to take their leave. As they leave, Snow examines Frey and Ivan with strange expressions. Later in their room, leaves and carrots are prepared by Syx as their dinner. Ivan gets furious, saying she has to be kidding. Even goats eat better meals than this. Lucas questions Ivan if he really expects the elves to serve them meat in their village and hands him bacon. He packed them before leaving. Ivan is pretty happy and eats it happily while Lucas eats those leaves. Ivan then asks about Syx, and Lucas explains she is likely having a bunch of reports to make. They talk by using their minds. Lucas tells Ivan that the situation isn't looking too good. Ivan speaks loudly and tells him to talk to him out loud, as this feels weird, but Lucas explains him with his mind that he is so dense it is because they are monitoring them. The elves' hearing is dozens of times better than that of humans. Ivan realizes and talks like Lucas and asks him if it is because Oiden is blood-related to the queen. Lucas says it is right, and they don't have enough evidence to incriminate him. If they don't denounce Oiden prematurely, the elves will attack them instead. Ivan says that the entire village will become their enemy, though Lucas says that, according to Ricky, the apostle needs a specific medium in order to contact the apocalypse. If Oiden tries to contact Nozdog, they will release a slight amount of divine power. If they track down that energy, they should find the medium. It means they should quietly wait in the village until he contacts the demigods, but the question is, what if he never does it while they are here? Though Lucas's prediction is that he will attempt it tonight or tomorrow, as it's been a week since Ivan annihilated the undead. Oiden is addicted to slaughtering people. It won't be long before a bloodthirsty beast could resist its urge inside a village of vegetarians. Their conversation is interrupted when Syx rushes in and looks pretty exhausted. She jumps on the bed and says she couldn't get a wink of sleep, was summoned everywhere throughout the night, and tells both of them to not wake her up. Ivan says, isn't she being a bit too careless because technically there are two men inside her home? Lucas guesses they consider humans the same as dogs and cats. He then informs Ivan that he is heading outside for some time and asks a favor from Ivan to send a message to one of her friends. Later on, Lucas practices his magic, inspects the forest, and thinks Hru-Hiral, the world tree that sustains this great forest, should know something. Information about the events from 4,000 years ago, what happened to his friends after he went missing, and what it is he is lacking right now. He arrives in a spiritual world because of that world tree. He has returned to his original appearance. He hasn't felt this cozy in a while. Sweat beads on his head as he spots Hru-Hiral there, telling him she has been waiting for him, and asks him if she should call him Frey or Lucas. Lucas is in utter disbelief as he wasn't expecting Hru-Hiral, the world tree's spirit, in the spiritual plane. She looks at him with sorrow in her eyes for Lucas as she cries and acknowledges how Lucas has been through so much, such a painful and lonely life he lives. To think that a single human could endure all that is unbelievable. She even thanks him for making it this far. She then asks him what it is he wishes to ask her. She reveals that she is also chained down by the demigod's lord's power and authority, but she will tell anything he wishes to know, as long as it is within her knowledge. Lucas hesitantly tells her that he wants to learn about his friend's final days. She must surely be awake to what happened to them, as she is connected to the earth throughout the continent. With her magic, she transports them to a new setting and serves him tea as they sit because, according to her, this is going to be a long story. She then explains that his friend, the martial mind Kasajin, met his death in the Amakan desert. He perished alongside his opponent, a demigod, after an arduous, week-long battle. It was a terrifying battle. Next, Hru-Hiral speaks of Lucid, for Sword King Lucid perishes as his motherland. Icalium got annihilated. Lucas then asks about Schweitzer, the great sage. She tells him that about great sage Schweitzer Stroh, she must honestly say that she is hesitant to relay the truth to him, and it would be best for him not to hear his story. Lucas insists that he must know, and his conflict is against these self-proclaimed gods. No matter how harsh the reality is, as long as it's the veritable truth, he cannot turn a blind eye to it. Hurahiral says that she sees Lucas has steeled himself, and in that case he must see it with his own eyes in order to avoid any prejudices. As he looks into her eyes, he arrives somewhere he doesn't know about. He then sees Schweitzer before him coughing, laying on the and murmuring as he calls someone a traitor, and that he finally understands why Lucid and Cassigen fell out with each other. Lucas is confused, and when he senses someone behind him and looks back, it is Iris, the Peace Founder. She accuses Schweitzer that she doesn't believe he ever trusted her for even a single second. Schweitzer admits in a weak voice that she may be right, but Lucas trusted her. Iris smirks, acknowledges while she didn't trust these people, Lucas was an exception. Schweitzer questions her if she is aware of the severity of her acts, as the annihilation of the demigods has always been Lucas's lifelong dream. She betrayed Lucas. Iris stretches her arms and says, in that case, both of them are not different, as these people's narrow minds and prejudices ended up harming Lucas, and says it was unpleasant to see him attempt to fill in the void Lucas left behind. Schweitzer, growing weaker, questioned why Iris had joined forces with the demigods. Lucas's eyes widen and his heart sinks when he realizes that Iris is a traitor. Schweitzer whispers that Lucas would be so disappointed, and maybe his death was a blessing in disguise since he is not here to witness this. Iris's anger doubles, and with her magic, she attacks him with arrows. Schweitzer looks at Iris walking away. In his final moments he says, in the end, he couldn't do anything. Annihilating the demigods, uniting everyone to fight, stopping Iris's betrayal and preventing Lucas's death. It was all in vain. He says that he is no great sage and all he has done is fail pathetically over and over again. He apologizes to Lucas. Lucas cries as he holds Schweitzer. The vision suddenly ends and Lucas is back in real time as Hurahiral snaps her finger. Both Lucas and Hurahiral sit there in silence, as it is taking time for Lucas to digest the reality. Hurahiral reveals to Lucas that Iris Fistfounder is still alive. She is still living during this era. However, she can't guarantee that she is the same person Lucas once knew. Lucas says that his last words were, I am sorry, though he should be the one saying that. His incompetence led to his friend's will being an apology. Hurahiral tries comforting him by remarking on how Lucas is quite harsh towards himself. Lucas informs her that there will be an uproar in the forest. Before sending him back to the forest, she wishes him a future filled with hope. With a wave of her magic, Lucas returns to where he had been sitting, practicing his magic. It's been an entire day. The observers are still tailing Lucas. Meanwhile, back in their room, Ivan is practicing a one-hand stand in corner, and that is when Lucas enters the room, saying the meditation session took longer than expected, and with telepathy, Ivan tells him that about the favor of his, he already did it, and tells him that they will come over after the sun sets. Lucas thanks him and tells Ivan to stop training. He informs him that they will deal with Oiden tonight. Lucas meditates in the room while Ivan is gone for a shower. A voice breaks in. It is Camille. She says everything Lucas does is completely unpredictable. She didn't think the self-proclaimed Martial King's successor would suddenly come looking for Camel, saying Lucas sent him. She was half-doubting him and said, who would have thought they'd meet again in the village of High Elves? She sits on the bed saying it just had to be Oiden. Color her surprised to think the apostle is the queen's blood relative and inform him that Oiden is not her blood relative. Lucas doesn't understand, so Camel explains that Queen Snow was adopted. The Friedeckwood family has inherited the title of queen over generations, but during this era, the family wasn't blessed with a daughter, but they couldn't just pass on the throne to Oiden, a man. Lucas says no wonder he heard that the elf queen has always been a high elf, so he was confused when she saw Snow since she isn't one. Queen Snow is an ice elf. She is part of a small race of elves that live up north, in snowy fields. Camille asks about when the operation is starting, so he tells her it is happening today. She asks him if she should just silence the observers following him or what. Lucas smiles, saying she catches on quickly, and he is glad to have her here. She informs him that she had to avoid 8 observers on her way here. It was plain obvious, seeing how Lucas sent a proxy in order to contact her, that she had a request for her. She warns him in advance, but she is also here as a visitor, so she can't start a commotion. And if it comes to it, she will say he blackmailed her into doing his bidding and pin all the crimes on him. Lucas casually tells her she can do whatever she wants, but she is not sure people will believe that the Great Leopardess was blackmailed by a puny human. Though Camille asks about Isabel, Lucas tells her that she is supervising the circle in his stead, though Isabel has awakened some newfound talents. As Camille leaves, she warns Lucas to be very careful, as Oiden is an extremely talented spiritualist. Magicians lose their ability to manipulate mana when they receive divine power after becoming an apostle, but spiritualism doesn't interfere with divine power. Moreover, he has the divine power of an apocalypse, one of the stronger demigods. He is on a completely different scale compared to Luke's. On the other hand, Oiden's servant serves him tea, and he imagines killing her but realizes he is at his limit now as he can't hold back his murderous impulses because of the power he received from the demigod of death. In the quiet of the night, Syax walks when Lord Oiden arrives unexpectedly. Syax is surprised to see Lord Oiden at this hour. Lord Oiden appreciates Syax for working hard, especially since she has brought outsiders into the village. Oiden asks Syax about the hunt for the necromancer, saying he heard humans are helping her. Syax lets out a sigh and rants about how things have taken an unexpected and strange turn, making the situation unclear. She knows that there is a troubling rumor that the necromancer is hiding in their village. This news worries Lord Oiden, and he considers taking drastic action if it's true, which involves killing her. Syax listens nervously but doesn't respond immediately. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupts them. Syax falls back, gets hurt, and Ivan appears. Ivan seems frustrated, and Syax screams if it's because he was only fed vegetables. Ivan ignores her, telling Syax he saved her life by pushing her out of harm's way. Syax realizes something shocking. Stonia, the highest-ranking spirit of wind, is present, and Lord Oiden has been aiming at her just moments ago. Meanwhile, the necromancer reveals her identity and mocks the situation. Lord Oiden expresses surprise that one of the outsiders Syax has brought into the village turns out to be the same barbarian responsible for destroying their undead armies. Ivan angrily calls out the necromancer, accusing her of blatantly admitting her crimes. He questions whether the necromancer thinks they can do whatever they want, as long as they hide behind the queen's protection. The necromancer admits that she plans to keep her actions a secret. However, she says there is no reason to hide anymore because she plans to kill everyone anyway. Ivan mocks Lord Oiden and the necromancer. He insults the elven prince, making crude remarks about his arrogance and claiming a few hits to the head might clear his thoughts. Lord Oiden, angered by Ivan's disrespect, warns him to watch his words. He declares it unacceptable for a mere human to insult the noble lineage of his kind, his tone full of pride and indignation. Ivan shoots back, calling Lord Oiden's claims nonsense. He accuses him of being nothing more than the demigod's loyal servant, showing no fear in the face of his anger. Syax asks in confusion what is going on. Lord Oiden furiously says that he needs to teach them a lesson. Oiden admits he has been holding back his violent urges for a long time but is ready to unleash them now. Suddenly, a dark energy surrounds them, and the atmosphere becomes heavy and ominous. The ground cracks as power surges around Lord Oiden, revealing his true identity as the necromancer. The group stands in shock, unable to believe that the person they trusted is their greatest enemy all along. Syax and the others are frozen in disbelief, questioning why Lord Oiden has hidden his true nature. But there is no time for answers as undead creatures begin to rise around them. They are far stronger and more numerous than any the group has encountered before. Syax panics and worries about the village being in danger. Ivan comments on Lord Oiden's temper, and how quickly he reveals his true identity as the necromancer. Ivan points out to Syax that they now have solid evidence and a witness to prove Lord Oiden's guilt. He explains that Lord Oiden has used divine powers to summon the undead, which Syax has seen with her own eyes. Ivan reminds Syax of Frey's warning that attacking Lord Oiden without evidence or a witness could lead to them being branded as rebels, putting everyone in danger. Syax surprises and realizes that Ivan has provoked Lord Oiden on purpose to make him expose himself. Lord Oiden mockingly refers to the undead surrounding him as his friends, admiring their presence and the scent of death they carry. Ivan doesn't back down and mocks Oiden, saying he looks like he belongs with the undead. He even jokes that he'd rather fight the undead than keep looking at Oiden's face. Oiden gets angry and calls Ivan rude, threatening to kill him quickly. Before Oiden can act, a sudden and terrifying pillar of flame erupts in the area. As the situation grows, Oiden points out that the magic being used is incredibly powerful, possibly a tier 6 or even tier 7 spell. Lucas introduces himself with dramatic flair, showcasing his abilities. Initially, he pretends to cast a high-level spell, but it turns out to be nothing more than a playful greeting. Ivan asks Lucas what brought him here. So, Lucas replies nonchalantly, saying he had to drain the dragon, hinting at a quick errand. He then mocks Lord Oiden's appearance, comparing him to a muddy and arrogant figure, saying he looks better like this than pretending to be a dignified noble. Syax, watching the scene, realizes that the group isn't just provoking Oiden for evidence. Instead, they are genuinely enjoying making fun of him. The insults push Oiden over the edge. He screams that he will kill everyone, his powers crackling violently. It becomes clear that Oiden has completely lost control. Ivan notices that Oiden isn't just an elemental mage and an apostle. He also made a pact with a demon, making him even more dangerous. Lucas is finding the situation both unexpected and dangerous. Amid the chaos, Frey suddenly recognizes someone unexpected. They are calling out the name Asura, and Lucas is shocked to be reunited with Asura in such an unlikely situation. Ivan manages to kill the undead creatures but gets furious as Syax gets in the way, so he asks her to move her butt already. Syax asks him where she is even supposed to go. He stutters and blushes as he talks about the queen, tells her to go report to the queen, and asks for reinforcements. Sayax looks at him in utter confusion and teases him by asking if his heart races just by remembering her and flies away, telling him she will be back soon. Ivan then notices the giant structure of the infamous Archduke of the Demon World, Ashura, and thinks even he'd have a hard time facing that head-on. Although Oiden screams and orders Ashura to kill both of them immediately, Ashura realizes that it is the land of the elves, though Oiden tells her to stop wasting time and kill these two already. Ashura addresses Oiden as a lowly elf and tells him to be silent. She further questions him if he believes she'd be his subordinate after contracting him with his trifling talents, and if he doesn't correct his attitude, she will kill him instead. Oiden looks at her with shocking expressions, though she sighs and continues saying that a contract is still a contract, and points at Ivan and Frey that she doesn't hold any grudges against them. However, they must disappear. Before she could do something, Lucas interrupts, addressing her with her full name, Ashura, Archduke of the Demon World, ruler of the Slaughter Hell, and asks if this is what people call her now. Ashura realizes that he seems to know her, so Lucas mocks her, saying she has a worse memory than he expected. Ashura finds his eyes very familiar and with her magic takes his soul to the Slaughter Hell. At the Slaughter Hell, Ashura confronts Lucas and demands that he reveals his identity, though Lucas asked her to answer his question first. Ashura sighs and calls him a foolish human, saying he seems to not realize where he is and what is happening to him. Lucas says this is Slaughter Hell, and here, she extinguishes a soul like him with the flick of a finger, so he definitely knows what is happening to him. Ashura hums, saying it is a relief, as he will know why he is being killed. Lucas taunts her that her senses are dulled, as he is the human who made the thing he is sitting on right now, so she can watch the scenery from the summit. Ashura smirks as she realizes he is none other than Lucas Troman, and informs him that he has gotten ridiculously weaker since she last saw him. She asks him what happened to him, and she heard he perished during the battle against the Lord. Lucas dismisses her curiosity, telling her not now as they don't have time or leisure to chat. She sarcastically asks him if he is here just to collect the debt, still as impertinent as ever. She assures him to fulfill any single demand of his. Lucas says he heard that Iris Fistfounder is still alive. She should also know that since she is contracted to her, and asks her where she is currently. Ashura says unfortunately she doesn't know either, and explains that after joining Demigod Lord's side, she unilaterally terminated their contract. Lucas is in shock after hearing that the demigod Iris joined forces with the Lord, as he is the one because of whom whatever happened with Lucas. Ashura assures him that is for sure and elaborates that Barbados was also with her that day. She seems to have a deal with Demigod Lord. She summoned them in order to stand on equal grounds with the Lord and make a deal with favorable terms. There are no traces of mind control or such things. Her decisions were of her own free will, so she was fully in control, and all of it happened not long after Lucas disappeared. Lucas struggles to process all of this. Although Ashura mentions and refers to a human with white hair and golden eyes, Lucas realizes she means Schweizer Stroh. Ashura said that is right. The one people called the Great Sage, and tells him if Iris is still alive, she must be searching for his traces and his legacy, as she was mumbling something about finding his core. Lucas realizes by core it means Anastasia, the core of Schweizer's golem, his greatest masterpiece ever. Lucas will need to create the golem in order to find the answers to his questions. Lucas thanks Ashura for her help and clarifies that her debts have been repaid. Ashura says that Lucas is truly an unusual person, and seeing him asking her, the great Ashura, to pay her debt, she was expecting a grander demand, such as power to take over the world, but it was only about a past lover's whereabouts. Lucas clears that they weren't like that. However, Ashura is impressed seeing him still calm, despite the fact that he will die by her hands as soon as they leave this place. Lucas is confused as he forgot about Ashura's contact, Oiden asking her to kill him. Lucas's jaw drops, realizing he literally forgot about it, and Ashura turns her back. Lucas stops her, asking where she thinks she is going, as she still owes him a favor. Ashura says that was unexpected, as she thought he was very skeptical about contracts. Lucas admits that he is not in a situation where he can be picky about stuff like that, and he is sure she has noticed it too. Ashura asks him what benefit she can receive by making a contract with him. Lucas's eyes fill with rage, and he replies, "The death of the demigods." Ashura asks him if he is still pursuing the vain ambition of eradicating the demigods. Though it is obvious, in the unlikely case where he fails, she can make use of his soul as she wishes. Ashura agrees and says she wouldn't be lacking as a contractor. As he thought, Lucas is an amusing human. She takes him to the real world before saying that she will lend him her power for his struggles. Even asks Frey worriedly if he is fine, and what happened to him as his eyes had rolled back. Lucas hesitates and replies he was just on a short trip to hell. Sweat beads on Oiden's forehead as Ashura confronts that he can't kill them as Frey is her new contractor now, and she is returning back. She wishes Oiden luck and tells him to do his best surviving the fight, addressing him as a poor little puppet, and then he disappears. Ivan confusingly asks Frey about Ashura leaving, so Lucas replies he was in hell with her, so he bribed her for them. Oiden's face turns crimson red, and with his magic, he summons even more undead creatures this time. He didn't just increase the numbers. Horse-riding knights have appeared, making Ivan confused if they are different from others, so Lucas explains they are knights and are higher ranked than death knights. In other words, they are dozens of times stronger than the ones they have faced till now. Ivan stretches his hand and moves forward while asking Lucas sarcastically if they are slightly stronger than the sandbags. Lucas replies with a nod. On the other hand, Oiden runs away from the scene. Lucas questions himself that how can an apostle just run away from a fight? Though Oiden has changed his plan as he thinks, as long as he takes over the Hruhiral, he can completely annihilate them. Even tells Frey to leave them to him and follow the apostle. Lucas transfers some energy to Ivan, tells him to be careful, and flies away to follow Oiden while Ivan kills those weird creatures and the knights. Lucas follows Oiden, and now they both are on the ground. Oiden's anger is evident as he asks Frey how dare he take Ashura away from him. He summons undead creatures against Frey, though Lucas keeps freezing them with his magic. He asks Oiden if he has any speciality other than summoning the undead. Oiden replies that this is the power of death and he is the apostle that wields death. Lucas says this is just necromancy, and Nozdog is quite literally the ruler of death. He can resuscitate the dead, and if someone breathes in even the slightest bit of the purple fog he emanates, they instantly die. If someone tries to approach him, he creates a rainstorm that can melt their skin away, and he also controls ghosts. Oiden stutters and asks for his point, so Lucas pushes him on the ground and tells him that he is too weak and asks him if he is really an apostle. Lucas attacks Oiden's eyes, causing him to whimper in pain. His anger doubles, and he calls out for Lord Nozdog. A giant structure starts appearing as Oiden is summoning Nozdog. When the structure half appears, Lucas realizes it is creating so much pressure in the environment that he can't even breathe properly. Demigod Nozdog finally appears. Oiden begs him to prove to everyone that he is truly Nozdog's chosen one, as he has suffered a terrible humiliation. He explains that the people are accusing him of the power he uses being defective, that he is too weak to be Nozdog's apostle, and he has summoned him in order to defend his honor. Nozdog hums as he finds the situation amusing and says, despite being a bait he prepared last minute, he never thought Oiden would get discovered so quickly. Oiden's voice weakens when he hears Nozdog calling him a bait. Lucas, meanwhile, realizes that what he thought was right, and Oiden isn't the apostle, which means there is another apostle out there. In other words, killing Oiden won't allow them to kill Demigod Nozdog, and Ricky was mistaken. Nozdog questions Frey how he found out, so Lucas explains there were so many traces of divine power in the forest, so it was pretty easy to know. Nozdog says there are some people who are sensitive to divine power. Even so, Frey found him far too quickly, as if someone who knows their circumstances tipped him off. He says that many odd incidents have been occurring amongst them these days. Powerful demigods have been dying one by one out of the blue. Lucas thinks within himself that they have realized there is a traitor amongst them, and that is what he meant by bait. Oiden was a trap in order to lure out the traitor. It's Lucas's first time seeing a demigod in person, but he is thankful that Ivan isn't there right now. Lucas taunts Nozdog, saying he is very different from what he was expecting, as demigods don't always talk this much. Lewis is doing this on purpose because he doesn't want to show his emotions. On the other hand, Oiden cries as he asks Lord Nozdog what he meant by bait, as he literally abandoned everything in order to follow him, and says that this is preposterous. Nozdog says Oiden is being too loud and in a second kills him. Nozdog then says that it is quite surprising because it's rare for him to be unable to read the thoughts and emotions of a human who has barely lived 100 years. In fact, this is the first time, and that is more than enough reason for him to be suspicious of Frey. He says he will keep an eye on him and then disappears. Lucas senses someone hiding behind the rock and asks them to come out, and it turns out to be the Queen, Snow. A question arises in Lucas's mind. What is she doing here like that? Lucas says to her that she revealed her presence on purpose, though she stands next to Lucas and looks at the place where her brother Oiden died. Snow says that she sees that Lucas has given her own terrible brother a final rest. Lucas realizes that Snow already knew that Oiden was the demigods. Snow admits that she knew and asks if he had heard from Hruhiral. The lady is not free from demigod's influence, and she learned from the same person who informed her about her brother's identity. Lucas doubts her and says it's too obvious that she is trying to get information from him. She mentions Ricky, the demigod with the power of the sword. It makes Lucas realize that she is not lying. She reveals that she is one of the comrades. Lucas asks her who she really is, so she casually says she is the queen of all elves, and he shouldn't act like this. Lucas says he wasn't asking about that, though their conversation doesn't complete as all of a sudden, the ground starts shaking as if an earthquake has occurred. Snow realizes it's coming from down below. When they rush to see, they notice an enormous magic circle. Ivan kills the undead creatures and the knights, but as the purplish light of the enormous magic circle erupts, Ivan also notices it. It is towards the village. On the other hand, Snow and Lucas understand that Nozdog placed a seed inside her brother's body. Since his divine power has been consumed, a powerful enemy will be emerging. Lucas realizes, with a magic circle of that giant size, they are going to face a very enormous enemy. Ivan sees a monster forming and thinks this is going to be disastrous. As what on earth is that ramshackle, tumble-down skeleton? A dragon? Snow wears a Gen 6 mask as her appearance is too flashy, and being too attractive can be troublesome at times. She asks Frey for his help as her village is in danger, though Lucas is quite impressed by Snow's second identity. The magicians of the village, including Syax, chant spells like, "O Spirit of the Wind, please lend us your power." Some of them attack the dragon with arrows, but the dragon keeps growing stronger as it is futile. There is no single scratch on it. Syax groans as all of it happens when the hero guard is away. The dragon blows its magic, making the building collapse. Syax screams to tell everyone to get away as the building is collapsing. Sweat beads on Syax's head as she realizes that the village is being annihilated in front of her eyes, but she cannot do anything about it. All of a sudden, the dragon roars in pain and collapses on the ground. They all spot Ivan at the top of the dragon and ice spears, an incredible amount of them coming towards the dragon. People of the village wonder if there is an army of magicians doing this, but this is done by Lucas and Ivan. Ivan asks Frey about Oiden. Lucas informs him he is dead and they just need to deal with this scrawny lizard for now. They turn their focus back to the dragon, which rises again, angrier than before, though a lady, Snow, appears with her second identity. Ivan asks who that lady with the ponytail is, though Lucas scolds him and tells him to stop talking like a weakling. Snow's second identity is pretty famous in the city, and she is known as Lady Sodna of the Hero Guard. Everyone takes a sigh of relief as the hero of the elves, Lady Sodna, has arrived. Lucas is pretty shocked by seeing the reactions of villagers realizing Snow's second identity is very respected and famous. Snow whispers, that is why she has been wondering whether she should create a third identity as well. Ivan interrupts them, asking who this arrogant lady is, and she is worse than Syax according to him. Lucas says she is cooperating with them for now, though he isn't sure if he should trust her or not. Snow says those are very harsh words to introduce someone. Lucas says if she is not satisfied with the introduction, she can do it on her own, but first they have to put this dragon to rest before that. The villager's jaw drops and eyes widen as they see Ivan, Frey, and Sodna fighting the dragon. They ask Syax if she brought humans, the ones fighting alongside Sodna. They have never heard or seen someone fight like that. Lucas uses a gravity explosion spell, killing the dragon and making the dragon's giant head fall to the ground, though it is going to fall on Syax, but Ivan saves her in time. Syax guides everyone to get them meat for dinner. 1 week later, Lucas and Ivan are called by the Queen. Queen points out Ivan, who is petrified and shivers as he talks to Snow. Snow asks him how long he will stay like that. Ivan stutters and says she is pretty reckless as to how she can stay inside a close space with 2 men without any bodyguards. Snow orders him to open his eyes when speaking. Ivan thinks that his mind is a mess, as he thinks Snow is very tempting, although he opens his eyes when Snow tells him to not worry, as she is skilled enough to protect himself. He screams that she is not the queen because he recognizes that she is the rude woman from before, as she is in her second identity right with that mask. Snow smiles and says that as the Queen of Elves, she thanks Ivan for protecting the village, especially Frey, for repairing the damage in the village in merely a few days. His purification magic was impressive, and it is hard to believe that Frey is just a human. She couldn't hold back her astonishment while watching him work. Lucas tells her to end these formalities and get straight to the point. He questions who she really is. Snow sighs and says she is Ricky's apostle. She is the last surviving ice elf on the continent. Her people were eradicated by the demigods. She would love to settle her race's grudge, but the demigods are too powerful for her, so there was no reason for her to refuse Ricky's offer. Lucas smirks, saying Ivan was right about her being reckless. She shouldn't reveal her identity so easily, even if they were sent by Ricky, because what would she have done if they were agents sent by the other demigods to check Ricky's loyalty? He clarifies it was an example, though Snow says she doesn't trust them because she trusts Ricky. It's because Hruhiral, because his mother has faith in him. Snow addressed Hruhiral as mother. She further says that she hears Frey meet Mother in her spiritual world in his human form, and Mother says she is highly grateful for his contributions so far. Ivan interrupts that he doesn't get what is going on, but gratitude shouldn't be expressed with words only. Snow agrees and tells them to follow her, and she will give them what they need. Ivan warns her that he won't forgive her if the reward is just making Lucas realize he is so full of himself, even though he couldn't open his eyes in front of her moments ago. After they walk for a while, Ivan asks her where she is taking them, so she tells him she is taking them to the Mother's root. She is letting them know now, but both of them will be the first humans to set foot in that place. As they enter there are shiny flies. Basically, they are spirits. It is a surreal scenery, making Lucas hard to believe this is still their world. There is a tree within a tree. This is the Mother's true body. She plucks some apples from that tree, gives them to both of them, and tells them to eat them. Ivan gets furious that he wanted a proper reward, though Lucas explains to him that this isn't an ordinary fruit. It's a wondrous fruit that can double or triple someone's mana overnight, and they should thank Hruhiral for this gift. Lucas isn't eating it yet, If he ate it with this human body without any preparation, he'd probably be on death's door for an entire week. He needs to steel himself. Snow finds it boring though, and advises him to be more easygoing like his friend, Ivan. He already ate the fruit. Lucas screams at him and calls him crazy. Ivan collapses on the ground, mana rushing through his body. Lucas holds him and tells him he has temporarily dispersed fruit's mana, but it will soon come back stronger than before. Ivan's eyes roll as he accuses Snow of giving him poison, though Lucas asks him to shut up and not lose focus, otherwise his organs might melt away. Snow comes in front of Ivan and taunts him, saying that the village will finally regain peace and quiet for a week. Ivan stutters and threatens her of killing her as she removes her mask. Snow smirks, telling him it's his fault and it is so fun to tease him. Ivan groans and thinks she is a temptress who will swallow him whole. There is a festive gathering where people in green robes appear to be performing or celebrating. Lucas notices the group of girls arriving, and he becomes excited. He refers to their arrival as very important and declares that it is the grand champion. An elf with pink hair expresses deep gratitude to Lucas. She thanks him for saving her family and restoring their village after a disaster. She feels indebted and wonders how to repay his kindness. Lucas humbly downplays his role, explaining that the villagers' courage protected the village. He sees himself as just an ordinary mage, not a hero. Lucas internally reflects that Snow tricked him into attending this banquet to receive the elves' gratitude. Yet, she abandoned him to deal with the situation alone. At the festival, Lucas feels irritated as people keep treating him like a hero. Nearby, someone envies Ivan, who avoided the chaos by eating a mysterious fruit and collapsing for a week. Lucas thinks that he should have done the same to avoid this situation. Lucas notices Camille and quickly rushes over to him. He urges Camille to leave with him immediately to handle the matter. Camille, confused by Lucas's assumptions, wonders what Lucas is talking about. Before leaving, Lucas tells Camille to take care of the girls at the festival. As Lucas tries to leave, the crowd calls after him, referring to him as the grand champion and asking him to stay because the festival has just started. Lucas firmly denies being a champion, insisting he is only a mage. After a while, Lucas arrives in a formal setting where Snow greets him. Syx approaches him and bows respectfully. She then excuses herself politely, referring to Lucas as Your Majesty before taking her leave. Snow talks about her bond with Syx, describing how she has been a precious friend since her arrival in this place. Despite being an ice elf, Syx befriended her warmly and without hesitation, making her feel welcomed. Snow notices the tiredness on Lucas's face and asks if he defeated another dragon threatening their domain. Lucas, clearly drained, admits that he would rather face another dragon than deal with the women outside. Snow informs him that the two of them need to visit Ricky. He asks why they need to see Ricky, and Snow explains that Ricky mentioned having something important to discuss with them. That makes him curious and questions if it's appropriate for Snow, the queen, to leave the village unannounced. He wonders if she isn't needed to protect the forest. She brushes off the concern, saying it's fine as long as no one finds out. Frey notices something with Snow and excitedly asks about it, expressing his desire to have one as well. She refocuses the conversation, urging Lucas to hurry, explaining that Ricky, despite his calm appearance, can be impatient at times. Lucas asks her if they are going to walk to Ricky's location. Snow responds by explaining that using blink magic would draw too much attention from prying eyes, so walking is their only option. She then mentions warp magic and wonders how it would work without drawing a magic circle at Ricky's place beforehand. Lucas confidently states that such restrictions do not apply to him. He uses his magic, and they instantly arrive at Ricky's location. Lucas and Snow arrive at Ricky's place. Ricky greets them, invites them to sit, and offers them tea. He reveals that Oiden wasn't Nozdog's apostle, surprising both Syx and Lucas. Ricky admits that even he was surprised, and didn't know such methods could exist. Lucas interrupts and accuses Ricky of providing unreliable intel. So, he angrily states that the three of them barely escaped a deadly trap. Ricky hesitates and asks if Frey is demanding an apology. Then, Lucas confirms that an apology would be a good start. Snow questions why Lucas is provoking Ricky. She reminds Lucas that Ricky is a demigod and one of the 5 Apocalypse, powerful enough to destroy them all. Ricky offers a sincere apology. He promises to thoroughly investigate before passing on intel in the future. Lucas accepts the apology, satisfied with Ricky's understanding of the situation. Then, Snow begins to realize that Lucas may have had a hidden motive for provoking Ricky. She suspects that Lucas intentionally tested Ricky to see if he was a traitor to the demigods. She deduces that if Ricky had been lying to them, he wouldn't have tolerated such accusations and provocations. She wonders what Lucas would have done if Ricky had actually turned out to be their enemy. Ricky reveals that the reason he called them was to give something important to Lucas. Ricky hands him a crystal extract, explaining that it was gathered when he defeated Indra. Ricky clarifies that this is not just any crystal extracted from an apostle, but a pure crystal of energy that embodies the power of a demigod. He explains that with this crystal, Lucas could instantly reach the 8th tier and wield Indra's divine power. However, Ricky warns that obtaining divine powers would result in the loss of Lucas's mana, effectively removing all his abilities as a mage. Lucas realizes that drinking the extract would mean completely transforming his nature and powers. He questions Ricky's intentions, asking what he is trying to achieve. Ricky reveals that he wants Lucas to drink the crystal and join him at the Gathering of Demigods, which will take place in 3 months. Lucas is shocked, as he thought only demigods and their apostles could attend such a gathering. Ricky confirms this and makes a request, asking Lucas to become his apostle. The Snow Queen asks Ricky what he is trying to say because, even if he does absorb the demigod's essence by drinking that elixir, how would he become his apostle? Not only that, the Lord will also be attending the gathering, so won't he see through all this? Ricky replies that demigods aren't as omnipotent and omniscient as she'd like to believe. Just as he wasn't able to see through the fact that Oiden was a bait and switch, there is a blind spot in the Lord's ability to see through this guise. Lucas interrupts, asking if he is saying that he should drink this and attend that gathering while masquerading as his apostle, to which Ricky confirms. But Lucas refuses because he's the mage, and if he sacrificed his mana for divine powers, that just means he got his priorities wrong. Ricky asks him if this is his pride as a mage, to which Lucas refuses and tells him that this is the more pragmatic decision. He needs magic to wipe out the demigods. Ricky informs him that there is a way for him to obtain both divine powers and mana. Lucas says in disbelief that he shouldn't make up pointless hypotheticals. Ricky assures him, saying it's possible for him specifically due to the blood of Blake running in his veins. Lucas gets clueless and asks him how his family name came into this. Ricky stands up, saying that, to tell him the truth, he has known about him for a long time. Despite being the third son of the Blake house, he showed little to no potential in the gift of magecraft. As such, they treated him like worthless baggage. He entered the Magic Academy as though he was exiled from his family. He continues that when he met Frey and heard his name, shivers ran up his spine because it's astonishing how the worthless exiled son of the Blake house grew incomparably strong as a mage, and now he's on a grand crusade to annihilate the demigods. Lucas asks him to explain how a demigod is so knowledgeable about an insignificant human household and their affairs. Ricky tells him that there are no demigods who aren't aware of the Blake house, as this house is nothing more than a large testing ground. Lucas asks what he means by testing ground. Ricky explains that, for aeons now, the demigods have carried out experiments in order to harmonize mana and divine power, and that research has made great strides ever since it was taken over by the apocalypse known as Leyrin. There were tens of thousands of experiments led by her. This research continued for hundreds of years, and at long last, the Blake house came into existence. Lucas panics as he hears this and asks to confirm if he is saying that the Blake house was literally created by the demigods' experiments. Ricky confirms it. The Cascow Empire is one of the nations where the influence of the demigods runs deep. Sweat falls down Lucas's face as he recalls when Hines said that he wished Fry wouldn't master magecraft after hearing that the blood of Blake house runs in Lucas's blood too. Ricky asks him to become his apostle and attend the gatherings of the demigods, as he is from that family whose members are unique in that they won't lose their mana even if they were to become an apostle. Lucas, in Frey's body, realizes that there were far too many inconsistencies in all this, and how he was able to possess Frey's body in the first place. It couldn't be a mere coincidence, but a carefully laid out plan from the start. Frey stands up and calmly says that it isn't something he can decide immediately, so he wants some time to think about it. Ricky hopes that he won't take long and informs Frey that he is not very fond of waiting. Later, in the mountains, a large number of dragon-like monsters bow to a lady with orange hair who has a strong aura. She decides to keep her promise and become the ruler of these mountains, protecting her friend's dungeon. A strange voice guides her to the way where his friend's dungeon lies. As she rushes toward the guided area, she finds a strange woman with purple hair standing there. As she wonders about her, it recalls her mind when the similar-looking woman, named Torkunda, threatened her that she would be killed if she followed her any further. She questions herself if that was Torkunda's memory. She asks the girl about her, but the girl turns the other way and starts walking. The orange-haired lady rushes after her and tries to stop her, but they end up in front of a huge trunk with a tunnel in it. The girl gets to know that the final room was opened. Her eyes widen, and she starts murmuring, "It's him. He's returned." The orange-haired lady asks her what she is talking about and who she is referring to. As she insists that she spill the details and throws a punch toward her, the purple-haired girl disappears into the air, leaving the lady in shock. Here's the revised version with Frey replaced by Lucas. Ivan, in silence with his eyes shut, lies on the grass, glowing with golden light. Lucas and Snow stand near him when Lucas hopes that she wouldn't mind him borrowing some space on the ground, as it should take him close to a week to fully absorb the energy within the crystal, which he had in his hand inside a thin glass tube. She tells him that he may do as he wishes, and when Lucas asks her about food, she tells him nonchalantly to help himself to the food and drinks that she has left beside Ivan. When she mentions the food and water beside Ivan, Lucas shouts in shock, asking her if she had put those plants beside Ivan, since he thought they were just growing wildly from the ground because of Ivan's continuous sweating. He then calls her evil, asking her if she realizes that this guy, Ivan, was probably eating only meat ever since he could walk, judging by his big and muscular body. Snow, however, giggles in response, replying that she thought it was amusing nevertheless. She then walks away while laughing, saying that she hopes to see Lucas alive and well in a week. Lucas takes off his clothes except for his pants and sits down on the grass, next to Ivan at a little distance. He looks at the crystal inside the tube and wonders if a body in which both divine power as well as mana can coexist is possible, and if achieving such a body is even possible for a mere human. He raises the tube and asks himself if drinking it would mean forsaking his humanity. He contemplates for a few more seconds, then raises it to his mouth and drinks it, thinking that if it helps him eradicate the demigods, he will gladly throw away his humanity. As soon as he drinks it all, long waves of energy surround him from all around, rising from the ground to the sky. Snow sees it from a hill, leaning against a tree at some distance, and wonders how a body that can utilize both divine powers and the powers of a demigod and mana is possible. She cannot fathom what the results of such a body would look like, and to think that this is achieved by a mere human who cannot live past 100 years is another thing to be surprised about. She walks away while thinking about how much Lucas managed to entertain her. Suddenly, Ivan opens his eyes and lets out a sigh while sweating. He stands up, talking about how he finally managed to calm his raging mana down, which has made him exhausted. He looks at his glowing hand, acknowledging how it does not look like Snow was lying about its effects. He stands firm and confident, looking at his body and saying how it's not shabby at all. When Lucas sees that he has gotten up, he exclaims to Ivan how he is finally awake. Ivan turns around towards the voice, only to see Lucas, now dressed back, stuffing his mouth with the plants that Snow had placed there earlier. Ivan asks him if that is any good, to which Lucas offers him some, asking if Ivan wants some, but he refuses, saying that he would rather starve to death than eat that. Ivan then asks Lucas how long he has been there while stretching his body, to which Lucas tells him that it has been a week and 2 days. Ivan looks over his shoulder at Lucas and realizes that he cannot sense any mana from Lucas at all, as if Lucas has become an ordinary person. However, he thinks that this feeling is similar to the uprightness and serenity that his master used to have. Confused by his thoughts, Ivan asks Lucas if he has gotten stronger, to which Lucas confirms, telling him that he has achieved the 8th tier. Ivan hears his level, repeats the tier number in disbelief, and asks him how old he is. When Lucas tells him that he doesn't really remember and thinks that he is either 20 or 21, Ivan tells him firmly to start being more respectful to his seniors from now on. Ivan sits down with his back resting against Lucas's and thinks about how Lucas is just over 20, and here he thought there weren't any geniuses more talented than him in this world. He says that he guesses that it is the end of their collaboration and that he will now go back to what he was doing before this. When asked about it by Lucas, he tells him that he is looking for the relics of Kasajin, and according to his late master, if he is to surpass the Godfist Kasajin himself, he needs to find the 3 legendary artifacts, which are a belt, a pair of gloves, and a locket, all of which belonged to the legendary Godfist. Lucas asks about his master, to which Ivan answers that his master was the previous successor of the Godfist and was ill-tempered and disgustingly powerful to boot, telling Lucas that he took after him. Then he asks Lucas about what his plans are, so Lucas tells him that Ricky asked him to become his apostle so he can join Ricky at the demigod gathering. Ivan gets shaken with surprise and asks Lucas what he is talking about as they both turn to face each other. When Lucas is done explaining it to Ivan, Ivan says that he doesn't quite understand, since Lucas is basically saying that he is an experimental demigod crossbreed mongrel who can now use both mana and divine powers. Lucas chuckles at his choice of words and says that it's one way of putting it, to which Ivan says how it looks like Lucas's life is pretty messed up as well. Lucas tells Siax that he'll leave that idiot Ivan in her care for now, as he is about to leave. She smiles and says that he's just acting as a guide out of the forest, while Ivan seethes at being called an idiot. After a pause, Lucas turns to Ivan and tells him that a year and a half from now, there will be a conference between the Circle, which is an important conference where the top executives of the respective circles will be attending, where he plans on wreaking some havoc. When Ivan expresses his surprise, Lucas reminds him how he told Lucas himself that the current state of the Circle is no better than a glorified pigsty, so it's necessary to clean up the place from the rotting stench and tidy up the place a bit. Therefore, he is sure that Ivan will end up being bored around that time. When Ivan asks Lucas confusedly what he wants to say, Lucas tells him that he is giving him a special invitation to join the fun. They both crack into laughter at Lucas's words and then hope to see each other in a year and a half while doing a fist bump. Lucas feels the presence of Snow behind him after Ivan and Siax walk off and asks her what she wants from him. She crawls out from behind a tree in a weird guise and asks him if she might request he call her Sadna when she is in this guise. He replies that just because he can sense her presence doesn't mean he knows what she's wearing. She looks at him from the corner of her eye and says that it's as if he has become a completely different person, and wonders if that is the crystal's power. She then asks him if he's planning to visit Ricky, and if so, she will go with him. With a swish, they appear outside Ricky's door. However, as soon as Lucas is about to open the door, he hears a voice telling him to stay back, which he thinks to be Ricky's voice. The voice again tells him to hide himself right now, without allowing himself to be seen. They both quickly hide themselves behind a bush and see Hydra, a woman with snakes on her head instead of hair, coming out of the door saying how strange it is that she detected mana just now. Ricky assures her that she must be imagining things. She smirks and wonders if that's so, whereas Lucas looks at her angrily at the presence of another demigod. Snow staggers towards Frey as he catches her, hiding behind the bushes. Hydra starts walking towards them as Ricky stops her and inquires where she's going. Hydra replies that she's sure she has sensed something over there. Ricky answers quickly that there's his apostle, to which Hydra questions that he didn't say that she is just imagining things. Ricky tells her that they were instructed to keep the identities of their apostles a secret from each other. Hydra replies that he's right. She remembers Lord telling something like this to them. She continues that did he know that she has very good eyes, and it looks like that his apostle is an elf. Ricky questions her further, to which she asks, isn't this a weird coincidence that she's sure that the bait prepared by Nozdog is also an elf? Ricky swings his sword in the air, slicing her head from her body in one swing. Hydra starts squirming and screams that it was Ricky who was the traitor. She falls to the ground with a loud hiss as 9 snake heads come oozing out of her neck. All the heads went in different directions as she tells him that she will inform her master Ananta, and he will be pleased to hear this. Ricky quickly unsheathed his sword, slicing her head into pieces. Her blood goes everywhere, reaching Frey and Snow. Looking at her blood, Frey starts thinking how the area splashed with her blood is corroding like it's some deadly poison. More importantly, his eyes could keep up with the speed of the quick draw of Ricky's sword. The swordsmanship of an apocalypse surprises him greatly. Ricky tells them that he missed 2 heads. Shocking Frey, Ricky tells him that one head went south and another went towards the forest. Frey assures him that the 2 of them will take care of the head that went towards the forest. Ricky informs them about Hydra's strength lying in her deadly poison and her ability to tenaciously regenerate. He instructs them to watch out for the green, acidic blood that she spits out, as simply coming in contact with it can instantly melt their bodies. He tells them that she's weak to fire, and even if she split herself into 9 parts, she is still a lesser demigod, and asks them to take caution, and tells them to buy him some time while he kills the other head. A loud hiss comes from the forest as Hydra flows with joy. Frey runs towards her head, asking Snow to split up so that they don't have time to come up with a plan, and tells her to do what she can to stop Hydra. Snow running towards the other side tells him that she's got it. Frey activates the lava blast, and with a thunderous boom, Hydra is burnt. In a single second, she regenerates and starts laughing. Snow slits her throat in one go as Hydra spits out her poison from her neck towards Snow. Snow shockingly thought that she had no openings and realized that she couldn't dodge the poison. A protective shield appears around her, keeping her away from the poison touching her body. She questions herself about the mysterious barrier and thinks of Frey. 2 heads came out of Hydra's neck as she continued her laughing and hissing. Snow realizes that Hydra is fast, but she needs to buy time. Hydra comes crashing into her, and she tries to stop her. Snow starts losing her balance on the ground. With a clang of sword, she attacks Hydra again and thinks about how ridiculous her strength is. She shockingly thinks about how she is strong even after dividing her powers into 9 parts. Hydra says that Snow is not bad, as expected from Ricky's apostle. But what about this as she shoots multiple raining vipers from her mouth? Snow starts slashing them and thinks how a single one can cause her death if she fails to kill even a single one. She starts feeling tired, but she continues to kill them. She thinks how each of these snakes feels like cutting through a ton of steel and thinks facing a demigod would be this dreadful. She realizes that she's already at her limit as she stabs her sword in the ground. She says sorry to Frey that she wasn't even able to buy enough time, that she has failed him in her mind. She finally gave up as a blue flash illuminates the surrounding area, forming a barrier around Snow. Hydra looks behind herself and asks if that is the sun while looking at the ball of heat. She questions why the sun is rising from the north. She thought that the sun was already behind her. Then what's this? Frey shows up surrounded by the burning ball of heat as he comes in Hydra's direction. She screeches looking at him. Frey activates Brutal Sun and attacks Hydra as she melts in the heat with a crackle. Snow looks at Hydra burning away in fire and thinks that Frey killed a demigod so easily. But as for her, it seems that she was naught but a burden in his fight and closes her eyes. Frey comes down and starts thinking how the only freedom he was granted in the endless darkness of the void was the ability to think. And during that 4,000 years in solitude, all he did was to continuously put together intricate theories of higher magecraft in order to kill time. The byproduct of that endeavor was the ability to calculate and cast a high speed. He wasn't able to make use of it until now due to his lack of talent in magecraft, but he's finally able to fully utilize this now, and he's achieved the 8th tier. He thought about how the current him is on a completely different level than the 8th tier mage that he was 4,000 years ago. He thought that he could do this as he held Snow in his arms. He thought that he could kill the demigods. Snow looks at Frey and thinks how it looks like he hasn't even broken a sweat, as if he's saying that wasn't even his final form. Ricky appears and asks Frey if he has managed to kill her, to which he affirms, leaving Ricky surprised. Ricky then tells them to go to his place first. Upon reaching his place, Ricky says that it won't be long before it's revealed to the others that Hydra was killed. He assumes that Ananta would be the first to find out, at which point Frey asks about Ananta. Ricky tells that Ananta is the Apocalypse who manipulates poison. Frey realizes it's that old man he has met earlier and realizes that's what his name is. Ricky asks Frey if he has made up his mind since they don't have the luxury of time, and it seems like he has found his resolve. Frey replies that he already drank the crystal that Ricky has given to him, but he hasn't tested out the divine powers yet. Ricky expresses his surprise at how Frey is able to fully absorb and control the demigod's powers on his own, but Frey replies nonchalantly while sipping his tea that it wasn't that hard. Ricky tells him that they have 3 months before the gathering, so until then, Frey will train to use his divine powers without relying on mana at all. Frey asks him why Ricky doesn't want him to use magecraft, so Ricky replies that while Lord is not omniscient nor omnipotent, he still has very sharp senses. Therefore, they'll need to completely conceal any traces of mana inside Frey with his newfound divine powers. Ricky then gets up and tells Frey to begin training right away, warning Frey that this training will be very difficult and asks if he will be able to endure it. Frey says that Ricky's the one who said that they're pressed for time, so stop asking useless questions. As they walk out of the room, Snow calls out Frey's name and runs to hug him when he turns around. She says that she was once told that this is how humans part ways with the ones they hold dear and trust, at which Frey chuckles, calling it a pity, and saying that if he was Ivan, he is sure that he would have collapsed on the spot, frothing at the mouth in happiness. She says that she supposes this is the farewell and tells him to know that she will be bored without him. Ricky looks at them hugging and wonders if humans are the kind of specimens that cuddle and cling to each other to say their farewells, and personally, he can't fathom the logic behind these strange species. She prays for him to stay safe, and he asks her to pass on his regards to Seax and Camel and tell them he's sorry for leaving so suddenly without saying goodbye. For 2 months, Frey continues to practice his divine powers, giving his best to prepare himself for the future and improving with each passing day, whereas Ricky supervises him carefully throughout this period. When Ricky takes out his sword one day, Frey exclaims about it with enthusiasm and asks about it. Ricky affirms and says that, let us say, his training is over. Frey jumps in happiness, whereas Ricky looks at him and realizes that he didn't expect him to become fully capable of wielding divine powers in a mere 2 months. Until now, he had thought that Snow was the most talented genius among the mortal races, but it seems Frey surpasses her. It seems that Hydra's death has yet to be discovered amongst his peers. Ricky tells Frey that they will proceed as planned and attend the gathering, so let us depart immediately. Frey panics at their sudden departure. On their way, Ricky informs him that they will head to the Ruanable Kingdom. From there, they will use the warp from Pilot. Frey expresses his surprise that he didn't even think that a demigod would rely on warp stones. Ricky mocks him, adding that his fleshy human body won't be able to handle the pressure exerted by instant space-time teleportation. But if he doesn't particularly mind turning into a puddle of blood, he doesn't mind the rare opportunity to try it. Frey sarcastically thanks him for being so considerate. As they walks, Frey realizes that he never imagined that the day would come when he'd be fighting alongside a demigod of all things. Just then, they run into a group of thieves. One of them says that there's a toll to pay if they want to pass through here, and if they are wondering when such a law is put in place, he just made it up now, laughing mockingly. He curses their luck as they run into them because they are the evil red bandits feared throughout the world. He further threatens them and asks them to hand over all their belongings, and they might just live to see tomorrow. Frey starts getting fed up with his nonsense. Ricky calmly asks him if he really knows who he is, but those thieves start making fun of him and curse him. Still, being calm, Ricky adds that he says he will keep us alive in exchange for all their belongings. He believes that he is what feeble mortals call medical practitioners. The man curses him again and asks him to hand over all his belongings, but Ricky says that it seems like he has made a misjudgment. His kind aren't very familiar with concepts like this. Just then, Frey steps in and casts his spell, which makes every one of them unconscious in an instant. Ricky asks Frey if he is sparing their lives and showing mercy towards his kindred. Frey replies that killing these fools will make him embarrassed and suggests not wasting time and leaving. Frey says that, as suspected, humans are both mysterious and amusing creatures. The human race is the most interesting being, Ricky adds. Frey asks what he means by that, but Ricky refuses as it's nothing special to tell. Rounder Charles, the second in command of the Fistfounder Armlets, despite her appearance as a young girl, is actually a centuries-old vampire. She talks with Shepard to confirm the recent activity of the Sword, which he confirms is true. Charles then inquires about the demigod's movements and learns that the demigod is heading toward Pilat. With this information, Charles and her group of 5 plan to prepare for a hunt to track down and kill the demigod. Charles talks about the Nozdog subjugation expedition. The Troman rings, who once rivaled the 3 great circles, were annihilated in a single night, and they only managed to discover a single piece of information despite their sacrifices: that Nozdog controls death. Though Shepard clears that they are not trying to subjugate him and Heinz Blake, the youngest executive of the Stro necklaces, add to that they are planning on trailing him. Heinz informs everyone that they have heard about demigods gathering at one single location. Charles mocks him, asking if he has eavesdropped on his father, as rumors are that his father is also with the demigods. Though Charles tells him not to be scared, as he is the first who reported to the circles that Isaka Blake, his father, was secretly communicating with the demigods. But in a way, he is quite suspicious, because how can they trust someone who sold out his own father in order to rise in status? Heinz ignores these comments and accusations and shifts the topic to explain to them that the meeting will happen somewhere in Luanablay. Jerome Warner questions Heinz about the sword and seems to be planning on using the warpstone in Pilot to head there, but demigods don't need to use warpstones. He asks why it would use one. Heinz explains that the reason why the demigod is using a warpstone is because he is traveling with his apostle, who cannot travel freely through space-time like demigods. The demigods will be accompanied by their apostles during the gathering. Charles doubts the reliability of this information, though Heinz suggests they look into this gathering and find out more information, even if they must take a risk. Dozens of demigods gathering in one location is unprecedented. They will definitely be discussing an important issue. However, they must admit that trailing a demigod is synonymous with suicide. Even the slightest mistake could lead to the annihilation of their circles, but when it comes to the apostle, even if they get caught, they just need to shut the apostle's mouth. They plan on standing by in Pilot and monitoring the sword's movements. At Pilot, Lucas as Kane Rickstone and Ricky stand in the queue and tell the details about their mercenary and ID to pass the queue and apply for the warpstone. Though Lucas is in shock, Ricky uses his real name for his fake ID. They then leave to apply for the warpstone, and at a nearby food shop they have food. The warpstone for Luanobli will be in service in 3 days. It is quite troublesome. Still, they are quite lucky. Since they are headed to another country, sometimes people need to wait for several weeks before they can leave. As Ricky finishes eating, he excuses himself for a while, but when Lucas asks where he is headed, he replies, "To the Blake main house." They already know that Ricky is there. If he does not go there, they will come looking for him soon enough, and if that happens, even if they are disguised, Lucas might let in trouble, and if he is lucky, he might also be able to learn of Leyren's whereabouts, as Ricky is aware that Frey's father, Isaka Blake, is Leyren's apostle. Lucas finds this a really disheartening story. The circles know that Isaka Blake is in contact with the demigods, but they don't think he is an apostle and don't suspect him because he can still use magic. The circle's weakness is that they don't know the truth. The truth is that the Blake family line is able to use both mana and divine power. Lucas sits there wondering that the one who reported Isaka's betrayal to the circles was none other than Heinz Blake. So the question arises, why did not he report the family's secret to the circles? Maybe he is scheming something. His thoughts are interrupted when Ricky comes closer to him and informs him that they are being monitored. Someone's watching them with their familiars. Even back when Ricky was in the forest, there were people in the surroundings watching him, but now that the barrier's been removed and he is on the move, they are following him. Lucas guesses that they must be people from the circles. However, Ricky tells him that the people following them are strong enough to be executives, and if he moves on his own, they will approach Frey. Fighting an apostle rather than a demigod is far less risky for them. Ricky gives him an option of him killing them, but Lucas is also curious, and he wants to know how good the circles are at their job, so he is going to test them to see if they will be useful in the future. Ricky, before walking away, warns Frey to be very careful. There is a bug there, following Lucas and keeping an eye on him. Duganzar and Shepard keep an eye on Ricky, wondering where he is going, though Shepard realizes that direction is to the Blake house. Heinz asks for an allowance from Shepard to let him follow Ricky, though Charles, with the help of that bug, keeps an eye on Kane, Lucas. She asks the bug about the man traveling with sword. The bug informs her that he is a keeps an eye on Kane, Lucas. She asks the bug about the man traveling with sword. The bug informs her that he is a mercenary called Kane Rickstone. He was on a mission as an A-rank magician 2 months ago until he went missing. Charles understands that it's a false name anyway, making Shepard realize that he needs to reinvestigate from the start. Charles plans on doing it on her own. In Charles's room, she bites her finger, causing the blood to flow. Then she creates a magical circle with that blood, and within a few seconds, a lady appears, Lilith. Charles requests that in the western district of this city, there is a man staying on the 3rd floor of the inn, and she wants her to take a look at Kane Ricktone's dreams. Lilith smirks hearing this request as Charles summoned the succubus queen just for a simple request like that. though Charles advises her to absolutely not leave any traces, as she is the only Archduke Charles trusts. She also asks Lilith if she wants to know if there is truly a gathering of demigods, and if yes, then the objective of the gathering. Lilith then disappears, asking Charles to wait for a few minutes, and when she reappears again, she confesses that she failed, and normally anyone opens up their heart to him if he just reveals her body in front of them in a bit, but he does not even budge, and wonders if he really is a human. She asks Charles if he has become a magician just because of this, and she did think of forcing her way inside and erasing his memories afterwards, but it seemed dangerous as he has already made a contract with another Archduke, though she couldn't find out which Archduke it is, but if she forced her way inside, she might have gotten recognized. She apologizes for not being much help. Charles wonders about the unknown magician making a contract with an Archduke. On the other hand, Lucas pants as he almost got in trouble in the prime of his life, and he was even wondering how they'd approach him, but never expected them to send the succubus queen in his dreams to dig out some information. He thanks Ashura, who is sitting next to him. He is lucky Ashura was here, though Ashura says to Lucas that he would have resisted her seduction without him as he has got quite the mental fortitude. Ashura does not like her at all, as even the slightest sight of that sleep demon who calls herself an Archduke makes him want to puke. Before disappearing, he warns Lucas to be careful. After that, Lucas sits on the bed, thinking if they can summon an Archduke, they must at least be in honor of the Fist-founder armlets, or they might even be above the circle rounder, but he doubts the master would make a move themselves, so it must have been a rounder. He remembers hearing about this vampire called Charles Roland from Ivan. She looks like a little brat on the outside, but they are the comrades he will join forces with in the future, so he can't injure them. But that does not mean they will believe him if he tells them about his circumstances. The next morning, Ricky tells Frey that he couldn't find anything. Leirin and Asaka weren't there. Frey's second brother was there instead. He showed Ricky around the place. He was planning on returning immediately, but he happened to come home at the same time. Lucas realizes that they must have sent the least suspicious-looking Circle member to the Blake house after seeing Ricky headed there, and for now, it would be best not to tell Ricky that Heinz is a member of the Circles. Even if it is Ricky, he is still a demigod. Lucas can't fully trust him. Lucas thinks that he is certain Heinz is part of the Stro necklaces, so maybe there is some sort of alliance and cooperation between the Circles. After that, they pack their things up and head forward. They are now at Luanablay, the largest city of Lupe. Lucas spots a building and asks Ricky if this is where the demigods will gather, but Ricky tells him this is not where the gathering is planned, as he has got some business here. He even informs Frey that they are still being monitored, though he is not planning on killing them since they may become allies in the future, and it might actually be nice to have some fun like this once in a while. He smirks and says to Frey to try to react as other humans would, and then they both run. Shepard, Heinz, Charles, and Duganzar run after them to chase them, but they lose them, though Charles orders everyone to spread out and find them because they can't let them go no matter what. Both Lucas and Ricky are now in an alley as they manage to lose them. There is a gate there to which Ricky points out and instructs Frey to go inside and get the mask. He explains there will be a man with a worn-out hat inside. Lucas is confused, so he asks about the mask. Ricky explains to him it is the one that can perfectly suppress his divine power. They need to completely hide their identity if they want to participate in the gathering. When Lucas asks why Ricky wasn't coming, Ricky elaborates that the man he just mentioned is Lord's subordinate. If they enter together, it will become obvious that he is Ricky's apostle. Lucas enters the gate and there is no end to these stairs. To think that there was a place like this in Luanablay. After the stairs end, open up to an antique shop. That is when a girl comes from the front, though Lucas did not sense her presence at all and wonders if maybe it is a golem. A voice comes from inside saying that their guest's eyes are pretty sharp. A guy with a hat enters the room, addresses the girl as Ailey, and tells her to go back inside. He says that it seems he should tend to this customer himself. The guy then sits on a chair and welcomes him to Hector's general store. He introduces himself as the owner and tells Lucas that he is Hector. Lucas thinks within himself that he is that guy with the worn-out hat Ricky was talking about. Hector shows him the mask, and when Lucas moves his forward to take that mask, Hector notices the bracelet on his wrist and screams at him to show him the bracelet. He says having sharp eyes is a requirement for this job. Although he is not what that bracelet is, he can see that it is an incredible item, and he cannot remember how long it has been since he has been amazed by a magic item. He says if his guess is correct, that item must be from the era of light. Lucas sighs and apologizes, saying this is off limits, though Hector keeps insisting on letting him see it. Lucas appreciates his spirit of inquiry, but dismisses his request. Hector's face turns red when he realizes that he won't listen to words, but rather than fighting, Hector bows down in front of him and begs him to let him see at once. He becomes increasingly desperate, pulls Lucas's dress and keeps insisting on him. Luvis thinks he is so unhesitantly shameless and subservient. To distract Hector, Lucas tells him he will allow him, but then asks him a question. He asks if it is possible to make a golem with a core of 1,000,000 mana energy. Hector admits to him that it is difficult, to which Lucas adds that the best alchemist he knows told him it was completely insane. Hector tells him that there are only 3 top-class alchemists on the continent. The first is the 11th Magic Tower's master. Lucas had only known about 10 magic towers, but Hector explains that the 11th Magic Tower's master is one of the Castcow Empire's secret protectors, though he cannot tell him more than that. The second is the Archmage far up north in the snowfields. Although it's a magician and not an alchemist, its knowledge in alchemy even surpasses that of the 11th Magic Tower's master. Lucas understands that Hector is telling him that Archmage is the greatest alchemist, but Lucas adds that it's probably impossible to ask it for a favor. It shut itself deep down beneath the snowfields and only cares about magecrafts. If someone approaches it carelessly, they will lose everything on their own. Lucas casually mentions that he actually gets along pretty well with people like that, though Hector points out himself and reveals that he is the third and the final one. Lucas ignores it as he already knew Hector would say it. Hector groans and insists that it is the truth. Hector says those who say they are the best with their own mouths usually don't amount to much. Hector informs he does not amount to much. Now that he is stuck in this fragile body in a miserable position, it has become pointless to care about humility and dignity. Despite his current appearance, he once was a part of a respectable and ancient race, with study scales that resisted even the sharpest of swords, a gargantuan body that even hid the sun, a heart that transcended every engine in existence, but he lost everything to the demigods. They did recognize his knowledge and let him keep his life at the very least, but it might be just to mock their miserable lives as they keep them next to them. Lucas realizes what he is trying to say, and Hector reveals that he was a dragon. Lucas remembers what Benyang said to him, that according to the records, the lair had already been devastated, and they couldn't even find the dragon's corpse. The only thing left in the lair was an egg, Benyang. Lucas thinks within himself that something was weird. A dragon's corpse is incredibly valuable and precious. Not only is there the dragon heart, which is called the supreme treasure, even the fangs, bones, scales, eyes, and blood are indispensable, so there is no way it'd just disappear. So considering the circumstances, the only ones who could have taken the corpse without the traces are the demigods. And for the demigods, a dragon's corpse holds no value. Curiously, Lucas quizzes Hector if he truly was a dragon. Hector laughs it off, acting as though it was a foolish idea to share all of it. He apologizes for sharing such a depressing story, and seeks Lucas to forget what he had just told him. Lucas thinks if this man is being truthful, and the demigods did not really kill the dragons but brought their souls to submission and made them their subordinates, it's not an impossible feat. In fact, that is exactly what demigods would do. Hector calls him a kind person and asks him if he is thinking about why the demigods placed Hector here. He explains that this place is somewhere where all apostles must definitely visit in order to receive these masks. Since the oh-so-great dragon has become the demigod's slave after barely keeping his life, most apostles mock him because those people all made up their minds and betrayed something to follow the demigods. The demigods show their apostles his miserable state to tell them that they made the correct choice in life, but he finds Cain, Lucas, different because he is showing sympathy instead of ridiculing him. Though neither reaction really matters much to him in the end. Lucas clarifies that this is not sympathy but respect. Lucas explains that 4,000 years ago, the being who first noticed the dangers of the demigods and fought them was a dragon. In fact, in the war 4,000 years ago, the humans were merely supporters on the rear, backing the dragons in their battles against the demigods. The only beings that could confront demigods on their own and rival them in power were dragons. He reveals that it was his masters. Hector chuckles, realizing Cain's circumstances are just as complicated as his. Lucas then asks him if the other dragons are also in the same situation as Hector, so Hector reveals that some of them are, but most of them are dead. Lucas's expressions sadden, so Hector assures him to not be that serious, as he said they are an ancient race, so it is already the past, and he then hands him the mask. While taking the mask, Lucas questions him about always being down here. Hector admits that he is more like locked in here, so Lucas says about the golem core of 1 million mana energy and requests him to make a body for it. Hector hums and explains that it won't be enough even if he shows him that bracelet, as he is a salesman after all, and demands the bracelet. Lucas agrees but asks him to promise him something in the dragon tongue. Hector chuckles nervously, as now he understands that Cain really is knowledgeable about them, and says that he was joking about giving him the bracelet, though Cain shouldn't misunderstand, as it is not that he refuses to use the dragon tongue. It was merely testing Cain earlier because it will be more than enough if he shows him the bracelet once, and it is meaningless for him to have it anyway. Hector then asks about any specific details Cain has for the golem, such as appearance, but Lucas says no. As long as it is able to assimilate with the core, nothing else matters. Hector informs him that it will take him at least 6 months in order to get the resources to craft it. After Lucas goes away from there, Ailey serves Hector tea and says that it was one peculiar customer. Hector agrees, as he can still make interesting encounters even if he is locked underground. After meeting Ricky, Lucas and he walk forward. Lucas then asks Ricky what he is planning on doing, as there is still a month left until the gathering. Ricky explains that the Luanabli kingdom is called the Nation of Knights, but it is the most corrupt country amongst the humans he knows. Despite that, they keep sprouting bullcrap about having to maintain that man's legacy. He then shows Frey a mountain. Lucas finds it quite impressive considering it's surrounded by Luanoble's vast flatlands. Ricky elaborates. Marquis d'Alamon, the ugliest noble amongst Luanoble's aristocrats, will use any means in order to satisfy his selfish desires, and in various locations on that mountain, that piece of trash builds slave camps. Lucas freaks out as slavery has been abolished since a long time ago. Ricky calls Frey naive as slavery still secretly exists. In fact, it is so bad that the supply cannot match the demands these days. He makes Frey remember about not hesitating when killing pieces of trash. He tells Frey to pair that with the need to practice his divine power as much as possible during this next month. Ricky instructs Frey to destroy the trafficking on that mountain. Lucas says he wants to see it with his own eyes before making a decision. Ricky asks him if he is hesitating because he is telling him to kill his own kind. Before flying to that mountain, he says he just can't trust what others say. As he arrives at the pillar of that mountain's building, he sees elves, dwarves, beastmen, even monsters trapped there. They are not discriminating between races. He sees 2 guards dumping an elf where all the corpses are. The guard smirks, saying he did not think she'd die just because he played around with her a bit. The other guard warns his companion to be careful, as Marquis d'Alaman has been sensitive recently because of all the slaves dying. Lucas is in utter disbelief after seeing so many corpses because even if they are slaves, they should be considered valuable merchandise. The guard then says that the master only cares about elves anyway since they are the most valuable. Lucas understands that they are just using slaves as tools for relieving their sexual desires or boredom. He then lands on the roof. The guards get furious and ask him who he is. Lucas says that Luanable is supposed to be the nation that inherited the Knight's Pride, and asks them if that exists in these people as well, a Knight's Pride. The guards are confused, thinking he is some crazy druggie on drugs, though Lucas uses his magic and kills some of the guards, causing chaos on the roof. The guards surround Lucas with their weapons. Lucas thinks within himself that he does not believe these guys are running around in armor pretending to be knights. Lucas wonders how Lucid would react if he saw this. Lucid's image appears in his mind, and he decides to take care of this for him, in his stead. Lucas again kills one of the guards. At Marquis d'Alamon's room, he is scolding one of his servants to take good care of the elves. He is frustrated and thinking of firing all of them. The chef comes in asking Marquis about the deceased elf. Marquis tells him he is in the mood for a basil sauce today, and tells the chef to hurry as he has to cook them while they are fresh for the meat to be good. All of a sudden, a guard rushes in, informing him that there is an intruder. Though Marquis does not take it seriously and tells the guard to take care of it, the guard hesitantly reveals that the knights were annihilated. Marquis's eyes widen, and instantly, Lucas barges in and tosses his chair. Marquis's face turns crimson red, and he orders his chef to kill him, but when the chef attacks him, it is blocked by the barrier around Lucas. The chef runs away, leaving Marquis on the ground. Marquis asks him why he is doing it, and if it is about the money, he can give it to him. But Lucas puts his feet on Marquis's chest, tells him that he is pretty pissed off right now. It is going to take a while for him to calm down, and then coldly warns Marquis to prepare himself and questions where he should begin his punishment, whether with his eyes, tongue, or ears. Instantly, Marquis's screams fill the air. Later on, Ricky appears on the roof. Ricky says that it looks like he is finished, but Lucas says not yet, as they are still here. All the humans and species that were trapped are out of the cage now with the help of Ricky. Rick then orders all of them to leave as they are free. One of them, who was kept as a slave, questions them about freedom, as he has never once experienced it because his family, race, they are all dead. For him, there is not a reason to be alive anymore. He begs Ricky to end his life. Understanding the pain he is in, Ricky takes out his sword and prepares to fulfill his request, promising to make it quick and painless so the man won't even feel it. Lucas interrupts, saying it is dangerous. He asks the freed individual if he wants sympathy or wants him to rage for them. He then says, unfortunately, there is nothing that will bring them peace, so they shouldn't delude themselves. He did not save everyone because he pitied them. He is just taking them away because there is a place he can use them. The only thing that changed is their owner. For a month, from this point on, he is going to completely wipe out the people that made all of them like this. There are many individuals just like them that are enslaved in countless locations. They are probably thinking the same thing. I'd rather be dead. Lucas has no interest in their feelings. He just wants to kill those greedy pigs with greased up stomachs. Later on, in one of the rooms of that building, Ricky and Lucas stay for the night. Ricky finds it strange that he was essentially telling them to do whatever it takes to survive, but he looked like a villain. He asks Frey if he wanted to do something like an anti-hero. Lucas says he just spoke in a way that was easy for them to understand. For those that only know despair, giving them hope can be hurtful instead. Sudden freedom for someone that does not know what freedom is no different than telling them to go die. What they need right now is not freedom, but time to think on their own. Lucas thinks that maybe they will find out if they keep saving people who are like them, the significance of the freedom given to them. After that, they all go to places, one by one, over the past month to free the people trapped. With this, all of the slave camps on Luanabli are gone. There are a lot of them now. Bekend, one of the freed individuals, asks Lucas if they are free, so Lucas tells him that's for him to decide. Bekend says there are a lot of mouths to feed now. If he wants to feed them all, he will constantly be busy, but if it's to live and survive, he will do it because he is not alone anymore. Lucas asks Bekend what they are planning to do from now on, so Bekend tells him that he is thinking about going to the Espana Mountains. They plan on making a village for ourselves in a place where humans can't approach. Lucas knows that won't be easy, as it is a place where a lot of scary monsters are lurking around. Bekend is overwhelmed as tears fill his eyes and he says, whatever it is better than here, and he doubts that there is a monster scarier than humans. He then realizes Cain, Lucas, is also a human, so he says Lord Cain is an exception. Afterwards, Ricky reminds Fry that, as he said, it looks like they found the significance of freedom, and asks him if he knew from the beginning that it would end up like that. Lucas chuckles, saying he did not, but he just believed in them, that inside them, their flames hadn't gone out yet. They can be crueler than a devil, or kinder than an angel. Shifting the topic, Lucas questions Ricky if it is not time to slowly get going now as the races of magic have been erased. The meeting will open soon. If they don't leave now, they might be late. Ricky sighs, revealing now that he thinks of it. He did not tell him the reason they came here. It's here, the location where the demigod meeting will take place. The Circle's members, Charles, Shepard, Duganzar, Jerome, and Heinz, are there where the demigod's meeting is being held. They see the sword and apostle freeing slaves and wonder what they are planning. Instantly, sharp lights come from the sky, making the Circle think that the sky is splitting apart. Charles realizes they are inside of the demigod's barrier, and until this meeting is over, they won't be able to leave here, though it might be better this way. If it is like this, they can keep an eye on what is going on up close. Ricky shows Frey the apocalypse or fire Agni, and advises him to keep his mouth shut from this point on. Agni smiles, thinking he is the first one arriving there. Lucas thinks they can freely change their appearance to this extent. He wonders if that means Ricky also has a separate true form. Agni then says he was surprised, as he did not think that Ricky would volunteer to take charge of the cleaning. Ricky says that he was the closest, though Agni looks at Lucas and asks Ricky if he is his apostle over there and praises that he looks pretty good. Ignoring the question, Ricky says that it looks like Agni has an apostle as well. Agni sighs, saying he finally found one that caught his eyes. Lucas looks at Agni's apostle and questions within himself why she is here. Afterwards, the apocalypses are gathering all at once. It's the first time he is seeing this female-formed demigod. He knows she is probably Laren, who made the Blake House. The other one is the Nozdog, and then Ananta. He looks the same as he did 4,000 years ago. Schweitzer, Iris, Cassagine, Lucid, and he put their strengths together but were still unable to take down that fearsome old man. Nozdog, Laren, and Ananta arrive together, so Ricky asks them why the three of them came together, so Laren replies that they discovered a fun situation, so they were just confirming it. She claims that they all will also find it soon. A question arises in the mind of the Circle's members that the apocalypses are finally gathered. So where is the Lord? Meanwhile, Nozdog reveals that there is an intruder. The Circle's members freak out, wondering if they were discovered, though their mana was perfectly hidden. Lucas also wonders who the intruder is and thinks that maybe the Circle members followed them here. Nozdog explains that although they are trapped inside Lord's barrier, which they can freely enter but cannot leave, they are outside the castle gate. They are not Circle members. They are the Black Dragon Knights dispatched from Luanablay to destroy the evidence of the slave camps. Nozdog taunts Ricky for not sensing them, but Ricky clarified he did, but he was just concerned about God's punishment since there were so many of them. Nozdog tells him that he is taking care of it for Ricky, though Ricky asks him if it will be alright, because if it's that many people, there is no way he would be able to avoid God's punishment. Though their conversation is not completed as Ananta interrupts asking Ricky how he is managing them, as Luanablay is definitely within his area. Laren agrees with Ananta and advises Ricky to pay attention to them, as the Lord did not call them here without reason. He believed that cleaning needed to be done. With a flick of a finger, Nozdog kills hundreds of knights. He says that the occasional slaughter really does put a smile on his face. Lucas realizes it really is an apocalypse, and they are on a completely different level than Hydra. There is not a single opponent here that he can take on. He questions himself. Why did he get so conceited when all he did was kill Hydra, who was already split into 9 pieces? Sweat beads on Lucas's forehead when he senses the presence of Lord. He finally meets him again. Lord is the same as he was 4,000 years ago, that infuriating plain face with features that appear and disappear based on his emotions. Nozdog tells Ricky to rejoice as they no longer have to fear God's punishment. Ricky is confused with Nozdog's statement, though with a flick of the Lord's hand, he rebuilt the destroyed castle, which happened because of Nozdog's destruction. Lord moves forward and hugs Ricky, addressing him as his oldest friend. Then Ricky asks Nozdog about his earlier statement. Laren shows Ricky a metallic material called illuninium, though Ricky hasn't heard of it, and it is his first time hearing of this. Nosdig explains that it's unavoidable since they were the first to discover and name it. It should seem like a metal with no special features, but when they look closely, tear it, and taste it, their divine power disappears, though the divine power can still be activated. This is the power of aluminum. When Laren initially developed this, it was to temporarily subdue her divine power. It was annoying to constantly be trailed by the Circle's members. But then, whether it was considered a failure or a success, she accidentally created a material that could perfectly hide divine power while still using it freely. If they eat this, they can temporarily circumvent God's rules. Thus, no matter how many lives they end, they will not receive God's punishment. But this is still in the experimental phase, so there is a limited quantity. She plans on making a liquid form in the future, so it will be easier to consume. Right now, the production process is tricky, and it is difficult to acquire the materials, so they have to use it frugally. Laren hands it to Ricky and guides him to just tear off bits and pieces of it to eat. She says he will be able to use more of it in the near future. Ricky thinks if this becomes easier to produce later on, there won't be any reason to make apostles anymore. Things are going wrong. Nozdog realizes that Ricky's reaction does not look good, though they have an opportunity to kill those pesky bugs as much as they please. He says that Ricky has changed, and something about him became strange after he destroyed Ecolium 4,000 years ago. Lucas does not believe that Ricky was the one who destroyed Ecolium and remembers his conversation with Hru Hiral, telling Lucas about Lucid perished as his motherland, Icolium, got annihilated. Lucas's eyes widen when realization hits him that the one who killed Lucid was Ricky. Ricky says to Nozdog that 4,000 years have passed, and in his eyes, he who has not changed at all since then is more strange. Nozdog tells Ricky to stop his nonsense, and the concept of change does not exist for perfect beings like them. Ricky interrupts, saying that it is different from what he believes. They are not perfect beings. Nozdog abuses Ricky and says now that he thinks about it, Hydra is dead. Everyone looks at Ricky, and Lucas realizes that Ricky is completely under suspicion. Though Lord interrupts, asking them what they are doing amongst themselves, and all of them apologize to Lord. Lord then tries to make Ricky understand that they all became too sensitive. Lyrical knows Ricky can say whatever he wants without any repercussions because, for Lord, Ricky is like his own brother, a mass of self-consciousness that was the first to deviate from the enormous mass of energy called the law of the world, Lord, and the existence that came right after him, Ricky. But even when Ricky started to slack off on his mission to rule Luanablay and spent his time secluded in a cabin inside of a forest, Lord did not reprimand him at all. It's true he treats them completely differently than how he treats Ricky, so whether it is big or small, they all have some resentment towards Ricky. Ricky then tells Lord to just get to the main point already. This meeting is for them to expose the traitor. He points out Nozdog and Ananta and says that they have suspicions that he is that traitor. Lord laughs and tells Ricky to not be upset, as there are still some demigods who have yet to arrive. But it is a bit boring to just so they should use this opportunity to play the truth game and reveal each other's apostle. Lucas wonders what Lord is planning, revealing each other's apostles. In a situation where they are suspecting one another, it's practically suicide to expose their apostles, which are their one and only weakness. And if Lucas reveals his identity here, it will be more than difficult to act in the future. He wonders what Ricky's plan is and how he is so relaxed. Laren chuckles nervously and asks Lord if he is joking around, as she does not believe that there is a traitor among them, though whatever she is saying is interrupted when Lord claims to reveal his apostle first. Everyone is in utter disbelief, but for Lucas, this is an opportunity.